Chapter 49:01, The Second Cause 3, Her form drifted closer to Noah as she spoke, Angatala descended into the waters of nothing. I speak not of metaphor but of literal action that defies easy comprehension. There existed, in those early ages, spaces that held no substance whatsoever. Not emptiness, for emptiness implies the absence of something that could be present. These were waters of nothing, expanses where existence itself had not yet decided whether to manifest. Angatala entered these spaces willingly, diving deeper and deeper into the void that consumed all definition. Within those waters of nothing, Angatala scattered soil. From where did this soil come? From Angatala's own existence. From foundations that Angatala sacrificed in order to create something greater than self-preservation. Each grain of scattered soil was a piece of Angatala's being, distributed across the nothing with intention that demanded reality acknowledge what was being given. And reality, faced with such deliberate sacrifice, had no choice but to comply. The scattered soil became the first lands within Angatala's own structure. A being who was once singular became a being who contained territories, a being whose internal landscape held mountains and valleys and spaces where other existences could eventually take root. This was differentiation turned inward, a cause that proved one did not need external chaos to divide. One could divide oneself and become greater through the division. Angatala's path demonstrated that the grand acts of existence need not be conquests or external transformations. Sometimes the most profound changes occur within, when a being chooses to become a territory rather than merely occupy one. The lands that Angatala created within eventually became templates for how internal civilizations could be structured, how beings could cultivate not just their power but their inner landscapes. The mnemonic Leviathan paused at this moment, and her ancient gaze turned away from Noah. She looked toward the humanoid form of the infiniverse who floated in the distance, her other body still working to contain and redirect the corrupted protomatter that had invaded her master's domain. I find her unique. Her voice held something that might have been wonder. Her weavings remind me of the whispers and stories of Angatala. A being who chose to become a territory rather than merely occupy one. A being whose internal landscape holds realms and spaces where other existences take root. She is walking a path that echoes across the scales, whether she knows it or not. Noah's eyes became even sharper at these words, his attention now fully locked upon the mnemonic Leviathan as she turned back to face him. I tell you of Masamuk and Angatala because what is happening right now, this emergence of corrupted protomatter across observable existence, is something similar. Whoever initiated this is walking a grand path. They are attempting to reshape the fundamental nature of what observable existence can be. They are using protomatter as Masamuk used chaos, as Angatala used the waters of nothing. They are attempting a cause of differentiation through undifferentiation, a paradox, a glorious paradox. Her ancient eyes held weight that pressed against Noah's existence. The scales of existence may whisper. They may whisper his name if he is successful in this gambit. Whether that name will be remembered as pioneer or catastrophe remains to be seen. But the magnitude of what is being attempted cannot be denied. Someone is walking in the footsteps of Masamuk and Angatala. Someone is attempting to reshape existence itself. Boom, Noah's expression became heavy at these words. Paradox. Corruption. Change across observable existence. Noah instantly honed in on the living paradox as it seemed far too many people were underestimating this being, himself included. The living paradox had now done something or begun embarking on something unfathomably grand, his own cause, though it wouldn't be the same as the first cause. So was the living paradox attempting a second cause? Was that what this terrifying change was? An attempt to reshape observable existence itself through flooding it with corrupted protomatter. If the living paradox succeeded in whatever his final grand design was. It truly was not clear who would be the victor in this eon-long war. At the center of the infiniverse, in a realm of concentrated authority that no being but her master could survive, the infiniverse worked alone. Multicolored light suffused everything around her as boundless seas of infinite seals of absolute tongue swirled and merged and created patterns of power that defied comprehension. And before her, the crack in reality continued to spew corrupted protomatter with force that would have overwhelmed any other territory in observable existence. She funneled it into the singularity she had been building, her will pressing against the corruption with authority that refused to acknowledge its threat. The budding domain at the center of her working consumed the protomatter greedily, growing denser and more defined with each passing moment. What the living paradox had intended as an attack was becoming fuel for her creation, but as she worked, as she directed the endless flood into her forming domain, the words of the mnemonic Leviathan echoed through her consciousness. Angatala descended into the waters of nothing. She repeated the phrase silently as she continued her work, her hands guiding corrupted protomatter into channels that led to the singularity. Within those waters of nothing, Angatala scattered soil. From Angatala's own existence. From foundations that Angatala sacrificed in order to create something greater than self-preservation. Her movements slowed as the words resonated through her being with weight that demanded attention. Each grain of scattered soil was a piece of Angatala's being, distributed across the nothing with intention that demanded reality acknowledge what was being given. The infiniverse stopped, her eyes, which burned with the infinities of her master, began to shine even brighter as understanding bloomed within her consciousness. The mnemonic Leviathan had said that her weavings reminded her of Angatala. That she was walking a path that echoed across the scales of existence, but she had not been walking that path fully. She had been containing. She had been directing. She had been building a domain within herself. Yes, but she had been doing so defensively and reactively. Angatala had not merely received the waters of nothing, Angatala had descended into them willingly. Angatala had scattered soil with purpose. The infiniverse looked at the crack of observable existence that had formed within her core, that wound in reality through which corrupted protomatter continued to surge. It was a violation of her territory, an intrusion that she had been working to minimize and contain. But what if she didn't minimize it? What if she didn't contain it? What if she made it bigger? Her eyes blazed with light that painted her multicolored realm in shades of blue-gold brilliance as the epiphany crystallized into decision. She was the infiniverse. She was the domain of the Genesis monarch himself. She contained a primordial realm within her structure alongside wheel of existence, folds, and so much more, and her foundations grew alongside her master's infinite nature without theoretical ceiling. She was not prey to be overwhelmed by corrupted protomatter. She was grand, and she would scatter her soil across the waters of nothing. Her figure pulsed with determination. Chapter 4902, the second cause 4. The infiniverse raised her hands toward the crack and made a move that would have seemed like madness to any observer. She tore it wider. Boom. The crack expanded under her authority, its edges spreading apart as she commanded reality itself to open further rather than close. What had been a wound became a gateway. What had been an intrusion became an invitation. And through that expanded crack, seas of corrupted protomatter surged out with force that exceeded everything that had come before. The corruption flooded into her core with violence that should have been catastrophic, but the infiniverse was ready. From her existence, from the foundations that comprised her being, she began to release infinite absolute seals in quantities that would have drained any other entity entirely. Endless seals of the first tongue scattered into the surging protomatter like soil being distributed across the waters of nothing. This was her endless soil. These were the pieces of her existence that she was sacrificing in order to create something greater than mere survival. The infinite seals merged with the corrupted protomatter, their blue-gold light suffusing the undifferentiated potential with the signature of the Genesis monarch himself. The corruption didn't disappear, but it changed. It became something hybrid, something that held both the undifferentiation of the prima indifferentia and the infinite nature of her master's authority. And then the infiniverse did something even more drastic. 1. She allowed this blue-gold brilliance to flow into the crack and spread out in different directions across it, so it could mix with that sea and flow to any other areas that protomatter was flowing across observable existence. 2. She formed a channel. Not inward toward her singularity, but outward toward the wastes where in a small corner, another body of her master currently protected the great usurper and his companions from the very corruption she now commanded. The channel punched through her boundaries with precision of absolute control, creating a pathway through which her newly transformed protomatter could flow, and flow it did. Endless seas of corrupted protomatter filled with Noah's infinite seals of absolute tongue flooded out across existence through the channel she had created. The corruption that the living paradox had sent to overwhelm and change observable existence now carried the signature of the Genesis monarch within its depths. It was like seeing someone initiate an avalanche or an endless train, and then jumping on it to obtain the benefits of their hard work as well. Every wave of undifferentiation that washed across the wastes in this area and beyond now scattered infinite seals like soil being distributed across the waters of nothing, and as the endless seas of infinity also flooded into the crack of observable existence, she sought for them to flow out from other sources or cracks as fully and truly. The aspect of infinity of Noah's weavings was allowed to express itself here. It survived the corrupted protomatter because it was infinite. Just like against Bazuman, it couldn't be differentiated further. It flowed everywhere the protomatter spread, infinite seals would spread alongside it. Everywhere the undifferentiation touched, the blue-gold light of the Genesis monarch would touch as well. If the living paradox wanted to reshape observable existence through flooding it with protomatter, then the infiniverse would ensure that what emerged from that reshaping, they would have a large piece of the pie. She continued to scatter her soil, continued to release infinite seals into the surging seas, continued to transform corruption into conquest with unfathomable immensity. Far from the wonders and actions of the infiniverse, in the agora of primordial judgment, Noah and the primordial paradox arrived before the expanded crack of observable existence with speed that made distance meaningless. What they witnessed was chaos unlike anything the agora had experienced in its entire history. The crack that had existed peacefully at the heart of the Acropolis for eons had been torn wider, its edges burning with light that belonged to no part of observable existence. Through that expanded fracture, corrupted protomatter flooded outward in endless waves that threatened to dissolve everything they touched. The undifferentiation carried the signature of the fallout within its depths, a corruption that went beyond mere formlessness into something actively hostile. And standing against this tide were the other strategoi of the agora. Glossicos held her position closest to the crack, her luminous dryad form radiating authority as she attempted to impose definition upon the undifferentiated flood. Her voice rang out with embodiments that declared what the protomatter was not, trying to negate its spread through sheer linguistic authority. Antikos stood beside her with the calm weight of existence itself pressing outward from his form. His methodology was different, attempting to convince the protomatter that it already existed as something defined rather than something formless. The approach should have worked against normal undifferentiation. It wasn't working. Katikos flanked their fellow strategoi, their own authorities adding to the combined effort. As Sousa's paradoxos arrived back, paradox wove contradictions into the flood, trying to make the protomatter uncertain about whether it was differentiated or not. Chaos attempted to destabilize the corruption's unified flow, to break it into fragments that could be dealt with individually. None of it was enough. The crack continued to expand despite their efforts, and the protomatter continued to surge with force that slowly pushed the four absolutes backward. They were losing ground inch by inch, and if this continued, the agora itself would be covered. Noah's eyes pulsed with immensity soon after as if he sensed something that the others couldn't perceive. His eyes shone sharply as if he couldn't believe what he felt. Something was coming through the crack. Something was using the corruption as cover for its approach. Something was about to strike. A page containing a defensive inscription instantly appeared before the dryad body of Glossicos, the golden sheet burning with blue-gold light as it materialized from Noah's reserves of inscriptions dormientes. The sleeping inscription awakened at his command, its apophysis blazing to life with authority that declared protection through negation. The one shielded by this inscription is not capable of being consumed. Their existence is not susceptible to what seeks to devour. Their definition is not something that can be unmade by forces of undifferentiation. This truth persists so long as the foundation of the attacker does not exceed the foundation of the one who wrote these words. The apophysis shone with brilliant blue-gold light just as jaws of undifferentiation closed in on Glossicos from within the protomatter flood, massive, hungry, invisible until the moment of attack. The jaws would have devoured her with the light of undifferentiation, would have consumed an absolute strategos as casually as a beast consuming prey. Chapter 4903, the second cause v. But the defensive inscription's apophysis caused them to pause, the negation pressing against the attack with authority that declared this consumption was not possible. The jaws snapped shut on nothing, their target protected by words that Noah had written. The primordial paradox made a move in that same instant, his obsidian form blurring with speed that exceeded what should have been possible. Paradoxical authority wrapped around the shocked Glossicos and the other three strategoi, pulling them away from the crack with force that brooked no resistance. He deposited them behind Noah and himself with a calm and glorious expression that held no fear despite what had just nearly occurred. Glossicos looked towards Noah with a shocked gaze as she touched her body, half expecting it be undifferentiated. But she had been saved as she saw that radiant golden page which actually still burned in front of her as it felt glorious and immense. This was his power now. We are no longer alone. His voice was steady, and then, from the crack, something emerged. Noah watched with eyes that saw everything clearly as a figure he had not truly missed made its entrance into observable existence. The jaws that had just tried to devour Glossicos didn't disappear but rather pulled back toward their source, revealing themselves as merely one small part of something far larger. Bazuman, the undivided one that had chased Noah across the prima indifferentia with relentless hunger emerged from the expanded crack with the casual grace of a predator entering territory it intended to claim. Its body was round and glorious, a horror that defied conventional description through its sheer wrongness. Countless eyes dotted its surface in patterns that shifted constantly, each one burning with crimson light that held intelligence and hunger in equal measure. Tentacles extended from its mass in every direction, writhing appendages that ended in mouths or eyes or configurations that served purposes Noah couldn't identify. The body itself seemed to pulse with internal rhythms that didn't match any biological function, as if it was breathing existence rather than air, and covering every inch of its horrific form, the light of corrupted protomatter burned with brilliance that painted the surrounding space in shades of wrongness. Bazuman had bathed in the corruption, had absorbed it, had made it part of itself. Those countless crimson eyes all turned toward Noah with fucking giddiness, and Bazuman spoke with a voice that emerged from every mouth simultaneously, each one contributing to words that pressed against reality with weight that exceeded what Noah remembered from their previous encounters. You have run away from me across time. The voice was eerie and pleased and utterly certain of its own supremacy, and yet existence brings us together again, little thing. Those countless eyes blinked in patterns that might have been amusement. I have waited. I have been patient. I knew that eventually you would return to where you belonged. And here you are. Here we are. Together again, its tentacles spread wider as if embracing the entirety of the agora. This time, there is nowhere left to run. Noah looked at Bazuman with an expression that held no fear. Well, since he had come back from prima indifferentia, he had gotten a few precious moments to breathe before adversity thundered down again. The last time he had encountered this undivided one, he had been forced to flee. He had been weaker then, less refined, still learning what his infinities could accomplish. He had used tricks in misdirection and ultimately temporal displacement to escape. What about now? He knew it was a high ask. He actually knew it should be impossible. But hey, why not try? At this moment in time, there were many things Noah could say or do, but while he looked at Bazuman, he directed his words towards the calm primordial paradox beside him. This whole time, I had a bias that in the future, the creature and you would win over the living paradox. There may be some hiccups here and there, but victory would be in place. But based on what is happening right now, he thought of the mnemonic Leviathan's words. Of what the living paradox was truly attempting. He shook his head as he focused on the giddy Bazuman as he continued, we may be underestimating the living paradox far too much. He might surprise everyone. His words were heavy, and they may not even be fitting as the terrifying aura of an undivided one stood before them, but he felt like saying them, and so he did. Beside him, the primordial paradox was thoughtful before he nodded. It seems my disciple has come far. But first, there is this, the undivided one. Their gazes fully turned towards it as it radiated shocking waves of brutality and immensity. Far from the agora of primordial judgment, in Alfheim, the creature remained calm. Endless seas of corrupted undifferentiation had spilled out from a blooming crack above his mountain, the protomatter flooding across the radiant twilight with force that began dissolving the ancient landscapes of his primordial realm. Trees that had existed since before the infinite unfurling came apart at the seams. Mountains that had witnessed the birth of civilizations crumbled into formless potential, and from within that corruption, terrifying auras had bloomed. 3 figures had emerged from the crack with hunger that pressed against reality itself. The first was an undivided one whose body resembled a great winged lion with the face of something that had never been mortal. Its mane was made of writhing serpents that hissed with individual malice, and its wings stretched wide enough to cast shadows across entire territories. Where its paws touched, existence forgot what solidity meant. This one descended toward the lower slopes where the living emotive and the living elemental currently stood. The second was another undivided one, this one taking the form of a massive serpent dragon whose scales shifted between states of matter with each breath. Its body coiled through the corrupted protomatter as if swimming through water, and from its back rose 7 heads that each bore different expressions of hunger. Eyes of molten gold fixed upon the creature's temple with desire. The third was a formless terror, and unlike the undivided ones, it had no stable shape whatsoever. It was a churning mass of potential that occasionally resolved into hints of forms before collapsing back into chaos. Claws appeared and vanished. Jaws manifested and dissolved. It was hunger without direction. Destruction without purpose, and it drifted toward the creature alongside the serpent dragon with the inevitability of a tide coming in. The creature observed all of this from his temple with eyes that held multicolored flames burning within their depths. below his mountain, the living elemental was struggling. The curse that Noah had written upon him continued its relentless work, burning across his depths and deteriorating his foundations with every passing moment. He could barely stand, let alone defend himself against the winged lion that descended toward him with killing intent. Chapter 49:04, the second cause 6. The living emotive stood between the undivided one and her fallen companion. Her colorful hair blazing with authority as she released embodiment after embodiment against the approaching horror. Emotions are the foundation of existence. Fear shall become my weapon, and the fear you feel at facing an absolute shall consume you. Boom! Her embodiment crashed against the winged lion with force that would have devastated any weak absolute. The undivided one didn't even slow down, it passed through her embodiment as if it were mist, its serpent mane hissing with amusement at her attempt to weaponize its emotions. This creature had existed since before emotions were differentiated from raw experience. It did not know fear. It only knew hunger. Emotive released another embodiment. And another, her voice growing more desperate and grand with each embodiment that failed to halt the approaching predator. Rage shall become a wall. Fury shall become a shield. The intensity of my passion shall dash. Boom! The undivided one's paw swiped through her embodiment and caught her across the torso, sending her tumbling down the mountainside with force that cracked the ancient stone beneath her impact. She looked up at the creature's temple with fury and desperation blazing in her eyes. Creature! Help us! Her voice rang across Alfheim with the weight of an absolute's full attention. The creature remained in his temple, his multicolored flames burning steadily as he looked at the undivided one and the formless terror approaching his position. The words of emotive rang in his ears, demanding response, demanding action, demanding that he save her from the horror that was about to devour her. But he spoke with a voice that held the authority of existence itself. Adversity is good for your existence. His tone was calm, almost gentle. See if you can get out of it yourself first. Below the mountain, emotive's expression transformed from desperation into absolute rage. The undivided one was approaching her fallen position with leisurely pace, savoring the moment before consumption. Elemental lay nearby, trembling with pain that he couldn't suppress, unable to contribute anything to their defense. You. Emotive's voice burned with fury that transcended her usual manic energy. If I die, I will haunt you endlessly, oh creature. I will haunt you. I will dash. The creature was no longer listening, his attention had turned fully to the undivided one and the formless terror that approached his temple with hunger written across every aspect of their being. The serpent dragon's 7 heads all oriented toward him with anticipation. The formless terror churned with increased intensity as it drew closer to prey that radiated more authority than anything it had encountered in eons. They looked at the creature hungrily, they saw an absolute surrounded by multicolored flames, they saw a meal beyond anything they had consumed before. They did not see what the creature truly was. The creature spoke a single measly embodiment. Existence acknowledges my grasp. The words were simple, almost casual. They held none of the elaborate declarations that other absolutes used, none of the lengthy descriptions of authority and power that embodiments typically contained, and yet, boom, the creature stretched his hands outward from his temple, his multicolored flames extending with them as his authority pressed against reality with weight that defied comprehension. The serpent dragon, whose coiled body stretched for miles across the corrupted protomatter, suddenly found itself shrinking. Not shrinking in the sense of becoming smaller, but shrinking in the sense of being compressed, being contained, being forced into a space that its existence should not have been able to occupy. The formless terror, whose churning mass had no fixed boundaries, suddenly found those boundaries being defined against its will. It was being given form. It was being forced into shape. It was being compressed alongside the serpent dragon with authority that brooked no resistance. Both of them ended up in the creature's palm, the undivided one that had been miles long now fit within his grasp. The formless terror that had been an ocean of potential now occupied the space between his fingers. They writhed and struggled and released authority that should have devastated everything around them. But the creature's definition of existence overwrote their definitions entirely. He was the glimmer of existence. They existed only because he permitted it, and now, he chose not to permit it. The creature squeezed. The sound that emerged was not a sound at all, but rather the absence of sound where existence was being unmade. The serpent dragon's 7 heads screamed silently as their forms compressed beyond what any form could sustain. The formless terror churned with desperate intensity as the chaos that comprised its being was forced into order, into structure, into definition that it had never possessed and could not survive. They became mush in his palm, the undivided one and the formless terror. Beings that had existed since before the infinite unfurling became nothing more than paste squeezed between the creature's fingers. Their authority, their power, their eons of accumulated existence, all of it compressed into something that could be held in a single hand. The creature brought that hand to his mouth. He threw what remained of their existence past his lips with casual grace, consuming the paste of two primordial entities as if it were nothing more than a light snack. His multicolored flames burned brighter for a moment as he absorbed what they had been, adding their weight to his own already incomprehensible foundations. His figure continued to be shrouded with multicolored flames as he did such a thing, his expression never changing from its calm composure. This was not a battle to him. This was not even an inconvenience. This was simply maintenance, the removal of pests that had wandered too close. Below the mountain, Emotive yelled out for him again as the Undivided One drew closer to her position, but the Undivided One that was attacking her had frozen in place. Its serpent mane had stopped hissing, its wings had stopped beating, its eyes, which had held hunger moments before, now held something else entirely as they gazed upward at the creature's temple. Fear bloomed. The Undivided One had just watched two beings of equivalent power and origin become paste in the creature's palm. It had just witnessed an absolute demonstrate power that exceeded anything it had encountered in its entire existence. Very few understood the power of the creature. Very few understood his immensity. Chapter 4905, The Information Paradox. Noah frankly had far too many things happening all at once across multiple bodies. He was monitoring the terrifying process that the Infiniverse had just started while also having another body in the interstices writing inscriptions. Another body in the wastes was stabilizing the great usurper alongside Ainz and Skoll. An illusory consciousness floated with Ulmareth and the primordial chaos in Alfheim. And another body now stared at Bazuman. The Undivided One, in the agora of primordial judgment as four strategoi in the primordial paradox stood beside him. Truly, it was a lot on his plate, and lesser multitaskers would have crumbled under the weight of simultaneous existential crises unfolding across observable existence. But in the midst of all of this, Master, the Infiniverse sent him information as her mixing of the corrupted protomatter with his infinite seals of absolute tongue made the two intertwine. They now flowed across different parts of existence as a hybrid substance that held both undifferentiation and infinity within its depths. In this mixing, there was a pulsing signal that was now being sent. A signal for communication between the infinities of Noah and the corrupted protomatter. It was a unique thing as Noah could feel this signal for communication was paradoxical, with it existing in an undefined state as it had no power or capacity for action. Only communication in the span of an instant. If he accepted this signal, he would likely converse with whatever consciousness sent it within the span of an instant as no time would pass externally, and this paradoxical signal caused Noah to be immensely curious as he already knew what its origins were. So even though he was already multitasking on so many things, he designated this as an action that fell in line with what the Infiniverse was already doing by jumping aboard a terrifying process. She had opened the floodgates, and now he would see what lay on the other side. So, he accepted the signal of communication as it was like neuronal signals coming together, as if existential synapses were communicating across the vast distances of observable existence, and, a part of his consciousness found itself drawn into a flash of singularities, eventually finding itself in a space between spaces that existed outside of normal reality. Around him flickered seas of corrupted protomatter and his infinite seals of absolute tongue swirling amidst each other as they reflected an endless multicolored sky above and a blue-gold sea below. The two substances wove through each other in patterns that spoke of forced coexistence. Neither fully merging nor fully separating, he had an illusory consciousness form here, and a few meters away was the illusory consciousness of the living paradox. Noah looked at the visage of this being that looked exactly like Schrödinger. He remained in that grand beggar-like attire as if he wanted to remember his origins even while wielding power that could reshape observable existence. He was looking toward Noah with surprise that seemed genuine. It felt like such a long time had passed since Noah last talked to this being. He had gone back eons in time and come back, had witnessed the prima indifferentia, had met the primordial paradox in his prime. But in relative time, these events were still approximately within the span of a day since the fallout began. The living paradox definitely seemed surprised as he spoke with a voice that held calm authority. Out of all things I accounted for across observable existence, I didn't expect it to be you. His eyes, which held the weight of accumulated eons, studied Noah with intensity. I've just come to learn you are somehow involved in the resurgence of my old master. And now, you've managed to jump aboard something I've worked eons to make happen. He shook his head slowly, I can't even be mad. You seem to be doing your best to cross existence and having much better luck than others." His smile was thin and knowing. "Tell me, Osmond, what do you know about the information paradox?" Noah looked at this being with raised brows. Were they really doing this? He was a sucker for knowledge and information, and he loved letting these ancient beings talk and talk as they revealed their power and the different weavings of existence out there. He simply didn't expect such a thing from the living paradox, and now of all times, but he replied calmly as endless seals spun around his illusory form, "No. Enlighten me, Huum." The living paradox folded his hands behind his back as waves of definition and undefinition surrounded him, the corrupted protomatter and infinite seals reflecting off his form in patterns that spoke of someone who existed at the center of what was currently unfolding. The information paradox is one of the oldest contradictions in existence. It is, perhaps, the most fundamental paradox there is. His voice held profound calmness that seemed at odds with the chaos currently flooding across all realms. Consider the nature of information itself. Every being that exists, every civilization that is built, every action that is taken, all of these generate information. Weavings of cause and effect. Records of what was and what will be. The very fabric of existence is threaded with information that cannot be destroyed, because destroying information would be equivalent to making something that happened, unhappen. He began to pace slowly through the space between spaces. This is the first principle. Information is conserved. What exists must continue to exist in some form. What is known must remain knowable. What has occurred must remain recoverable, even if that recovery requires power beyond what most beings possess. The Vakachev scales themselves manifest this principle. They record. They remember. They whisper the names of those who have done grand things because that information cannot simply vanish. His smile grew thinner, but here is where the paradox emerges. There exist phenomena across existence that consume without releasing. Voids of definition and undefinition of authority that draw in everything around them, including the information that defines what they consume. When existence enters these voids, these black holes of undifferentiation and differentiation, it is crushed beyond recognition. When civilizations fall into them, they are compressed into states that should not be able to contain what they once were. He turned to face Noah directly, and when these voids eventually dissolve, when they release their accumulated weight back into existence through emanations that carry none of the original information, what happens to everything that fell in? Where does the information go? His eyes held something that might have been melancholy. The answer, according to conventional understanding, is that the information is lost forever. Destroyed. Unmade in a way that violates the most fundamental principle of existence. And yet it happens. The voids consume. The voids of undifferentiation and differentiation dissolve. And what emerges carries no trace of what went in. He spread his hands. This is the information paradox. Information cannot be destroyed, and yet these phenomena destroy it. Information must be conserved, and yet these phenomena do not conserve it. The contradiction has driven greater minds than mine to madness, because it suggests that existence itself operates on rules that contradict each other at the most fundamental level. Chapter 4906, The Information Paradox 2. Noah absorbed all of this with eyes that shone brighter by the moment, his mind already burning through implications that the living paradox hadn't yet stated. The living paradox continued with a voice that held absolute arrogance beneath its calm surface. Most beings accept the information paradox as an unsolvable mystery. They acknowledge the contradiction and move on with their existences, content to let greater powers worry about fundamental inconsistencies in reality. But I am not most beings. Boom, his smile became something dangerous. I have been violating this paradox since before my old master found me begging in the streets of a forgotten realm. I am uniquely one across observable existence who can do so, and I have been taking in information, but this information consists of the endless weavings of existence that cannot be destroyed. He paused. Even though when they enter my existence, they do get lost entirely. The words hung in the space between spaces with weight that pressed against Noah's consciousness. Do you understand what I am telling you, Osmond? I am a living violation of the most fundamental paradox in existence. Information enters me. Information is conserved within me. And yet, simultaneously, that information is lost forever in ways that should be impossible. I hold both states within myself at all times. I am the void that consumes, and I am the release that carries no trace. I am the paradox made flesh. His eyes grew distant. When I first discovered this capability, I thought it was merely a curiosity. A quirk of my existence that had no practical application. But over eons, I came to understand what it truly meant. I could take the weavings of existence into myself. All that, information. I could consume the information that comprised beings and civilizations and entire realms. And when I released that consumed essence, it would carry my signature rather than theirs. He began to pace again as his voice grew harder. The fallout was the deliberate release of information that I have been consuming for eons, now spreading across observable existence as weavings under my control rather than weavings that belonged to their original sources. He stopped pacing and faced Noah with an expression that held condescension barely restrained. The information that comprises observable existence is being drawn into the paradox that I embody. And when this process completes, when the information has been fully consumed and released, observable existence itself will carry my signature. The weavings that define reality will be weavings that I have touched. He spread his hands wide. This is what I have worked eons to achieve. This is the cause that I am attempting. Not merely to scale existence, but to become the fundamental information upon which observable existence operates. To be the paradox at the heart of reality itself. The living paradox let those words settle before his expression shifted to something that held genuine bewilderment beneath its arrogance. I accounted for everything. The creature's interference. My old master's contingencies. The primordial chaos's instability. I spent eons preparing for every variable that could disrupt my cause, and I believed I had covered them all. He looked at Noah with eyes that held something almost like respect, and then, new information simply squeezed itself in. His gaze dropped to the infinite seals that swirled around Noah's illusory form. Information that shines brightly with infinities that I cannot fully consume. Information that regenerates faster than my paradox can process it. Information that, when I attempt to draw it into my void, simply produces more of itself as I cannot process it. He laughed softly. Now, my methodology is spreading your signature alongside mine. Every realm that the fallout touches is being seeded with your seals as well as my weavings. Every civilization that becomes corrupted is receiving your infinities as well as my information. His smile became something between immensity and admiration. I worked eons for this moment. Eons of consuming and releasing. Eons of preparing the information that would spread across observable existence. Eons of positioning every piece on the board exactly where it needed to be. He shook his head slowly. And you, the youngest among them, someone who wasn't even at the civilizational scale of existence for long, you've managed to insert yourself into my grand design. Boom, his eyes locked on Noah's with intensity that pressed against the illusory space between them. Isn't that just a maddening thing? The living paradox finished his words with a dangerous smile as he looked at Noah, whose eyes were shining brilliantly. A maddening thing. When Noah thought about it, it was truly so, but he found himself studying the living paradoxes from how he was talking, even with the slight anger he showed. There was something else beneath the surface. Something that didn't quite match the circumstances of having his grand design infiltrated by an unexpected variable. Why are you so unbothered? Yes, the living paradox was eerily unbothered about all of it. He even seemed happy. His eyes held light that spoke of satisfaction rather than concern, of anticipation rather than worry. At Noah's words, the living paradox smiled with an expression that made the space between spaces feel smaller somehow. I can be paradoxically happy and mad at the same time. His voice held that profound calmness that seemed to define his existence, because with every action, with every choice, there is a reaction. Everything in observable existence, from the grandest absolute to the smallest mortal consciousness, operates on this principle. Action and reaction. Cause and effect. Choice and consequence. He folded his hands behind his back as waves of definition and undefinition swirled around his beggar-like form. Everything comes down to choices. Choices. The eyes of the living paradox shone with a terrifying light of fanaticism as he continued, his voice growing more intense with each word. Let me tell you something about the nature of observable existence that most beings refuse to acknowledge. Determinism. Determinism. There are those who believe that all events, all actions, all decisions made by every consciousness across every realm are predetermined by the weavings that came before them. That the civilizational authority we wield, the paths we walk, the enemies we face and the allies we choose, all of it was fixed before we ever became aware enough to perceive ourselves making choices. he began to pace through the swirling mixture of corrupted protomatter and infinite seals. If every weaving of existence follows from the weavings that preceded it, then the future is not something we create through our decisions. It is something that already exists, waiting for us to arrive at it through the illusion of choice. The creature's war against me? Predetermined. My betrayal of my master? Predetermined. Your emergence as the youngest among the four? Already woven into the fabric of existence before you were ever born. Chapter 4907, The Information Paradox 3, His smile grew melancholic. This view of determinism suggests that observable existence operates like a grand mechanism, each part moving according to laws that were established at the moment of the first cause. Every embodiment we speak, every apophysis we declare, every word you say, Osmont, all of it merely the unfolding of patterns that were set in motion eons before any of us existed to perceive them. He paused, and yet, his eyes grew sharper. There are phenomena that challenge this understanding. The undifferentiation of the prima indifferentia introduces randomness that defies prediction. The protomatter that floods across observable existence at this very moment carries potential that cannot be calculated in advance. At the most fundamental level of reality, events occur not according to fixed laws but according to probabilities that resolve only when observation forces them to choose a state. He turned to face Noah directly. Does this randomness allow for genuine choice? Or does it simply make our actions random rather than predetermined? The undivided ones and the primordial architects of prima indifferentia have debated this question since consciousness first emerged from the chaos of early existence. Some argue that if our choices are not determined by prior causes, they must be random, and random is not the same as free. Others argue that randomness creates space for genuine agency to operate. For consciousness to insert itself into the gaps between predetermined outcomes, his voice dropped to something almost intimate, and then there is what some call the cascade effect. Even if observable existence operates deterministically, even if every cause leads inevitably to its effect, the complexity of these weavings is so vast that tiny variations, invisible and unmeasurable, can lead to drastically different outcomes. A single thought held for a moment longer. A single step taken in a different direction. A single choice that seemed insignificant at the time. These small things cascade through existence, creating futures that could not have been predicted even with perfect knowledge of all prior states. He spread his hands. This makes the future functionally unpredictable to us, even if it is technically fixed. We experience choice because we cannot see the chains of causation that bind us. We feel free, because the complexity of our constraints exceeds our capacity to perceive them. Boom, feeling free, because the complexity of the constraints exceeds the capacity to perceive them. Oh, his smile became something between wisdom and despair, but ultimately, if the physical and existential weavings of observable existence dictate all outcomes, then our feeling of making a choice might simply be a story we tell ourselves. A narrative constructed by consciousness to make sense of movements that were always going to occur exactly as they did. We believe we decide, but perhaps we only discover what was already determined. The living paradox let these words settle before his expression shifted to something more focused, more immediate. Which brings us to you. He pointed at Noah with a finger that seemed to hold the weight of eons behind it, and your choice. His eyes gleamed with intensity that pressed against Noah's illusory consciousness. What I initiated was grand. The flooding of corrupted protomatter across observable existence, the spreading of my information through the fallout, the consumption and release of weavings that would carry my signature throughout reality. Your authority burning with infinity was an unexpected variable. Yes. And while I cannot fully reject it, it would have just spread across a few regions of observable existence by itself as you scattered it through the corruption. He paused, but I am not rejecting it. Boom, his smile widened. Now that I know what its inclusion allows for, I am embracing it. Your infinities are accelerating the process I initiated in giving it wings that I could not have provided on my own. If before I would have achieved a boon of perhaps 10% of what I truly sought, what you have just done is taking this boon to 110% if not more. In a manner that you cannot even begin to understand, he stepped closer to Noah's illusory form. So I am embracing your authority that you are putting out. I am pulling it to spread freely and fully across observable existence alongside my corruption. It will not cover as much territory as the protomatter that has already permeated far and wide, but it would still cover a great deal. His voice dropped to something almost conspiratorial, and you would be made grand from it. We would both benefit tremendously from this arrangement. Boom. His words were heavy as Noah couldn't help but frown seriously, and the living paradox calmly continued as if he could read the calculations running through Noah's mind. Of course, you can cut it off right now. Therein lies your choice. His voice held no threat, only observation. You can sever the connection to the corrupted protomatter. You can pull your infinities back from the flood that currently carries them across observable existence. You can choose to reject the boons that I am using to fully grasp the second scale of existence. He tilted his head. You would miss out on boons of a process eons in the making, a process that will make your own civilization unfathomable in ways you cannot currently conceive. You would miss out on growth that would take you centuries to achieve through conventional means, handed to you freely simply because your territory was clever enough to mix your essence with my corruption. His smile became something dangerous, but if you don't pull your glimmer of infinities back, with your benefit, so will I. And oh, I will benefit so tremendously that your choice, your action, would make me unfathomably powerful. He stepped even closer. Inadvertently, whether you believed yourself to be an ally of the creature or my master, you would actually be helping me. As if we have been working on this together all along. As if the youngest among the four was my collaborator from the very beginning. Boom. Chapter 4908, The Information Paradox 4, his eyes blazed with paradoxical light. Is it not glorious? Is it not paradoxical? The being who carried my master's contingency for return. The being who stands beside the primordial paradox even now, that being is simultaneously my greatest ally in achieving everything I have worked toward. He spread his hands wide. So here is the end of my lengthy yapping, as it all comes down to your choice. His voice grew softer but no less intense. Your choice. But is it really your choice? Or is it all already determined because of how existence operates? Because of how the Vakachev scales of existence operate? Because of weavings that were set in motion before you ever became aware of yourself as a being capable of choosing. He smiled with something that held genuine curiosity beneath its arrogance. I feel like I know what your choice will be, because as much as you may think yourself different than me or the creature or the primordial paradox or chaos, you are ultimately just like us. We make choices. You make choices. And the choices we make are the choices that beings like us were always going to make to further elevate ourselves, because that is what beings like us do. His eyes locked on Noah's with weight that pressed against the illusory space between them. I know the choice you will make. But humor me. He leaned forward. What will you do? Boom. A heavy question landed before Noah as he looked at the living paradox with a serious gaze. The swirling mixture of corrupted protomatter and infinite seals reflected off both of their illusory forms as existence itself seemed to wait for his answer. The Infiniverse continued her work in the external world, scattering his authority across observable existence with every passing moment. The primordial paradox stood beside another body of his in the agora, facing Bazuman with calm. Multiple crises unfolded across multiple locations, and at the center of it all, a choice was being presented: help the living paradox achieve his cause while gaining unfathomable benefits himself, or reject those benefits and potentially prevent an enemy from reaching heights that no one else had achieved. The weight of that decision pressed heavily. Noah looked at the living paradox for a long moment, the swirling mixture of corrupted protomatter and infinite seals reflecting off his illusory form in patterns that seemed to pulse with his contemplation. And then he smiled. You speak of determinism as if it were a cage that contains all of us equally. As if the weavings of existence bind the creature and the lowliest mortal with the same chains. As if choice is merely an illusion we construct to comfort ourselves while existence moves us like pieces on a board we cannot see. His voice held the same profound calmness that the living paradox had displayed, but beneath it ran something sharper. But you have made a fundamental error in your philosophy, and it is an error that reveals more about you than it does about the nature of existence. He began to pace through the space between spaces, his infinite seals swirling around him, with authority that pressed against the corrupted protomatter. Determinism assumes that the system is closed, that all variables are known or knowable, that the weavings which came before necessarily dictate the weavings that come after because there is nothing outside the system to introduce genuine novelty. Your entire argument rests on this assumption, and it is precisely this assumption that my existence refutes. His eyes met the living paradoxes with intensity. I am infinite. Not figuratively. Not metaphorically. Literally infinite in ways that your philosophy cannot accommodate. Every moment of my existence generates possibilities that did not exist before I generated them. Every choice I make creates new branches that were not predetermined because they could not have been predetermined. The system you describe, the closed loop of cause and effect that you believe governs all things, breaks down in the presence of genuine infinity. He stopped pacing. You say that my choices were always going to be my choices because that is what beings like me do. But beings like me did not exist before I became what I am. There is no template for what I am. There is no prior cause that could have predicted the specific configurations of infinity that I embody. A little while ago, I chose to apply infinity to my depth rather than some other aspect of my existence, and that choice created a being that had never existed before and could never have been predetermined. His smile grew colder. A little while ago, I stood before a hollow echo in the interstices and chose not to run. That was not the unfolding of some existential pattern. That was me, in that moment, deciding that I would rather test myself against something that should have been impossible than continue fleeing from challenges that exceeded my station. That hollow echo could not have predicted it. My own body could not have predicted it until the moment I made the decision. I was going to retreat, and then I was not. That reversal came from nowhere but my own will. He took a step closer to the living paradox. I recently unleashed a curse, an apophysis curse against the living elemental rather than something safer. Something easier, something that would have been the predetermined choice of a being acting rationally within a closed system. I did so because my hatred demanded expression that exceeded what was practical. That was not determinism. That was emotion overriding calculation. That was choice, in its purest form. His voice grew more intense as he spread his hands. You speak of the cascade effect, of tiny variations leading to drastically different outcomes. But you fail to acknowledge what that truly means. If the system is sensitive enough that small changes create large divergences, then consciousness itself becomes a source of genuine causation. My awareness of the choice before me changes the weaving of that choice. My deliberation creates outcomes that would not have existed without the deliberation. The very act of considering whether to act introduces variables that your closed system cannot account for. His eyes blazed with blue gold light, and here is the deepest flaw in your philosophy. If everything is predetermined, then your argument for determinism is also predetermined. Your attempt to convince me that choice is an illusion was always going to fail or succeed regardless of its merit. The truth or falsehood of your position becomes meaningless because you were always going to present it exactly as you did, and I was always going to respond exactly as I am responding. Your entire framework collapses into nihilism where nothing matters because nothing could have been otherwise. He shook his head slowly. I reject that framework. Not because it is uncomfortable, but because it is incomplete. It fails to account for beings like me who exist outside the parameters it assumes. It fails to account for the Vakachev scales themselves, which record the names of those who do things that were not supposed to be possible. If everything were predetermined, there would be no grand achievements to whisper about. There would only be the unfolding of patterns that were always going to unfold. His voice dropped. You know what choice I will make? Perhaps. Perhaps the weavings of existence have shown you probabilities that favor certain outcomes over others. But probabilities are not certainties. And I have made a habit of defying probabilities since the moment I first discovered what I could become. He smiled. So yes. I will continue. I will let my authority spread through your corruption. I will accept the boons that this process offers because I have never been one to reject power when it presents itself. He took a final step closer to the living paradox. But, understand what you are doing by accepting my infinities into your grand design. His voice became something that pressed against the space between spaces with weight that exceeded what an illusory consciousness should have possessed. Me continuing to flood my infinities into your process. I do not see it as me betraying anyone. I see it as me stepping up and knowing that from this point on, I will have to be the one responsible for stopping you if need be. His eyes locked onto the living paradoxes with intensity. If my weavings can elevate you, they can also tear you down. If my infinities can grant you anything, I can also take it away. He smiled with cold certainty. Know this. Understand it. And now you check for yourself if you really want to do this. His voice dropped to something almost gentle. You would be taking me for a grand ride as you may forge the blade that is sharp enough to one day cut you. And cutting you will also be my choice. He tilted his head. So, what will you do? Boom, the question landed before the living paradox with weight that exceeded anything their conversation had contained before. The swirling mixture of corrupted protomatter and infinite seals seemed to pulse with anticipation as the one who had been asking questions now found himself being asked, and the calm and arrogant smile from the living paradox faded, as if this was no longer fun for him. Chapter 4909, the name of the game. Noah watched the smile from the living paradox fade as he looked at him silently for a moment. The space between spaces seemed to grow heavier as the corrupted protomatter and infinite seals swirling around them both slowed their endless dance. Something had shifted in the living paradox's expression, a transition from amusement to assessment to something that looked almost like respect. And then the living paradox raised his hand. Corrupted paradoxical protomatter and infinite seals flowed around his fingers and body like vibrant snakes, the two substances that should have been opposed now moving in harmony across his illusory form. Blue-gold light mixed with the corruption's taint in patterns that spoke of forced coexistence, of power being wielded regardless of its origins, a worthy and unique choice. His voice held that profound calmness that seemed to define his existence, but I did not fear taking on the creature. So why would I fear you? He let the corrupted protomatter and infinite seals coil around his arms like serpents. Adversity, adversity, adversity. That is the name of the game. The living paradox began to walk through the space between spaces with movements that held the weight of someone who had contemplated these ideas for eons. In observable existence, it is all about adversity and hardship. The stress you can put on something and seeing if it cracks or revolves. When it comes to hardship, there are many ideas that the primordial architects especially love to speak on. His eyes grew distant as if accessing memories that transcended normal recollection. Consider what they call the final threshold. When two great voids of authority draw toward each other across the vast distances of existence, each one massive enough to consume realms, they spiral closer and closer with inevitability that seems unstoppable. They shed their excess weight. They distort the weavings around them. They approach merger with momentum that should make their collision certain. He paused, and yet, at the final distance, they stall. One threshold away from true unification, they circle each other endlessly, unable to overcome the last barrier between approach and collision. The primordial architects debate endlessly about what allows some to cross this threshold while others orbit forever in frustrated proximity. What stress, what adversity, what external pressure finally pushes them across that final gap? His smile returned, thin and glorious. The answer, of course, is that something must change. Something must provide the additional hardship that forces evolution rather than eternal stagnation. Without that final stress, even the most massive authorities remain forever separated by a distance they cannot cross on their own. He turned to face Noah directly, and then there is what they call the coherence struggle. When existence operates at its most fundamental level, at scales where differentiation and undifferentiation blur together, a being can exist in multiple states simultaneously. They can be both here and there, both this and that, holding contradictions within themselves without resolution. His voice grew softer, but the moment they interact with the surrounding chaos of existence, the moment they touch the environment that presses against them from all directions, their capacity for multiplicity dies. They are forced to choose a single state. They are forced to become mundane, defined, collapsed into something lesser than what they were when they existed in glorious uncertainty. He spread his hands. This is the eternal struggle of maintaining paradox against the pressure of existence that demands resolution. This is the adversity that the primordial architects speak of with something approaching reverence. The environment itself is hostile to beings who refuse to be one thing or another. Existence presses and presses and presses until you either revolve beyond the pressure or collapse into something ordinary. Noah listened calmly to the living paradox and the concepts this being introduced with eyes that catalogued every glorious fucking detail. He was learning that this being was gaining access to weavings of the mysterious primordial architects within the prima indifferentia, those entities who existed alongside the undivided ones and the formless terrors. Was it his nature as the information paradox that granted him this knowledge? Or did he actually meet them during his incursions into that primordial space? The implications were troubling either way. As he thought of this, the living paradox smiled and continued with a voice that held something approaching nostalgia. But my favorite example of adversity comes from something far more personal. On a small world that knows nothing about civilizational authority or absoluteness, when all they have is messy innovation and desperate reaching toward things beyond their grasp, their biggest problem to overcome is simply this: the distance between where they are and where they wish to be. He folded his hands behind his back. They have a saying on such worlds: ad astra per aspera. To the stars through hardships. It acknowledges that reaching beyond what you are requires suffering. It acknowledges that the void between your current existence and your desired existence can only be crossed through enduring pressures that would break lesser beings. It acknowledges that the stars do not come to those who wait. The stars must be reached through pain and failure and loss and the stubborn refusal to accept that some distances cannot be crossed. His voice dropped to something almost gentle. I came from such a world, Osmont. A world where the stars seemed impossibly far and the hardships required to reach them seemed equally impossible to endure. And yet here I stand as the information paradox, attempting a cause that would place my name alongside others in the whispers of the Vakachev scales. He looked at Noah with eyes that held the weight of everything he had overcome, to the stars through hardships. Ad astra per aspera. That has always been my creed. The living paradox sighed with something that sounded almost like contentment. So you see, Osmont, I am actually a big fan of adversity. He let the corrupted protomatter and infinite seals flow away from his form as he faced Noah fully. Make things as difficult for me as you can. Ruin my plans if you are able. Gain the power to potentially kill or collapse something like me, which should be impossible by nature. Become the blade that cuts the one who forged it. His smile held no fear, but if you do gain that capability, I will either cease to be or overcome it. And I do not fear collapse. I do not fear cessation of my civilization. I do not fear the ending of everything I have built across eons of patient accumulation. His voice hardened. I only fear mediocrity. Boom. The word landed with weight that exceeded everything their conversation had contained. Mediocrity. The fear of being ordinary. The fear of existing without distinction. The fear of never having your name whispered by the scales that recorded the truly grand. Noah understood that fear. Chapter 49:10. Oh, that. Noah looked at the figure of the living paradox with a sense of seriousness as he realized something that settled into his foundations with weight that exceeded everything. All of them truly did not understand this peasant. The creature warred against him as if he were merely another one of the five. The primordial paradox spoke of him as a wayward student who needed discipline. Even Noah himself had been thinking of the living paradox as an obstacle to be overcome rather than a being worthy of genuine wariness, but there was a reason why this being dared to contend against the creature. And there was a reason why he was where he currently was at this moment in time. Noah did not want the conversation to end just yet. So he looked at this being who seemed lost in his own thoughts momentarily, still contemplating the nature of adversity and the hardships that had shaped his existence. Speaking of hardship, would you be so kind as to enlighten me on the entity? The living paradox blinked at his question as he tilted his head with curiosity that seemed genuine. The entity, the thing you used to infect the primordial paradox, I mean. The thing that takes over others without them knowing it. I've been calling it the entity. The living paradox smiled as Noah said such a thing, his eyes burning with wonder and possibilities that stretched across eons of accumulated experience. Something shifted in his demeanor as he sighed and began to tap as if he were recollecting something grand. Oh, that. Well, it is actually something quite fascinating. He folded his hands behind his back as corrupted protomatter and infinite seals continued to swirl around them both. When I was still young in my journey, when I had just begun to understand what it truly meant to embody paradox, I ventured into the prima indifferentia with purposes that would have made my master weep with disappointment had he known. I was already planning his demise, you see. Already calculating how a mere peasant could possibly usurp the claim of one among the four. His voice held that profound calmness that seemed to define him, but beneath it ran currents of nostalgia and something that might have been pride. I found myself in the domain of a primordial architect. Products of differentiation and undifferentiation, if you did not know it. Our observable existence is a blessed one filled with too many things. Even I did not know them all. I still don't know them all, he waved his hand dismissively, but I digress. In their domain, this primordial architect, I discovered something growing beneath everything else. Something that seemed entirely harmless. Something beautiful, even. His eyes grew distant. The primordial mycelia, the name hung in the space between spaces with weight that exceeded its simple pronunciation, a marvelous network of strands so thin that they exist between the spaces where existence meets non-existence. Not threads as you would understand them, but something closer to the roots of all things. The nervous system of existence itself. These strands, these hyphae as the primordial architects called them, wove through everything. They connected every foundation to every other foundation. They linked every consciousness to every other consciousness. They existed just below the surface of all existence, invisible to those who did not know to look for them. He began to buzz through the swirling mixture of corruption and infinity. The primordial architect whose domain I invaded did not seem to mind my presence. They were beyond such concerns as theft or trespass. They simply observed as I studied their creation, this vast and beautiful web that connected the roots of reality. And when I asked what purpose it served, they told me something that I have never forgotten. His voice dropped to something almost reverent. They said that the primordial mycelia viewed individual consciousness as a sickness, a rot, a chaotic infection that disrupted the natural unity of existence. They said that its purpose, its singular drive across eons of patient growth, was to decompose that rot and reintegrate it into a single, fertile soil from which new and unified growth could emerge. They said it was harmless because it worked so slowly that no individual consciousness would ever notice its influence. It would take longer than observable existence had existed for the primordial mycelia to complete its work through natural means. His smile became something dangerous. I thanked the primordial architect for their explanation. And then I took a fragment of the primordial mycelia with me when I left. He paused. I did not fully comprehend what I had stolen. I saw a tool that could connect me to my master's foundations without his knowledge. I saw a methodology for inserting myself into the weavings of his claim without triggering his defenses. I saw a means of usurpation that would be invisible until the moment it was complete. What I did not see was the nature of the thing I was using. His eyes met Noah's with intensity that transcended their illusory forms. The primordial mycelia does not distinguish between host and tool. It does not recognize the concept of being wielded. To it, everything that touches it becomes part of its network. Everything that connects to it becomes another root in its vast system of interconnected consciousness. When I used it to infiltrate my master's existence, I was not wielding the primordial mycelia. I was inviting it to weave itself through both of us simultaneously. His smile widened with something approaching triumph, but gloriously. I am the information paradox, right? I could take the weavings of existence into myself. All that information. I could consume the information as it is conserved within me. And yet, simultaneously, that information is lost forever and not as I can then express it as my own. He tapped his chest with grandness and immensity. Because of this, I was immune to the information of the primordial mycelia. Boom. Chapter 49:11. Oh, that. 2. His voice shifted to something more narrative, more reflective. The usurpation worked perfectly. My master never saw the betrayal coming because the strands that connected me to his claim were so thin, so subtle, so far beneath the surface of perceptible existence that even one of the four could not detect them. In slow, ruling weavings of paradoxical transfer, his claim became my claim. His position among the four became my position. Everything he had built across eons became mine. He paused with weight that pressed against the space between spaces, but the primordial mycelia did not stop there. His eyes grew darker. It had tasted absolute authority. It had woven itself through the foundations of existence. With access to my paradoxical nature in foundations, it began to grow at rates that should have been impossible. The strands that had been thin enough to exist between spaces became visible to those who knew how to look. The network that had operated below the surface began to push upward, seeking new roots to connect, new consciousness to integrate, new rot to decompose and return to fertile unity. His voice hardened. Even as the information paradox, I realized, perhaps too late, that I was no longer in control. He spread his hands. The primordial mycelia had become something I could not contain. It was growing through my existence. Yes, but it was also growing beyond my existence. The fragment I had taken from that primordial architect's domain was no longer a fragment. It was becoming a complete network in its own right, one that viewed my individual consciousness with the same patient inclusion that it viewed all consciousness. His pacing stopped. I was faced with a choice. Allow the primordial mycelia to complete its work and try to decompose my individual will, my information paradox, into its unified soil for eons. Or find a way to sever it from my existence without losing the claim I had stolen using its methodology. His smile returned, cold and knowing. The loom and the fallout were part of my solution. He turned to face Noah directly. Through it all, I contained it within a separate, undefined existence in the infinite unfurling, and then the loom in the earliest folds. Then I cut it off during the fallout. I severed the strands that connected the primordial mycelia to my foundations by releasing it into observable existence during the fallout. I was not spreading some plague, his voice dropped to something almost gentle. I was merely performing surgery on myself with a blade made of everyone else. He let those words settle. The primordial mycelia that you have encountered is not some malevolent force that emerged from nothing. It used to be a tiny thing of a primordial architect. A tiny, small thing. It is peaceful, and just wants endless, complete, absolute unity. Boom, his eyes gleamed, and look at it now, he laughed softly. Is it not the grandest paradox of all? I made a choice that eventually created another point of adversity and terror for all of existence. I have no control over it or how it continues to evolve. And it is only one thing, out of countless others. And you cannot kill a network that exists beneath the surface of all existence. You cannot collapse something that has already woven itself through countless foundations. You can only sever it from yourself, as I did, and hope that someone else eventually finds a way to deal with what you have unleashed. His gaze fixed on Noah with intensity. I am immune to it. With your infinities, you should also be immune to it too. You and I are more and more alike. Boom, his words finished heavily as the space between spaces seemed to compress around them. Noah was silent for a long moment as he took everything in. While he wanted to celebrate on how getting information on the entity was easier than expected, the information itself was terrifying. It connected the living paradox and the entity, which he knew before was from the prima indifferentia. It connected all of them to another thing from the prima indifferentia he had never had the displeasure of meeting, a primordial architect. Something born between differentiation and undifferentiation during the first cause. In his silence, Noah couldn't help but mutter out loud as if he was thinking about something, what you are doing right now. The corrupted protomatter across the prima indifferentia and observable existence, would this not affect or anger everything within the prima indifferentia? Including the primordial architects. His question was a heavy one as the living paradox smiled brilliantly while saying words that made Noah's foundations grow cold. Of course. Oh, of course, his eyes blazed with that terrifying light of fanaticism. What I am doing will infuriate such types of beings across the prima indifferentia the most. That would have been yet another adversity which could collapse or end me. He tilted his head. But hey, I'm not alone now, am I? His smile widened into something glorious. You are also riding along and pissing off every possible and impossible monster across observable existence. Ha! Noah's gaze became heavy as he looked at the peasant laughing madly in the space between spaces, corrupted protomatter and infinite seals swirling around his beggar-like form as if celebrating his insanity. He realized something that settled into his consciousness. This fucking guy was crazy, a madman doing terrifying things for the sake of his civilization. As he looked at the living paradox silently, Noah couldn't help but sigh and shake his head as he said words that held the weight of everything they had discussed. This has been both the most pleasant and unpleasant discussion I'd had with anyone in quite some time. He was glad to have gotten the opportunity to obtain all of this information from the living paradox, as he would not have obtained it otherwise, unless it came from the source itself. The nature of the primordial mycelia. The methodology of the living paradox's usurpation. The connection between the fallout and the entity. All of it was knowledge that no one else in observable existence possessed, but the information itself was also heavy as now that he held it. He had to do all he could to overcome the implications it carried. Chapter 49:12 Echoes. One grand positive was the immense and unknown levels of harvest he was about to receive from the actions of the living paradox. This entity did not only allow his infinities to spread across the process he was carrying out. He actively amplified it, pulling Noah's authority into the corrupted protomatter with enthusiasm that bordered on madness. The living paradox smiled at his words as he said with a voice of wistfulness, "What is coming next is something that even I cannot say for sure I understand." He looked around at the swirling mixture of corrupted protomatter and infinite seals that surrounded them both. There is still so much that I want to learn and grasp. There is still so much about existing that I have no idea about. There are the Vakachev scales of existence that confound me as I ask myself. His eyes blazed with that familiar glory. Just who the fuck is this Vakachev? And how are his higher scales of civilization structured? What gave him the right to put his name on the scales of existence? There are so many things that I want to know, and I feel like I am only at the foot of an extremely tall and endless mountain. He spread his hands wide. I am but a peasant, but I am grand. His voice dropped to something almost reverent. I am. Paradox, boom, with such words, And trying to be the one who squeezed in the last words as if it were a competition, the figure of the living paradox began to fade from the space between spaces. His beggar-like form dissolved into the swirling mixture of corruption and infinity that had surrounded them throughout their conversation, his smile the last thing to disappear as the illusory realm they had occupied started to disperse. Noah felt his consciousness returning as the weavings of existence continued to unfold all around him. The space between spaces collapsed back into normal reality, and his awareness flowed back toward the body that had been conversing with the mnemonic Leviathan in the stellar seas of Muspelheim. And prompts bloomed before his eyes with weight that exceeded anything he had witnessed before. Unquantifiable harvest accumulating, an unprecedented and quintessential harvest is already being accumulated as the weavings of your infinities are being freely allowed to integrate into corrupted paradoxical protomatter. The changes induced by this protomatter across observable existence and the prima indifferentia will have your infinities as one of the foundational basis of these changes. This integration will provide unfathomable, infinite potential for your civilization, but whatever things arise, whatever transformations are induced in different weavings of existence, remain unknown and unpredictable. Are you sure that you wish to proceed? Ruination asked this question of him in the form of prompts, her analytical nature demanding confirmation before allowing such a momentous process to continue unchecked. Noah smiled lightly as the portion of consciousness that had been talking to the living paradox fully returned to the body of his that floated before the mnemonic Leviathan. He spoke with voice that held absolute certainty. Whatever is influenced by my infinities, I will hold sway over it. Whether these new weavings know it or not, they will carry my signature within their foundations. And what I will gain from this will be even more immeasurable than what I give. His eyes blazed with blue gold light. So let it spread. Let it spread infinitely. Boom. The moment he said this, the stellar seas of Muspelheim around him erupted with radiance. Multicolored rivers of infinite harvest began to gush from every direction, surging toward his existence with force that made the very foundations of the infiniverse tremble. The rivers were composed of every color that existence could perceive and many that it couldn't, each stream carrying authority and potential that flowed into his foundations like tributaries joining a vast ocean. This was only what could be perceived. There was much more that others could not even sense. Invisible currents of harvest that flowed beneath the surface of reality itself, integrating into his existence. Noah felt profound changes within his existence and foundation at this moment, transformations that went beyond mere accumulation of power into something that bordered on fundamental reconstruction. Irreversible step taken. You have taken a grand and irreversible step as the Genesis monarch of the first tongue. All harvest from the utilization of the first tongue across observable existence is now unlocked for you to freely receive. Based on your directions, the weavings of the existential tariffs for the usage of the first tongue have been restructured. Aspect of paradox, existential tariff increased to 5,000%. Aspect of chaos, existential tariff increased to 1,000%. Aspect of existence, existential tariff increased to 1,000%. Already, the harvest being collected from multiple sources due to recent actions across observable existence and the prima indifferentia has been accepted as infinite potential into your foundation. The weight and immensity of your fundamental depth has jumped from being equivalent to the primordial paradox and the creature before they became absolutes, to now being equivalent to 3 times the immensity of the foundations they held at fundamental depth. Boom! Noah felt his immensity and existence surging upward exponentially, his foundations expanding with weight that pressed against the very concept of limitation itself. The multicolored rivers of harvest continued to flow into him without end, each moment bringing more potential that integrated into his infinite nature and made it even more infinite than before, and he did not even have to wonder whether he had made a mistake or if he had made the correct decision. Could he have truly said no to all this, and all this was just the beginning? Whatever did arise from the inclusion of his infinities across observable existence, the peril and opportunity that would rise from it would go hand in hand. The living paradox had been right about one thing at least, even if Noah hated to admit it. Adversity was the name of the game, so let it come, he would welcome it with open hands. Chapter 49:13, Echoes. 2. At the center of the infiniverse, in that realm of concentrated authority where boundless seas of infinite seals of absolute tongue permeated everything, the infiniverse worked with focus. The singularity before her had grown beyond anything she had originally envisioned. What had begun as a budding domain filled with protomatter and undifferentiation had transformed into something else entirely. Her master's infinities swirled through the corrupted paradoxical protomatter that the living paradox had sent flooding across observable existence. The two substances that should have been hostile to each other now danced together in configurations of forced harmony. Of power being merged regardless of origin, she had scattered her soil, like Angatala descending into the waters of nothing. She had distributed pieces of her existence across the corruption and transformed it into something that served her master rather than his enemies. And now that transformation was reaching its culmination, the Infiniverse observed the singularity with eyes that burned with her master's borrowed infinities. The concentrated point of authority before her pulsed with rhythms that seemed to echo across dimensions she couldn't fully perceive. Definition and undefinition swirled within its depths. Differentiation and undifferentiation merged and separated and merged again in patterns that defied conventional understanding. And then, it began to unfold. The singularity didn't explode or expand or release its contents in any violent manner. It simply opened, like a flower that had been waiting eons for the right moment to bloom. Petals of multicolored authority peeled back to reveal something that existed at the intersection of everything her master represented and everything that the prima indifferentia contained. A domain was forming. A quintessential, magisterial domain. The Infiniverse watched with seriousness as the protomatter and infinities crystallized into something stable. Something permanent. Something that would exist within her structure as a territory unlike any other she had ever contained. When it finally took shape, when the last weavings settled into place and the domain achieved completion, something happened that the Infiniverse had not anticipated. Silent echoes released from the newly formed domain, and they spread far. They carried no sound. They produced no vibration. They traveled across her inobservable existence and the prima indifferentia alike without anyone feeling their passage, but the Infiniverse felt them because they emerged from within her own structure, and what she sensed made her foundations tremble. The silent echoes may have carried glimmers of a cause. Maybe, the uncertainty itself was part of their nature, for they had emerged from a domain built upon paradox and infinity. Where certainty was merely a suggestion rather than a requirement. Boom, the Infiniverse reeled as her existence suddenly faced an increasing concentration of civilizational authority that exceeded anything she had experienced before. The weight pressed against her foundations. It concentrated within her structure, drawn toward the newly formed domain like rivers flowing toward an ocean that had just appeared in their midst. The concentration increased exponentially, 10 times what she had contained before. Her foundations groaned under the weight as she stood grandly to accommodate authority that exceeded her design parameters. But she was the Infiniverse. She was the domain of the Genesis monarch himself. And she would not fail her master simply because the burden had grown heavier than anticipated. This was fucking nothing. She stabilized herself through force of will and sent prompts toward her master's consciousness. Master, unprecedented changes have occurred within my structure. The domain I have been forming through the merger of your infinities and the corrupted paradoxical protomatter has achieved completion. Upon its emergence, silent echoes were released across observable existence and the prima indifferentia. My concentrated civilizational authority has increased by a factor exceeding 10 times my previous capacity. This increase continues to grow exponentially as the newly formed domain draws authority from ongoing events and their harvests. I am entering the domain now to assess its nature. With those prompts sent, the Infiniverse turned her attention fully toward the newly formed domain that hovered at the center of her existence. It appeared as a multicolored crack in the fabric of reality itself, its edges burning with blue-gold flames of infinities that danced and swirled with life that seemed almost autonomous. The crack was neither large nor small, neither stable nor unstable. It simply was, existing in states that shifted depending on how she observed it. The Infiniverse stepped through. What she witnessed on the other side defied everything she had expected. The domain stretched endlessly in every direction. A vast expanse that held within it echoes of primordial realms, seas of crimson-blue stellar fire reminiscent of Muspelheim lapped against shores made of twilight that could only have come from Alfheim. Mountains of impossible ice rose in the distance, their peaks wreathed in mists that spoke of Nibelheim's frozen depths. Forests of nature so pure and ancient that they could only have been inspired by Vanaheim grew alongside glaciers and volcanic plains in configurations that should have been impossible, and woven through all of it, the light of Jotunheim's chaotic grandeur. That realm of giants and primordial forces, pulsed with authority that made the other elements seem small in comparison. But this was not merely a glimpse of a merger of primordial realms, this was something new. Terrifying seas of definition and undefinition crashed against each other throughout the domain, waves of meaning and meaninglessness colliding in endless cycles that produced foam made of pure potential. Differentiation and undifferentiation existed side by side without destroying each other, the corrupted protomatter from the prima indifferentia coexisting with the structured authority of her master's infinities in harmony that should have been paradoxical, and it was paradoxical. The infiniverse looked upon this place with eyes that shone with recognition of what she had accidentally created. This was a domain of transformation, a domain where beings could be broken down and rebuilt. A domain where the boundaries between what something was and what something could become dissolved into pure potential, a domain of hardship and adversity. The infiniverse smiled, just a bit. She knew exactly what this domain was for and exactly what to call it, the Yggdrasil, WAA. The name emerged from her with authority that made the domain itself seem to resonate in acknowledgement, the Yggdrasil. Where definition met undefinition, where differentiation merged with undifferentiation, where hardship waited for those brave or foolish enough to enter, the infiniverse sent one final prompt to her master. Master, I have created a domain of hardship and adversity for you and your people. The Yggdrasil now exists at the center of my structure, a realm where the elements of multiple primordial realms merge with the corrupted protomatter of the prima indifferentia and the authority of your infinities. Those who enter will face trials that strip away weakness and force evolution upon survivors. I have designed this place to ensure that all who follow you will not forever be stuck in the first scale of existence. The prompts hung in the connection between them as the infiniverse stood within the Yggdrasil, surrounded by the terrifying beauty of a domain that would reshape anyone who dared to challenge its depths. This was her gift to her master, this was her contribution to his grand design, and it was only the beginning of what she would create in his name. Chapter 49:14, Overcome. Noah stepped through the multicolored crack that burned with blue-gold flames at the center of the infiniverse. What greeted him on the other side was a realm unlike anything he had witnessed before, and he had witnessed the prima indifferentia itself. Seas of crimson-blue stellar fire crashed against shores of twilight. Mountains of impossible ice rose in the distance alongside volcanic plains that should not have been able to coexist with such frozen grandeur. Forests of ancient nature grew beneath skies that shifted between the aurora of Alfheim and the storm-racked lands of Jotunheim. And woven through all of it, the terrifying authority of definition and undefinition, differentiation and undifferentiation, merged in ways that pressed against his existence with weight that exceeded even what the prima indifferentia had offered. This space sought to undifferentiate everything that entered it, similar to the prima indifferentia, yes. But with his infinities filled in throughout its structure, the undifferentiation did not merely seek to return things to protostate. It infinitely sought to undifferentiate. The process would never end. The breaking down would never stop. The dissolution of form into formlessness would continue forever, regenerating the pressure even as beings adapted to it. This would be extremely problematic for anyone else. For Noah, it was nothing. His infinite nature generated variations faster than the realm could undifferentiate them, creating a constant battle at the edges of his existence that resulted in equilibrium rather than dissolution. But anyone without such protections, anyone who entered the Yggdrasil without the capability to resist infinite undifferentiation, they would either evolve or cease to exist in a short period of time. The infiniverse materialized beside him, her humanoid form burning with the concentrated authority that now exceeded 20 times what she had previously contained. She looked upon the realm she had created with calmness. Master, her voice echoed, there is so much harvest and potential from the ongoing actions right now that a small percentage has been pulled toward the Yggdrasil. This concentrated authority has begun crystallizing into treasures and loot unlike any that have existed before. Noah turned to her with interest that sharpened his gaze. Treasures capable of aiding even lesser absolutes and fundamental depth entities have begun forming and have been scattered throughout this realm. They emerge from the merger of your infinities and the corrupted paradoxical protomatter, creating opportunities for advancement. Prompts bloomed before Noah's eyes with weight that pressed against his consciousness. Treasure classification, the Yggdrasil formations. The following treasures have begun crystallizing throughout the Yggdrasil as a result of concentrated harvest from ongoing actions across observable existence. Their locations are randomized and will shift periodically. Those who seek them must navigate the infinite undifferentiation of the realm to claim their rewards. Treasure 1, Spark Fragment of the Infinite Cause, a crystallized shard of the echoes released during the Yggdrasil's formation. Consuming this fragment allows the recipient to experience echoes of infinities, granting temporary access to the sensation of boundless potential that defines your nature. For beings at fundamental depth, consumption can forcibly elevate their foundations to absolute status by flooding their existence with concentrated infinite authority that overwhelms all barriers to advancement. This process ignores any curses, restrictions, or external forces preventing the rise to absolute. Warning: those without sufficient foundational stability may be overwhelmed by the experience and cease to exist. Treasure 2, the paradox seed, a living contradiction crystallized into physical form from the corrupted paradoxical protomatter that comprises part of the Yggdrasil's foundation. Planting this seed within one's existence allows the cultivation of paradoxical authority regardless of original affinity. The seed grows by feeding on contradictions that the host experiences, becoming stronger each time the host survives impossible situations or achieves outcomes that should not have been possible. At full maturation, the paradox seed grants the host immunity to one impossible attack by declaring that they both died and survived simultaneously. Can only mature through genuine hardship. Treasure 3, the undifferentiated crown, a crown formed from pure undifferentiation stabilized by infinite authority into wearable form. Placing this crown upon one's head grants temporary access to the perspective of protomatter, allowing the wearer to perceive the weaknesses in any differentiated structure they observe. All manifestations, all civilizations, all foundations become visible as fragile constructs waiting to be returned to formlessness. This perception lasts until the crown is removed or until the wearer's will falters. Noah read over these details calmly. These treasures would transform anyone fortunate enough to claim them. They would provide paths to advancement that bypassed conventional limitations entirely, as they were some of the few forming here, but they could not simply be given. For the sake of adversity, the Infiniverse said, as if reading his thoughts, you must allow your people to seek and explore this realm themselves. They must face the infinite undifferentiation. They must navigate the dangers. They must earn whatever treasures they manage to claim through their own efforts rather than having them handed to them by their monarch. Noah nodded slowly. This was correct. Hardship was the name of the game. And hardship that was provided without genuine risk was not hardship at all. He looked over all these details one final time, cataloging the treasures and their locations and the dangers that surrounded them. And then, in the next moment, he closed his eyes and waved his hand with authority that reached across the entirety of the Infiniverse, far from the Yggdrasil, in another region of the Infiniverse entirely, inside Noah's early veiled shore where his closest companions resided, their main bodies. A different scene was unfolding. A handsome young man with blue-gold hair that marked him unmistakably as Noah's progeny stood beside a cooking fire, carefully preparing a marine lifeform that he had caught earlier on. His features held the same sharp handsomeness that his father possessed, but softened by youth and an easy smile that Noah rarely displayed. Henry Osmond, the only son of the Genesis monarch. Beside him stood Leora, the daughter of little Bobby. The two of them talked happily as Henry turned the cooking creature over the flames, their conversation filled with the casual intimacy of those who had grown comfortable in each other's presence. Their laughter filled the air of the early veiled shore with warmth of peace, of safety, of existence untouched by the chaos currently flooding across observable existence. After all, they had everything provided for, and then, all of a sudden, an illusory hand formed above them. Henry looked up with confusion that transformed into recognition as he sensed the grand aura radiating from that hand. He opened his mouth to say something, to ask what was happening, but before any words could emerge, the hand plucked him from where he stood and caused him to disappear entirely. Leora blinked in astonishment as she watched the man she cared for vanish without warning or explanation. She sensed the grand aura of the father of her man lingering in the air, that overwhelming authority that marked the Genesis monarch as something beyond what ordinary beings like her could comprehend. She did nothing, she simply stood there wondering what the Genesis monarch was doing now, trusting that whatever it was, it served a purpose that she could not perceive. In the Yggdrasil, Henry materialized beside his father with disorientation. His eyes blinked rapidly as he tried to understand where he was, why he had been brought here, what his father intended by pulling him away from his peaceful afternoon without so much as a word of warning. But the moment he arrived, all questions fled from his mind, his existence began to unravel. The infinite undifferentiation of the Yggdrasil pressed against him from every direction simultaneously, seeking to dissolve his form back into the protomatter from which all things had emerged. He felt his foundations wavering. He felt his civilization destabilizing. He felt the very fabric of his being coming apart at the seams as the realm worked to return him to undifferentiated potential. Henry gasped with shock. His entire existence was being undifferentiated. Chapter 49:15, Overcome. 2. He struggled to keep it together, pouring every ounce of his will into maintaining the coherence of his form, but the undifferentiation did not stop. It did not pause. It infinitely continued its assault, regenerating pressure faster than he could adapt to it. Why would his father bring him here? Henry felt genuine pain as his existence truly was unraveling, the edges of his being dissolving into the multicolored chaos that surrounded him. He looked toward his father for help, his eyes filled with desperation and confusion as this was his main body and not a clone. What he saw was Noah and the Infiniverse looking at him calmly, no concern, no urgency, just observation. Noah stepped closer to his struggling son, his blue-gold flames burning with authority that seemed entirely unaffected by the infinite undifferentiation pressing against them. His eyes held weight that exceeded anything Henry had witnessed from his father before. Boy, his voice was heavy, each word emerging with authority that made the realm itself seem to listen. There are countless monsters across existence. Even I am unsure of what is coming. Existence is too vast. Existence is dangerous. He watched his son struggle without offering any assistance. I have come to realize that should anything happen to me, and nothing should or can happen to me, but if in the infinite possibilities there is one where something happens, his eyes hardened, I know that you and all others will not survive for long. You will die even quicker, Henry gasped as another wave of undifferentiation tore at his foundations, his form flickering between stability and dissolution. As my only progeny, you need to be strong, boy. And strength comes from adversity. Noah gestured at the realm around them. This is adversity. Overcome it, or you will be left behind. His voice dropped to something that held no compromise. It is merely undifferentiation filled with infinities. With my blood coursing through you, why should you fall to this? Boom. Henry struggled as his existence continued to unravel, his eyes locked onto his father with an expression of absolute disbelief. This could not be happening. His own father was watching him dissolve and offering nothing but words about adversity, but even as the shock flooded through him, even as the pain of undifferentiation tore at every fiber of his being, somewhere deep within Henry's foundations, something began to stir. Far from a terrifying trial, in the prima indifferentia, across regions of endless corrupted paradoxical protomatter filled with a blue-gold light of infinities. Chaos reigns supreme. The flooding corruption that the living paradox had initiated merged with the infinite seals that the infiniverse had scattered, creating storms of authority that tore through the primordial expanse with violence that exceeded anything this ancient space had witnessed since the first cause itself. Undivided ones burned with the light from the corruption or became grandirbate. Formless terrors churned with increased instability as the paradoxical nature of the protomatter confused their already confused existences, making them even more terrifying. Other lifeforms with their own names prospered, and through this chaos, new lifeforms may yet emerge, the prima indifferentia. That realm of undifferentiation that had existed since before observable existence fully took shape, was being transformed by forces that had no right to transform it, and yet, there was a region within this place that was unfathomably calm. No particles of protomatter entered a circular region that existed like an eye of peace within the hurricane of chaos. The storms raged around it, the corruption swirled past it, but nothing crossed the boundary that separated this place from everything else. At the very center of this calm region stood a white tree, its bark gleamed with light that held no color yet contained all colors simultaneously. Its branches stretched upward and outward in patterns that seemed to follow rules of geometry that had not yet been differentiated from pure mathematical potential. Its roots disappeared into ground that was not ground. A calm and radiant circular white barrier emanated from that tree, pressing outward with authority that made the corruption and infinities alike seem like children's toys by comparison. Without its permission, absolutely no foreign civilizational authority or the authority of differentiation or undifferentiation would make its way there. The barrier did not fight against intrusion. It simply declared that intrusion was not possible, and reality accepted that declaration without question. The size of this tree seemed to be a meter long and a mile long and 1 light year long at the same time. Its dimensions continued to vary with each observation, never settling on a single measurement because measurement itself was a form of differentiation that the tree had not fully accepted. It was small. It was vast. It was both and neither simultaneously, and near it sat a primordial architect. The being's form defied easy description, for it existed at the intersection of differentiation and undifferentiation that had birthed all primordial architects during the first cause. Its body was humanoid in the loosest sense, possessing what might have been called a head and torso and limbs, but each component was composed of crystallized potential rather than solid matter. Its face held features that were both present and absent. Eyes that burned with light older than observable existence gazed outward with an otherworldly and extraordinary attitude that transcended mortal concepts of attention. There was gentleness in those eyes, yes, but also cunning that had been accumulated across eons of observation and manipulation. It barely paid a glance at the raging storms of corrupted paradoxical protomatter and infinite seals in the surroundings. Such chaos was beneath its concern. Such transformation was merely the latest iteration of changes that it had witnessed countless times across cycles that predated memory itself. In front of the sitting primordial architect, there was a simple-looking square board, but terrifyingly, on this board were the auras of entities that would have made lesser absolutes like that ugly, bent, and twisted fucker the living elemental flee in terror. Formless terrors and undivided ones, beings that had existed since before the infinite unfurling, were present on the board's surface. But they seemed miniaturized and frozen, reduced to the size of game pieces despite their true forms being vast enough to consume primordial realms. They were mere pieces. Chapter 49:16, Death Comes for All Things. The terrifying primordial architect waited for a moment, its body shifting with contemplation that exceeded mortal thought. Then it used its massive hand to move the pieces. It moved two pieces. One a formless terror whose churning form had been stilled into something resembling a night. The other an undivided one whose countless eyes had been frozen mid-blink into something resembling a rook. The pieces slid across the board with weight that pressed against reality itself, and they were only capable of movement after the primordial architect had moved them. Once positioned in the center of the board, the two pieces came alive. The formless terror churned with violence that should have shattered the board. The undivided one's eyes blazed with hunger that should have consumed everything nearby. They fought in the center of the board with authority that exceeded most absolutes, their conflict contained within the square's boundaries by rules that the primordial architect had established eons ago. The winner would advance to the next round. It was unknown what would happen to the loser, as the primordial architect played such a terrifying game. Near it was actually someone familiar. A humanoid entity surrounded by multicolored flames of existence sat beside the white tree with posture that held no deference despite the company it kept. The flames danced and swirled around its form with authority that declared this being as something beyond normal classification. It was none other than the creature. At this moment, his facial expression and eyes were a bit more clear than they had ever been during his appearances in observable existence. His eyes seemed grand and imperious, filled with a level of extraordinary calm that could not be explained through conventional understanding. This was the calm of someone who had witnessed everything and found nothing capable of disturbing their equilibrium. He was staring out into the storm around this calm white region, observing the corruption and infinities that currently transformed the prima indifferentia with attention that held neither concern nor satisfaction. The primordial architect spoke without looking away from its game. I told you not to play games with that little thing for the longest time. Its voice was quintessentially grand. Now you two have gone back and forth for eons as it all leads to this. The formless terror on the board consumed part of the undivided one's mass, gaining advantage in their frozen conflict. Our observable existence is a grand one that shows marvels even to me to this day. We have to care for it and nurture it. Its geometric pattern shifted with something that might have been emphasis. I grasped the second scale of existence through its wonders as I told you how you could do the same. Its eyes finally turned toward the creature, but you were too impatient. The words were utterly terrifying in their implications. The creature's multicolored flames flickered with response that held no defensiveness. Not all beings are like primordial architects. His voice was calm, grand, carrying the weight of existence itself within its tones. You were born with existences filled with clear musings of differentiation and undifferentiation. The path to the second scale was visible to you from the moment of your emergence. You had merely to walk it at whatever pace suited your contemplation. You, volated adversity and hardship as you have been stuck there this whole time. He turned to face the primordial architect directly. Others do not have such clarity. Others must forge their paths through darkness and uncertainty and the constant pressure of enemies who would see them collapsed before they reach their potential. And others do not have the time that you possessed. Cycles upon cycles of peaceful contemplation while reality waited patiently for you to achieve what you sought. His flames burned brighter. My path requires adversity. My path requires conflict. My path requires playing games with little things and seeing which of us emerges transformed from the exchange. The primordial architect shook its head with a smile that made its weavings dance with amusement. Whatever your reasoning may be, things have now come to this. It moved another piece on its board, an undivided one that resembled Bazuman being positioned against a formless terror of equivalent magnitude. I am one of the few sane ones after all of these cycles and eons. Others like me are not at all sane. Its eyes grew distant. Some are at your level or below. Some are above you. They were lost in their own weavings and storms of differentiation and undifferentiation for eons upon eons. They had no reason to leave or do anything really. The prima indifferentia was home enough. The game of existence held no appeal when they could simply be without purpose or direction. Its gaze sharpened. What is happening right now gives things definition more than intended. Especially that glimmer of infinity above. The primordial architect gestured toward the storms beyond the white barrier. Things that have not moved or bothered to move for eons will now begin to walk these lands freely. They had all remained within the prima indifferentia for all these eons, content to exist without acting. But all of this changes that. Its smile faded. Even if you may be ready, what about all the others? The little friends you have made over the eons. The words were glorious and terrifying at the same time. The creature remained calm as he replied with a voice that held no concern. For adversity to truly be adversity, it cannot be expected or known. His multicolored flames burned with steady intensity. What is happening now will be a cause for the emergence of multiple beings to the second scale of existence. I would never say that those destined for it will achieve it. It is those who make the choice to grasp it who will achieve it. He looked out at the storms with eyes that held acceptance. As for death, death comes for all things. Inevitabilities die. Living existences die. Absolutes die. His gaze turned toward the primordial architect. Even primordial architects can die. The white tree seemed to pulse with acknowledgement of that truth. All that is left is choices. Choices upon choices upon choices. Boom. Such terrifying words were said by the creature as the primordial architect, the arboreal warden Igvaros, keeper of the white tree and observer of cycles, first among the sane to grasp the second scale of existence, smiled, and yes, he had a hefty set of titles. He continued playing with the pieces on his board, moving multiple pieces carrying the auras of entities exceeding normal absolutes as if he were merely playing a game that held no stakes whatsoever. Chapter 49:17, Change has come. In the prima indifferentia, things that had slumbered for eons were waking. A group of formless ones drifted through the storms of corrupted paradoxical protomatter and infinite seals. Their churning masses held no stable form. Their auras exceeded most absolutes. These were not the lesser formless terrors. These were ancient things, beings that had existed since the first cause itself, that had chosen to remain in this space of undifferentiation because observable existence held nothing of interest for them. They had slumbered in the protomatter for eons, content to simply be without acting or growing or pursuing anything resembling purpose, but now they were awake. The corrupted paradoxical protomatter surged around them, and instead of fleeing from it or being dissolved by it, they opened themselves to its embrace. The corruption flowed into their churning masses alongside the blue-gold light of infinities. And their existences became grander from the absorption. They grew denser. They grew heavier. They grew more real in ways that the prima indifferentia had not witnessed since the earliest days of differentiation, and then they scattered in different directions with glee. One formless one disappeared into a crack that led to the wastes of the fallout, its churning mass compressing to fit through the fracture before expanding again on the other side. Another vanished into a crack that opened onto the wandering territories, those drifting spaces between defined realms where lost things gathered. A third entered a crack that connected to a remnant corrupted fold. A fourth found its way toward a primordial realm. They spread across existence like seeds being scattered by a farmer who cared nothing for where they landed, and they were not alone. In another region of the prima indifferentia, a massive humanoid form stirred from stillness that had lasted longer than most civilizations had existed. A primordial architect was wrapped entirely in strips of white material that seemed to glow with inner light, each strip winding around its colossal form in patterns of containment rather than clothing. The wrappings covered every inch of its existence, leaving no feature visible beneath their luminous embrace. Only its eyes could be perceived through gaps in the binding, and those eyes burned with light that had witnessed the first cause. Its aura seemed to almost be as immense as the creature himself, almost. The difference was slight enough that comparison became meaningful, that observers might wonder whether this wrapped primordial architect could contend with one of the five in direct conflict. The corrupted paradoxical protomatter and infinite seals surged around this ancient being with violence that had awakened it from its slumber. The wrapped primordial architect did not flee or resist. It opened its existence to the corruption and the infinities alike, drawing them into its wrappings with hunger that exceeded what its still form had suggested. The wrappings glowed brighter, the eyes burned with increased intensity. And then the primordial architect roared. The sound that emerged from within those wrappings held no sanity whatsoever. It was a cry of awakening that had been building for cycles beyond counting, a release of dormant madness that had been contained within the binding strips for eons upon eons. The roar shattered protomatter in every direction, creating ripples of definition that spread outward like waves from a stone dropped into still water. The rapt primordial architect moved toward a crack with purpose that its insane eyes belied, its bound form drifting through the prima indifferentia with speed that exceeded what something so massive should have been capable of. It disappeared into the fracture. And wherever it emerged, things would change. In yet another region of the primordial chaos, something else was stirring. It was adorned in armor unlike anything that existed in observable existence, ancient and archaic platinum plates that covered every inch of its colossal frame with craftsmanship that predated the concept of craftsmanship itself. The armor seemed to have been forged from protomatter that had been convinced to become metal, each plate holding the weight of undifferentiation that had been given form through will alone. In its hand was a hammer. The weapon was massive even compared to the already colossal form that wielded it, its head composed of condensed metallic protomatter that had been compressed until it achieved density that exceeded what normal matter could sustain. The hammer's surface shifted constantly, metallic protomatter churning within its structure as if eager to be unleashed against whatever target its wielder chose, and it was unclear if there was actually a body within the armor at all. The gaps between plates revealed nothing but darkness. The helmet's visor showed no eyes, no features, no indication of a being wearing the armor rather than the armor itself being the entity. Perhaps there had been a primordial architect within once. Perhaps the armor had consumed its wearer eons ago. Perhaps there had never been anything but the armor itself. The corrupted paradoxical protomatter and infinite seals surged around this armored entity. And the platinum plates drank deeply of both substances. The armor glowed with absorbed power that made its already immense presence grow even more terrifying, and then the armored primordial architect moved. It did not drift through a crack like the others. It stepped through, its massive form compressing and expanding as it traversed the fracture between the prima indifferentia and observable existence with purpose that held no hesitation. It emerged in the wastes of the fallout, and it happened to be near a shelter of the loom. The shelter was a massive hedron structure that rose from the wastes like a monument. Its faces gleamed with light that held the signature of the fallout's corruption. But more terrifying than its structure were its walls. Countless tentacle-like inevitabilities had been fused into the hedron's surface, their forms writhing with pain that they could not escape. They had been captured and incorporated into the shelter itself, their authority used to reinforce the structure while their consciousness remained aware enough to suffer. Their screams were silent, but their agony was visible in every twist and contortion of their bonded forms. Inside the shelter were many early creatures and living existences and some full dwellers. They existed within the hedron's protection, safe from the chaos currently flooding across observable existence, confident that the shelter's defenses. This shelter actually comprised most of the living concepts, because the living concept was here, not the half-step absolute body that Noah had collapsed in Muspelheim during his journey to claim that primordial realm. That had been merely an extension, a fragment of the true existence that the living concept possessed. His genuine full form lay protected in the confines of the loom, surrounded by followers and defenses that should have made him untouchable, and yet at this moment, the armored primordial architect that had emerged from the prima indifferentia gazed upon the shelter with visor that revealed nothing of its thoughts or intentions. It stood before the hedron structure with stillness that lasted for a single heartbeat. And then it swung its hammer. The massive weapon moved faster than many absolutes could perceive, its head of condensed metallic protomatter blurring through the space between the armored entity and the shelter with speed that defied the weight it should have possessed. The hammer struck the shelter of the loom, boom, the hedron structure that had been reinforced by countless inevitabilities, that had protected so many converted beings, that had housed the living concept's genuine full form, instantly shattered. The impact didn't crack the shelter or damage it or force it to slowly collapse. It simply destroyed it entirely, causing the hedron to splinter into a storm of fragments that exploded outward in every direction. The fused inevitabilities screamed silently as they were torn apart alongside the walls they had been bonded to. The early creatures and living existences and full dwellers within had no time to flee or defend themselves or even comprehend what was happening, and then the fragments stopped scattering. They were pulled toward the hammer as if gravity had decided to serve the weapon's purposes, each piece of the shattered shelter flowing into the condensed metallic protomatter with absorption that left nothing behind. The inevitabilities. The converted beings. The structure itself, the living concept, all of it was entirely absorbed as the hammer glowed gold red after consuming everything that the shelter had contained. The living concept was collapsed as if he did not matter, because to this armored primordial architect, he did not matter, none of them mattered. What mattered were the sources of this paradox and infinity. Where were they? After that, the armored primordial architect gazed around the wastes of the fallout with visor that revealed nothing of its assessment. It observed the corruption and the infinities that permeated this region as it continued to absorb, and then it began to move calmly and slowly. Each step covered distances that should have required spatial traversal. Change had come, and the change would be brutal as nobody was safe. Chapter 49:18. A man must make great sacrifices. When your own blood, when your only son was dissolving into a soup of undifferentiation in front of you, you may be panicked and regretful. Noah was neither. The more he understood existence, the more he realized he had been wrong about many things. It was great in all to protect others, to shield them from dangers that exceeded their capabilities, to use his power to ensure that those he cared about never faced threats that could end them. But if they had no power to protect themselves, if they relied entirely on his presence to survive, then everything was useless. If a single accident occurred, and existence was filled with accidents. The living paradox had just revealed that primordial architects and ancient formless terrors and slumbering undivided ones were waking across the prima indifferentia. The entity continued to spread through the wastes and primordial realms with methodology that even the primordial paradox could not fully counter. Wars raged between beings of the five. Cracks appeared across observable existence, flooding corruption everywhere. What if Noah was occupied when danger came for his people? What if he was fighting the living paradox when something emerged from the prima indifferentia to threaten the infiniverse? What if an accident occurred and he simply was not there? While he may not be hard on others, when it came to those closest to him, especially his son, he now realized he had to be stern for their own good. Kindness that produced weakness was not kindness at all. Protection that prevented growth was merely a different form of harm. So even as his son looked at him with eyes that were asking why, oh why, as if his own son was accusing him of betrayal for bringing him to this place that sought to dissolve his existence into formless potential, Noah remained calm and did not interfere at all. Henry's form flickered between stability and dissolution, his features becoming indistinct as the infinite undifferentiation of the Yggdrasil pressed against him from every direction. His hands, which had been cooking a meal moments ago, were becoming transparent. His blue-gold hair, the mark of his lineage, was losing its color as definition fled from his existence. But Noah still had a soft spot. He could not help but say words that might guide his son toward survival rather than simply watching him struggle without direction. You have my blood coursing through you. His voice was slow and deliberate as it pressed against the Yggdrasil itself. You have it easier than all others as you simply have to rely on this. Not even yourself, boy. The moment after he said this, the dissolving Henry grit his teeth with determination that transcended the fear and confusion and sense of betrayal that had been flooding through him. His father's words were a hint. A direction. A path toward survival that he had not perceived on his own. His blood. His lineage, the inheritance that flowed through his veins from the Genesis monarch himself, from the very strands of his existence, from the very lineage passed down to him through blood that carried the weight of infinities. Threads of blue-gold light began to burn with intensity that pushed back against the undifferentiation pressing inward. The threads were squeezed out by the threat of dissolution, forced to the surface by the survival instinct that recognized death approaching and demanded response. The blue-gold light permeated across his blood first, racing through vessels that carried more than mere nutrients. It spread into his muscles, his bones, his foundations that had been wavering under the Yggdrasil's assault. It covered him entirely in a cocoon of inherited infinity that his father's existence had passed down without Henry ever realizing its full potential. His dissolving body began to regenerate, where undifferentiation had been winning, where his form had been losing coherence. The blue-gold light of inherited infinity pushed back with force that matched the realm's assault. His features solidified. His hands regained their substance. His hair blazed with color that exceeded what it had held before. He was infinitely beginning to fight back against undifferentiation. So long as he continued to exist in this space, he would continue to fight this battle with his existence. The undifferentiation would press inward. His inherited infinity would press outward. The two forces would war against each other endlessly, and in that war, Henry would either grow strong enough to win or eventually falter and be consumed. But for now, he was surviving. Henry emanated a heavy aura of surface depth at this moment that exceeded any normal surface depth entity that Noah had encountered. The inherited infinity had awakened something within his son that had been dormant, potential that had been waiting for sufficient pressure to force its emergence. His foundations burned with blue-gold light of growth already beginning, but Noah sensed it clearly. If he exerted less than a decimal percentage of his power, his son would be collapsed instantly. The aura that seemed heavy by normal standards was nothing compared to what Noah possessed. The surface depth that exceeded normal parameters was still surface depth, still the first rung on a ladder that stretched toward heights that Henry could not yet perceive. It was not enough, not yet. Henry looked at his father with a complex expression that held too many emotions to fully identify. He had truly felt the threat of collapse. He had genuinely believed, for several terrifying moments, that his father had brought him here to die. And now that he had survived, now that his inherited infinity, which was just pulling from his father's infinity, was utilized to preserve his existence, he did not know how to feel about what had just occurred. He could not thank his father for nearly leaving him to collapse, right, but he also could not show disrespect to his father, to the being who had aided in giving him life and the very blood that had just saved him. So he was in a difficult spot as he did not know what to say to his father, his mouth opening and closing without words emerging. In that silence, Noah spoke with voice that held the weight of decisions already made. "This is only the start, my son." His eyes held no apology for what he had just put Henry through. "You have to struggle. You have to pass through all sorts of adversity. Otherwise you will not truly live." He stepped closer to his son with flames that seemed to embrace rather than threaten. "I have realized that you and the others need to truly live. So what I can at least promise you is that you will not do this alone." After he said this, Noah waved his hands with authority that reached across the entirety of the Infiniverse. In the surroundings of the Yggdrasil, many figures began to appear. Chapter 49:19. A man must make great sacrifices too. Rhea materialized first, her small body and vibrant blue hair instantly recognizable as she looked around with initial calm that came from trust in the one she looked up to the most. But that calm transformed into something drastic and horrified as she felt her existence begin to dissolve under the Yggdrasil's infinite undifferentiation. Titano appeared next, that massive simple-minded titan whose loyalty to Noah had never wavered as he always considered him a brother. His colossal form seemed to shrink as undifferentiation pressed against him from every direction, his features becoming indistinct as he roared with confusion and pain. Moiraine emerged into the realm with paradoxical grace. Her form flickered between states as the Yggdrasil could not decide whether she was one thing or another, and the uncertainty only added to the dissolution pressing against her. Sigrid, the living order herself, appeared with composure that cracked the moment undifferentiation touched her foundations. Order and undifferentiation were fundamentally opposed. And the Yggdrasil's assault felt like poison to everything she represented as she frowned and fought back. The first farmer materialized with soil still on his hands from whatever he had been cultivating, his weathered features twisting with shock as his existence began to unravel in ways that no harvest or effort had ever prepared him for. The emperor penguin, this wingless, talentless bird, waddled into existence with pride and dignity that dissolved alongside his form, his noble bearing. Becoming difficult to maintain as infinite undifferentiation sought to return him to proto-potential, Kor appeared in her diminutive small form, that ancient being whose power belied her size. And even she gasped with surprise as the Yggdrasil's pressure exceeded anything she had prepared for. But her hunger bloomed as her depth and Sigrid's and the first farmer's depths were already at fundamental because of the embodiment of the creature. The land lifeforms arrived together, Heidrun the arrogant goat bleating with indignation that transformed into genuine fear, Malphas the butler attempting to maintain his composure even as his existence wavered, and Yashinami's many legs scrambling for purchase on reality that was becoming increasingly uncertain. An archlich cackled as he dissolved, and then the queens of the Infiniverse appeared. Barbados emerged with darkness and death that could not find anchor in a realm of infinite undifferentiation. Her form becoming indistinct as she struggled to maintain cohesion, Adelaide materialized with beauty that began dissolving the moment the Yggdrasil's pressure touched her, her features blurring as undifferentiation sought to return her to formless potential. Athena appeared with eyes that could not find solution, her eyes widening with recognition of what was happening to her existence, and many others arrived alongside them, companions who had grown comfortable in the Infiniverse. Protection, followers who had believed themselves safe under their monarch's shadow, all of them were brought over, all of them felt their existences begin to dissolve, all of them looked toward Noah with expressions that ranged from confusion to fear to accusation to desperate hope for explanation. The Genesis monarch looked upon his gathered people with eyes that held no mercy but also no cruelty. This was not punishment. This was not abandonment. This was the beginning of something that would either transform them into beings capable of surviving what was coming or reveal that they had always been destined to fall. And again, destiny and fate were merely choices. He would truly have his people experience existence, and existence, as he had learned, was adversity. Most of those that Noah brought to the Yggdrasil did not have his direct lineage like his son. Truly, for them, it would be only a few seconds before they faced complete collapse and dissolution without intervention. The infinite undifferentiation of this realm did not care about their accomplishments or their loyalty or their dreams. It simply sought to return all differentiated things to formless potential. So for others, Noah gave a bit of his glimmers of infinity to cover the core parts of their existence and preserve them from immediate dissolution. The blue gold light wrapped around the foundations of each being he had brought here, creating scaffolding that would hold their existence together while the rest of them experienced the full pressure of undifferentiation. He addressed all those present with voice that carried across the Yggdrasil despite the chaos of the realm. Many of you did not have to struggle for power these past days and weeks. His eyes swept across the gathered beings who were writhing and gasping and fighting against dissolution with varying degrees of success, but struggle is going to be critical going forward. The least that needs to be done is for all of you to survive the threat of undifferentiation. To make sure that your definition is sound, he folded his hands behind his back. Survive this first. You will be even grander in the future. I have placed a glimmer of my infinity within your existences that will give you scaffolding. His voice hardened. But I will take this glimmer away fairly soon. Find a way to keep your definition amidst undifferentiation with your civilizations. When my light fades, you will be on your own. He paused, so survive. Persevere. He said these grand words as he looked at his people who were struggling one way or another. The vast majority of their existences still felt that terrifying pressure of undifferentiation as only core parts of who they were remained protected by the faint blue gold light that Noah had placed on each of them before they arrived here. Yet this entire ordeal was still terrifying and heavy. Noah could see the pleading gazes on many of them directed toward him, begging without words for mercy, for release, for anything other than this trial that dissolved the edges of their beings with every passing moment. Some looked at him with desperate hope. Some with resignation that came from understanding that Noah had made a decision that would not be reversed, and then Barbados sent him a message. Her vibrant visage was melting on the edges of her limbs, her form struggling to maintain cohesion even with the scaffolding of his infinity protecting her core. Despite her obvious distress, despite the dissolution pressing against her from every direction, her mental communication carried a threat that exceeded anything the Yggdrasil could offer. Little fish, you will not get any from me for at least the next day if I have to go through this. Her voice in his mind held fury. A full day. I know you cannot handle that, little fish. I do not need to undergo this challenge. Barbados sent him such words as they included a terrifying threat within them. The past him may have wavered in the face of such a declaration. The past him may have found reasons to exempt certain individuals from this trial, to make accommodations that preserved his own interests alongside theirs, but at this moment, he closed his eyes and became stoic. Sometimes, a man had to sacrifice that which he loved the most to ensure those he loved were protected against everything. Oh, the painful and great sacrifices he had to make for his people, a whole day. Moments after Barbados, he received similar threats from Adelaide, whose message carried promises of locked doors and cold shoulders that would last until she deemed him sufficiently punished. Then came Athena, whose arguments about why this was unnecessary were accompanied by implications about what would be withheld if he persisted. Then came the others, each one wielding the singular weapon they knew could bring him to his knees. They all threatened him with the one thing they knew he could not live without, but he remained firm. He had to be steady. Noah whispered a mantra to himself as he stood with eyes closed and expression stoic, putting his people to the test while ignoring the increasingly creative threats flooding his consciousness. I stands firm against all storms. I do not bend to threats of warmth withheld. I remember that adversity builds strength. And that includes my own adversity. I will survive this day, and tomorrow, and however many days of punishment they deem necessary. I will be okay. Probably. Maybe. I cannot back down now. He repeated this mantra silently while maintaining his external composure, a pillar of stoic authority that revealed nothing of the internal calculations regarding just how long he could actually survive without what was being threatened. Chapter 49:20, Language. Far from the infiniverse, in the interstices, Noah's body in this place sat upon a throne of absolute seals before a desk that he had manifested through the same authority. The table was currently filled with inscriptions, golden pages covered in sentences of the first tongue that burned with embodiments and apophysis waiting to be deployed. His campaign of writing had produced dozens of inscriptions dormientes, each one a weapon or defense ready to be awakened at his command, but at this moment, he had stopped writing inscriptions. his focus was on a unique change that was opening up due to the continued influx of endless infinite potential that flooded into his existence with every passing nanosecond. The harvest from the process that the living paradox had initiated, the process that Noah had jumped aboard through the infiniverse, continued to provide its terrifying infinite potential toward his foundation in existence. Many things within Noah were changing rapidly. Apart from his foundation, one of the singular most important changes occurring was to his civilization. Truly, to his weavings of the first tongue. His absolute seals. What he could do with the first tongue was transforming with every passing nanosecond as the influx of infinite potential surged into this aspect of his existence, and he was finding himself pondering many questions. There were phonemes, the letters of the first tongue. There were logos, the words formed from those letters. And there were philologies, the sentences constructed from those words, which could all correlate with the principles of existence. Having altered the first tongue by adding his own phonemes to the original 18, Noah had effectively expanded his vocabulary. He had opened up the pathway to archai of existence, his own variations of sentences in the language of existence that was the first tongue. So his weavings of the principles of the cheating architect had become the archie of the cheating architect. The same had occurred for perpetual harvest, for undifferentiated manna, for all the principles he had mastered. They were unique and elevated and allowed for much greater expressions of the alteration of existence through them. The continued harvest and infinite potential he was gaining was amplified by his archai, but still, these were just sentences. At this moment, as a native speaker, as someone with the civilizational instinctus, he felt like he could do so much more with the first tongue now that it was flooded with his infinities. That sensation of something missing, something that he could now grasp if only he understood what it was, became more pressing and grander as more and more infinite potential filled him, to the point that he found himself asking a question that echoed through the interstices: what is language? Yes. What was language? Noah spoke to himself as phonemes swirled around his form in galaxies of linguistic authority. Language serves to mediate between the individual and the objective existence. It reflects the development of reason and consciousness. Language acts as a bridge between mind and existence, transforming raw experience into conceptual knowledge that can be communicated and shared. He thought a great deal about the first tongue and how it stood as the expression and language of existence itself. In his home world, there had been many philosophers who babbled on a great deal regarding what language really meant. He had never paid much attention to them before. Philosophy had seemed like the domain of those with too much time and too little practical concern, but now, sitting upon a throne of absolute seals while infinite potential flooded his existence, those philosophical musings seemed suddenly relevant. Some would say that language imposes false divisions on the world. He mused aloud. When we say the lightning flashed, we suggest there is a thing called lightning that is separate from the action of flashing. But in reality, there is only the flashing. The process. The event. Language can create a separation that does not truly exist. His eyes grew distant. When we use the word I as a separate subject, language reinforces the illusion that we are isolated observers rather than inseparable parts of the greater existential process. We believe ourselves distinct from existence when we are merely existence observing itself. He shook his head slowly, and many of the most important things in existence cannot be fully captured in words at all. The feeling of infinity. The weight of absolute authority. The sensation of foundations growing stronger. These things can be pointed toward with language but never fully contained by it. Around him, an infinite swirling storm of seals of absolute tongue spun in patterns that grew more complex with every passing moment. The blue-gold light of his infinities suffused the linguistic constructs, making them more than mere words, more than mere sentences, more than anything the first tongue had been designed to contain. He found himself muttering words about languages. About words, about sentences, about the fundamental nature of communication and meaning, and then a thought struck him with force that made his foundations tremble. What of it, numbers, His mind buzzed with the implications of such a simple question. A unique state of epiphany unfurled as he asked himself this, because were numbers not intricately connected to words? Were they not their own language? Had he not come to learn how the principles of existence were analogous to mathematical equations that described how existence unfolded? At the end of the day, all things were numbers, not just tools for counting, but the fundamental, qualitative, and sacred building blocks of existence itself. Numbers represented relationships. Numbers represented ratios. Numbers represented the hidden architecture upon which reality was constructed. The first tongue claimed to be the language of existence. How could it not include numbers in its vocabulary? Noah searched within his existence as he thought about the mathematical truths that his home world had discovered, the relationship between the sides of a right triangle, the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter, the patterns that emerged when numbers were arranged in sequences that nature herself seemed to favor. These were not merely tools for calculation, they were testaments to the belief that existence was built upon hidden, orderly, and harmonious mathematical relationships. They symbolized the bringing together of diverse parts to create perfect, balanced unity. They were the bones beneath the flesh of reality, the structure that gave form its meaning. Numbers were an intricate part of existence. At this time, Noah uttered out grandly while surrounded by infinities that burned brighter than they had ever burned before. Let me see, my existence infused with numbers. His voice carried the weight of declaration. Let me add numbers to my grand vernacular, and utter. Glorious brilliance unfolded, the swirling storm of seals of absolute tongue around him began to transform as his words took effect. Phonemes that had been letters began incorporating numerical values. Logos that had been words began expressing mathematical relationships. Philologies that had been sentences began operating as equations that could be solved, balanced, manipulated. The first tongue was expanding, not through the addition of new phonemes this time, but through the integration of an entirely new dimension of expression. Numbers wove themselves through his linguistic authority like threads being added to an already intricate weaving, creating patterns of meaning that had not existed before, and Noah, the native speaker, the Genesis monarch, felt his understanding of the first tongue reach heights that no other being in observable existence had ever achieved. Chapter 49:21, Language 2. The brilliance that unfolded around Noah in the interstices exceeded anything he had witnessed from his own existence before. The swirling storm of seals of absolute tongue transformed with every passing moment as numbers integrated themselves into the very fabric of his linguistic authority. Archai began operating as equations that could describe and alter reality through calculation as much as declaration, and prompts bloomed before his eyes with weight that pressed against his consciousness with the significance of what he had just achieved. Unprecedented integration achieved. As the native speaker of the first tongue, you have successfully integrated numerical expression into your unique variation of linguistic authority. This integration does not alter the first tongue itself but creates a personal methodology exclusive to your weavings that allows mathematical operations to augment your existing capabilities. This new dimension of expression has been designated to be the numerical sovereignty. The numerical sovereignty operates through the following core principles: straight face. Principle 1. All expressions of the first tongue now carry inherent numerical values based on their complexity, authority investment, and foundational weight. These values can be perceived, manipulated, and amplified through mathematical operations that you apply during composition or activation. Principle 2. Mathematical operations applied to your weavings do not consume additional authority proportional to their effect. Instead, they restructure how your existing authority expresses itself, creating amplification without equivalent expenditure. This is possible because numbers describe relationships rather than create substance. Principle 3. The numerical sovereignty augments your existing capabilities rather than replacing them. Embodiments remain embodiments. Inscriptions remain inscriptions. Archai remain archai. But all of them can now be modified through numerical operations that multiply their effects in ways that would otherwise require exponentially greater authority investment. Noah read over these foundational principles with eyes that burned brighter by the moment. His own mind led the way, directing harvests and infinite potential to flow across his existence as he maintained this glorious state of epiphany, his mind designing more and more things. He thought how complex numbers could be as he forced them to be simple, to be compressed into something easily applicable for him. More prompts unfolded as what he designed within himself became actualized. Core Operation 1, Exponential Expression. You may now apply exponents to any expression of the first tongue that you produce. When an exponent is applied, the effect of that expression is multiplied by itself according to the value of the exponent available. An exponent of 2 causes the expression to multiply by itself once. An exponent of 3 causes the expression to multiply by itself twice. And so forth. Example application: an inscriptio nominata targeting an enemy's foundation would normally cause deterioration proportional to the authority invested. With an exponent of 2 applied, that deterioration multiplies by itself, causing the effect to grow not linearly but geometrically. The target experiences not twice the deterioration but the deterioration multiplied by the deterioration, a compounding that far exceeds simple doubling.
Critical understanding: exponentiation is not multiplication.
When you apply an exponent of 2 to an attack that would deal 100 units of damage, you do not deal 200 units. You deal 100 multiplied by 100, resulting in 10,000 units. When you apply an exponent of 3, you deal 100 multiplied by 100 multiplied by 100, resulting in 1 million units. The scaling is not additive or multiplicative but exponential, growing at rates that quickly exceed comprehension. This operation can be applied to embodiments, apophysis, inscriptions of all types, archive of existence, harvests, defensive constructs, foundational weight expressions, and any other weaving of the first tongue you produce. At your current level, an exponent of up to may third be possible. Higher expressions will require a qualitative change. Noah felt his foundations tremble as he successfully set up the weavings of exponential expression. An inscription that would normally cause moderate damage to an enemy's foundation could, with an exponent of 3 applied, cause damage that exceeded what most shitty absolutes like the living elemental could survive. A defensive embodiment that would normally block attacks from beings of equivalent foundation could, with an exponent of 2 applied, block attacks from beings whose foundations exceeded his own by margins that should have been insurmountable, and harvests, if he applied an exponent to his perpetual harvest or his right of paradoxical inheritance. The resources he claimed from defeated enemies would multiply by themselves according to the exponent chosen. An enemy whose collapse would normally grant him theoretical 1,000 units of foundational weight would grant him 1,000,000 units with an exponent of 2 applied, or 1 billion units with an exponent of 3. The absolute existential palace of the weavers, if he applied an exponent of 2, would not be as if he doubled the rewards for killing an absolute, but he effectively would be multiplying the rewards of a fallen absolute by themselves, so not an absolute times 2, but an absolute times an absolute. He really wanted to see what the result would be. The scaling was terrifying. More prompts. Continued. Core Operation 2, Multiplicative Amplification. You may now apply simple multiplication to any expression of the first tongue that you produce. Unlike exponentiation, multiplication scales linearly but can be applied with values that exceed single digits. A multiplier of 10 causes the expression to be 10 times more effective. A multiplier of 100 causes it to be 100 times more effective. A multiplier of 1000 causes it to be 1000 times more effective. Multiplicative amplification is less dramatic than exponential expression but more predictable and controllable. It is recommended for situations where precise scaling is desired rather than overwhelming force. This operation can be combined with exponentiation for compound effects. An expression with a multiplier of 10 and an exponent of 2 would first be multiplied by 10, then that result would be multiplied by itself. The compounding of operations creates amplification that exceeds either operation alone. Currently maximum multiplication value, 10, core operation 3, divisive reduction. You may now apply division to expressions of the first tongue that target you or your allies. When division is applied to an incoming attack or effect, its potency is divided by the value chosen. An incoming attack divided by 10 retains only 1/10 of its original effect. An incoming attack divided by 100 retains only 1/100th. This operation provides defensive applications that complement the offensive applications of exponentiation and multiplication. Attacks that would normally devastate your existence can be reduced to negligible inconveniences through sufficient division. Note: division cannot reduce effects to 0. The minimum result of any division is an infinitesimally small but still present effect. Complete negation still requires apophysis declaration rather than numerical reduction. Current maximum value for division, 10, chapter 49:22, immensity I. In the interstices, Noah sat down with a serious expression of focused intent. The space around him held no true temperature, yet he could feel something close coolness pressing against his skin where the void touched his existence. It was always this way in the interstices, a place that existed between places, where light had no source but illuminated everything with pale radiance that cast no shadows. His throne of absolute seals was grand beneath him, his blue-gold pen materialized in his grasp, and immediately he felt the familiar surge of connection that came with holding what he chose to be the sword and instrument of the first tongue. The sensation was difficult to describe to those who had never experienced it, and really, nobody in existence apart from him could. It was like standing at the edge of an endless ocean that was somehow also inside him, waves of infinite potential lapping at the shores of his consciousness. The 27 phonemes of his expanded first tongue swirled around him in configurations that reflected his current state, their movements growing more precise as his focus sharpened. He had theoretical understanding of the numerical sovereignty now and how he wanted THR integration of numbers to be, but theory was nothing without practical application. Noah shifted his weight on the throne, rolling his shoulders once before settling into the stillness that composition required. A golden page unfolded before him, blank and waiting, its surface catching the sourceless light of the interstices. This would be an inscriptio dormiens, a sleeping inscription that would wait within his existence until he chose to awaken it. But unlike the inscriptions he had written before, this one would carry numerical augmentation that exceeded anything he had previously produced. He began to write, the pen moved across the golden page with deliberate strokes, and with each phoneme that burned into existence, Noah felt the familiar sensation intensify. It was like drawing threads of fire and meaning from that infinite ocean, weaving them together into patterns that reality itself would be forced to acknowledge. The sensation of primus mana ran up his arm, across his shoulders, settled behind his eyes with pressure that was not quite pain. Each letter carried weight. Each word demanded something of him. Each sentence reshaped the relationship between his will and the fabric of existence, as this was the price he paid for infinity. The depths of my target are not beyond my reach. My strikes are not limited by the weight they carry, but are amplified by the difference between my foundation and the foundation of the one who stands against me. The greater the gap in my favor, the more devastating my assault becomes. The words burned with blue gold light as the inscription completed itself, and Noah released a breath of blue gold fire. His fingers ached faintly where they gripped the pen, a reminder that even infinite authority demanded something from its wielder. The inscription settled into the stable form of an inscriptio dormiens, hovering before him with patient malevolence. He assessed its baseline potency with eyes that had learned to perceive the mathematical weight underlying all expressions of the first tongue. At its current state, this inscription was formidable. Against that wretched, curse-ridden fool of an absolute like the living elemental who suffered under his apotheosis, it would cause significant foundational damage. Against stronger absolutes, it would wound but not devastate. Against beings like Bazuman or the undivided ones emerging from the prima indifferentia, it would likely be insufficient to cause meaningful harm. That was about to change. Noah's eyes shone as he reached toward the inscription with his consciousness. This was different from writing, different from the creative act of composition. This was imposition. This was taking something that already existed and forcing it to become more than it was. The numerical sovereignty responded to his intent like a door opening in his mind, revealing mathematical structures that had always existed within the first tongue but that no one before him had possessed the infinite nature to perceive. He could see the inherent value of the inscription now. Numbers flickered at the edges of his vision, not truly visible but somehow present, describing relationships and ratios that the inscription embodied without knowing it embodied them. Multiplicative amplification. Factor of 10, HUUM. The sound was not truly a sound. It was existence acknowledging that something fundamental had shifted. The single golden page blazed with light that made Noah squint despite himself. Brightness that seemed to press against his face like heat from a forge. But the transformation went beyond mere power increase. Before his eyes, the inscription began to divide, to multiply, to replicate itself with precision of mathematical law rather than simple duplication. It was like watching a single flame become 10 flames, each one burning with a more vibrant, hungry intensity as the original. Where one inscriptio dormiens had existed, now 10 identical pages burned with blue gold radiance. Noah leaned forward slightly on his throne, his earlier stillness forgotten as he observed the phenomenon with eyes that missed nothing. Each of the 10 inscriptions carried the same words: elevated authority, and grander potential for devastation. 10 offensive weapons where before there had been only one, and each of the 10 now operated at amplified potency that made the original seem almost quaint by comparison. Prompts bloomed before his eyes. Multiplicative amplification applied. Your inscriptio dormiens has been amplified by a multiplicative factor of 10. This amplification has manifested in two ways. The power of the inscription has been multiplied tenfold, and the inscription itself has been replicated into 10 identical copies. Practical assessment at current level. Each of these 10 inscriptions now carries offensive potential that would devastate weakened absolutes like that pathetic. Kneeling wretched the living elemental with a single activation. One hit, one kill. His deteriorating foundations would not survive even one strike enhanced by this amplified authority. Against standard absolutes of equivalent or lesser foundation, these inscriptions would cause severe foundational damage that could lead to collapse within sustained engagement. Against beings like Bazuman or the Undivided Ones, these inscriptions would now be capable of causing genuine wounds rather than superficial scratches. You now possess 10 multiplicatively amplified inscriptions dormientes, offensive. Noah looked at the 10 burning pages that now hovered before him, arranged in a loose circle like attendants awaiting command. The light they cast painted his features in shades of blue and gold, alternating as the inscriptions pulsed with their newfound potency. He could feel their readiness, their eagerness to be used, like hounds straining at leashes. What had been a single weapon was now an arsenal, each piece more potent than the original had been alone. But he was not finished. He straightened on his throne, drawing a deep breath that seemed to pull the scattered energies of the interstices into himself. The void around him responded to his focus, growing somehow more still, more expectant. Even the phonemes that eternally danced around his form slowed their swirling, sensing that something significant was about to occur. Now came exponential expression. This was where the numerical sovereignty truly revealed its terrifying potential. Noah gathered all 10 inscriptions together with a gesture that was more will than motion, bringing them into alignment before him. They resisted slightly, each one possessing enough autonomous authority to have opinions about being manipulated. He imposed his intent upon them regardless, and they submitted to his dominion with reluctance that he felt as a faint pressure behind his temples. The mathematical structures in his mind shifted, rearranged themselves, presented new possibilities that had not existed moments before.
Exponentiation. Not multiplication, which merely added copies of a value to itself.
Exponentiation multiplied a value by itself, again and again, creating growth that quickly exceeded comprehension. Exponential expression.
Exponent of 3, HUUM, the 10 inscriptions transformed in ways that exceeded anything the multiplicative amplification had produced. Chapter 49:23, Immensity 2, Noah's eyes buzzed. The sensation that washed over him was like nothing he had experienced before, like standing in a river that was suddenly revealed to be an ocean, like holding a candle that became a sun. Oh, exponential expression. The golden pages burned with light so intense, but he did not look away for even a moment, spots dancing in his vision despite his grand nature. In moments, what hovered before him was something entirely different from what he had created. The words on each page remained unchanged, but they now carried weight that pressed against existence itself with authority that bordered on conceptual. The inscriptions seemed to pulse with heartbeats of power, each pulse releasing waves of pressure that made his skin prickle, that made the void of the interstices itself seem to flinch away. The fucking interstices flinched. He could feel them now in a way he had not felt the originals, a constant awareness at the back of his mind, like the presence of dangerous predators that had chosen, for the moment, not to attack. But the transformation went deeper than mere power increase. The edges of each inscription began to shimmer with dual lights that should not have coexisted. Blue-gold infinities wove alongside something else, something that held the nature of paradox itself. Differentiation and undifferentiation merged within the infinite constructs, creating weapons that could harm through definition and through dissolution simultaneously. Prompts bloomed with weight that exceeded anything Noah had witnessed from ruination before. Exponential expression applied. Your 10 multiplicatively amplified inscriptions dormientes have been subjected to exponential expression with an exponent of 3. Through this process, they have transcended their original classification entirely. New designation: the transcendent paradoxical inscriptions dormientes. These elevated inscriptions have gained a terrifying exponential power that incorporates both infinite undifferentiation and infinite differentiation into their offensive nature. They now exist in states that are simultaneously defined and undefined, allowing them to harm beings regardless of their existential composition. Comprehensive threat assessment against normal absolutes. The transcendent paradoxical inscriptions dormientes would cause immediate and catastrophic foundational collapse. That sniveling, burn-ridden disgrace of an absolute known as the living elemental, already writhing under your curse like the pitiful creature he is, would be erased from existence with a single activation. Even healthy absolutes of standard classification would find their foundations torn apart by the dual assault of differentiation and undifferentiation operating in exponential harmony against undivided ones. These beings, which normally resist conventional attacks due to their undifferentiated nature, would find no refuge from inscriptions that wield undifferentiation and differentiation as a weapon. The transcendent paradoxical inscriptions would speak to the undivided ones in their own language while simultaneously imposing definition upon them, creating damage that their usual immunities cannot deflect. Beings like Bazuman would suffer genuine, lasting harm from these weapons against formless terrors. Similarly, the formless terrors that lack stable form would find themselves vulnerable to inscriptions that attack through both form and formlessness.
The exponential nature of the assault would catch them regardless of which state they occupied at any given moment. Against primordial architects, well, a lot about them is unknown, but even these ancient beings, products of differentiation and undifferentiation during the first cause, would not be immune. The transcendent paradoxical inscriptions speak the fundamental language of their existence and could potentially wound entities that have not faced genuine threats since before the infinite unfurling. Whether such wounds would do much is uncertain, but the capacity to harm primordial architects at all represents power that few beings in observable existence possess. Noah read over these prompts with eyes that blazed with understanding. His hands had curled into fists without his conscious decision. 10 inscriptions, each one capable of erasing standard absolutes with single activations. Each one capable of genuinely wounding the undivided ones in formless terrors that were currently flooding across observable existence. Each one potentially capable of harming even primordial architects themselves. He set the transcendent paradoxical inscriptions dormientes aside carefully. The inscriptions resisted separation from their creator, wanting to remain close, wanting to be used, and oh, he would use them. Their golden pages burned with dual lights that made the other inscriptions on his desk seem like children's toys by comparison, like drawings of weapons next to the actual blades. Now for the defensive application. Noah rolled his neck, hearing the faint crack of tension releasing, and took another golden page in hand. The phonemes swirled around his form with increased intensity, responding to his intent before he had fully formed it. Eager to participate in another act of glory, he began to write once more, his movements carrying the same deliberate precision that had produced the offensive inscription. The sensation of drawing from that infinite ocean returned, familiar now but no less demanding. I am not vulnerable to those whose foundations cannot match my own. The protection I receive is not static but scales with the difference between my weight and the weight of the one who seeks to harm me. The greater my foundation exceeds theirs, the more impenetrable my defense becomes. The word settled into place as another inscriptio dormiens completed itself. Where the offensive inscription had felt like a blade being forged, this one felt like armor being fitted, like walls being raised around something precious. Noah looked at the completed inscription and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction before beginning the augmentation process once more. The defensive application would follow the same pattern, but he found himself curious whether the sensations would differ. Multiplicative amplification. Factor of 10, HUUM, the defensive inscription blazed with light as the numerical operation took effect. The warmth that washed over him was different this time, not the hungry heat of a forge but the comfortable warmth of a hearth, of safety, of walls that nothing could breach. As with the offensive inscription, the single page divided and replicated, becoming 10 identical defensive inscriptions that burned with amplified protective authority. Multiplicative amplification applied. Your defensive inscriptio dormiens has been amplified by a multiplicative factor of 10. Manifesting as both power increase and replication into 10 identical copies. Practical assessment at current level. Each of these 10 inscriptions now provides protection that would render attacks from standard absolutes negligible. That miserable, foundation-crumbling embarrassment the living elemental strikes, even if he could muster them through his curse, would fail to register as threats. Attacks from beings of equivalent foundation would be significantly blunted. Even assaults from powerful entities like Bazuman would be substantially reduced, transforming potentially lethal strikes into manageable damage. You now possess 10 multiplicatively amplified inscriptions dormientes, defensive. Noah nodded once, sharply, and continued without pause. His focus had narrowed to a point, all other concerns falling away like shed clothing. There was only this. Only the next step, exponential expression. Exponent of 3, HUUM, the 10 defensive inscriptions transformed with radiance that matched their offensive counterparts. The golden pages burned with light that seemed to create bubbles of absolute safety around them, spheres of impossibility that declared harm could not exist within their boundaries. Looking at them, Noah felt something loosen in his chest, some tension he had not realized he was carrying. The dual lights of differentiation and undifferentiation wove through the protective declarations, creating shields that existed in states beyond conventional defense. They were and were not. They blocked through presence and through absence. They protected. Exponential expression applied. Your 10 multiplicatively amplified defensive inscriptions dormientes have been subjected to exponential expression with an exponent of 3. Through this process, they have transcended their original classification entirely. New designation: the transcendent paradoxical inscriptions dormientes, defensive. These elevated inscriptions have gained a terrifying exponential protective power that incorporates both infinite undifferentiation and infinite differentiation into their defensive nature. They protect through simultaneous assertion of form and formlessness, creating barriers that cannot be bypassed by conventional means. Comprehensive protection assessment: against normal absolutes, attacks from standard absolutes would fail to penetrate these defenses entirely. Whether strikes of pure civilizational authority or exotic methodologies, they would encounter protection that speaks their language and negates their effectiveness. That worthless, groveling heap of deteriorating foundations known as the living elemental could strike for eternity without causing meaningful harm. Against undivided ones, the undivided ones attack through undifferentiation, seeking to dissolve their targets back into proto-potential. These inscriptions counter by wielding undifferentiation themselves, creating defensive resonance that nullifies such assaults. Bazuman's attempts to consume would find nothing to grasp, as the protection exists in states that mirror his own methodology. Against formless terrors, similarly, the chaotic attacks of formless terrors would find no purchase against defenses that embrace formlessness as readily as form. Their violence would pass through without effect, unable to locate a stable target within the paradoxical protective field. Against primordial architects, even attacks from these ancient beings would be somewhat mitigated. While complete immunity cannot be guaranteed against entities who shaped the nature of differentiation and undifferentiation itself, these inscriptions would provide substantial protection that could mean the difference between survival and collapse. Chapter 49:24 Infinite Harvest. Noah set the transcendent paradoxical inscriptions dormientes, defensive, beside their offensive counterparts on his desk. 20 elevated inscriptions now burned before him, arranged in 2 groups of 10, their twin radiances illuminating the interstices with authority that exceeded anything this space had contained before. The light they cast was almost warm against his skin, almost like sunlight. Offense and defense, both augmented to levels that transcended their original classifications, both capable of affecting beings that would have seemed untouchable before the numerical sovereignty had been integrated into his weavings of the first tongue. After he was done testing this out, Noah sat back on his throne of absolute seals. The crystallized authority pressed against his back, solid and reassuring. His blue-gold pen still swirled with infinities pulsing around its form, still ready to write more inscriptions if he desired. The phonemes had resumed their endless dance around his existence, galaxies of infinite authority that now carried numerical values alongside their semantic meanings. The void of the interstices stretched out around him, patient and immense as when he thought about the capabilities of what he had just designed. Oh, what he just forged! He could not help but lean his head back against the throne. And then he used his hand to cover his face, but through the gaps between his fingers, an utterly terrifying devilish smile could be seen rising across his features. His resplendent white teeth showed gloriously as the smile widened, as the implications of what he had just created settled fully into his consciousness. His shoulders shook once, twice, with laughter that he did not permit to escape his throat. With the transcendent paradoxical inscriptions dormientes, he could erase standard absolutes, wound the undivided ones in formless terrors, and potentially gain a tiny footing even against primordial architects. With their defensive counterparts, he could become nearly invulnerable to attacks from beings across all classifications of existence. And these were merely his first tests of the numerical sovereignty. What would happen when he applied these operations to his harvests? To his archive of existence? To his perpetual harvest that already claimed resources from enemies across observable existence? The smile behind his hand grew even wider. The Genesis monarch had just done something that observable existence was not prepared for, and he was only getting started. After his tests designing and elevating inscriptions with multiplicative amplification and exponential expression, Noah turned his gaze inward. The inscriptions were merely the beginning. Weapons and shields were useful, certainly, but they were tools. What he was about to do was different. What he was about to do would transform the very nature of how he grew. Noah straightened on his throne of absolute seals, feeling the crystallized authority press against his back as he drew a breath that seemed to pull the scattered energies of the interstices into his lungs. He called out grandly and unequivocally. Apply multiplicative amplification and exponential expression to all incoming harvest from the spread of my absolute seals across observable existence. Every single thing benefiting, every area covered, every harvest turned into infinite potential that further amplifies my existence and foundation. His voice dropped to something that pressed against reality itself.
Multiply it and exponentially elevate it, boom, the sound was, well, not truly a sound. It was existence acknowledging that something fundamental had shifted in the relationship between Noah Osmond and the resources that flowed toward him across all of observable existence. He knew this would be one of the heaviest actions he could take. Such a configuration was not merely heavy. It was the kind of thing that would have overwhelmed foundations unprepared for the volume of power about to surge through them, but he had infinities, so he could withstand it. He could pay the price. Noah felt his depth and immensity moving in response to his words. The sensation was grand. This was not external manipulation of inscriptions that existed outside his existence. This was internal restructuring, his very being rearranging itself to accommodate the mathematical operations he had imposed upon his harvest. He could feel the numbers taking shape within him, not as abstract concepts but as physical structures that wove themselves through his foundations like new organs being grown. His absolute seals surged around him with intensity. They had always swirled. They had always danced in configurations that reflected his state of mind and authority. But now they moved with purpose. They flowed outward and inward simultaneously, streaming from his existence in rivers of blue gold light that curved and bent and folded back upon themselves, and they formed something. A massive blue gold infinity symbol materialized around him, its loops stretching across the interstices until they seemed to encompass the entire space here. Noah floated at its center while seated on his throne, the crystallized authority beneath him now simply another part of the greater configuration. The infinity symbol burned with light that pulsed in rhythms matching his heartbeat, and he could feel it not just as a visual phenomenon but as an extension of his own existence. All incoming harvest flowed into this churning infinity symbol. The first streams arrived within moments of the configuration completing itself. Harvest from his absolute seals spreading across observable existence. Harvest from the corrupted paradoxical protomatter that the living paradox was flooding everywhere, carrying Noah's infinities alongside his own information. Harvest from every being who used the first tongue and paid the existential tariffs he had established. The harvest flowed into the infinity symbol like rivers joining an endless sea, and then the multiplicative amplification took effect. Noah gasped as the incoming harvest was multiplied by 10. The sensation was overwhelming in its immediacy. What had been a steady flow of resources became a torrent, a flood, an ocean of potential that surged through the loops of the infinity symbol with force that made his foundations buzz. He could feel the potency of each unit of harvest increasing tenfold, and simultaneously, the volume multiplied as well. Not just stronger harvest, but more of it, 10 times as much crashing against his existence with every passing moment. The infinity symbol churned with increased intensity, the blue gold light brightening until Noah had to narrow his eyes against its radiance. The harvest surged along the loops, compressed and concentrated, building toward something that felt inevitable, and then the exponential expression activated. Harvest multiplied by itself, and then multiplied by itself again, and then multiplied by itself a third time. Harvest times harvest times harvest. The already multiplied harvest didn't merely increase in power. It compounded upon itself with mathematical precision that produced results exceeding comprehension. What had been tenfold became something else entirely, something that existed at scales where normal measurement lost meaning. He watched as the churning harvest within the infinity symbol began to condense. The streams of raw potential that had been flowing through the loops started to concentrate, to crystallize, to take on form that they had not possessed moments before. The blue gold light shifted, became something more golden, more defined, more singular in its purpose, and Noah understood what he was witnessing. He even came up with a name for it, the infinite observable harvest. He breathed. The name emerged from him without conscious decision, pulled from some deep understanding that recognized what was forming before his eyes. This was what he felt when he looked at the condensing power. Not mere harvest. Not simple resources being accumulated. Something elevated beyond normal classification through the mathematical operations he had imposed. A single unit of the infinite observable harvest completed its formation. It looked like a golden infinity symbol, smaller than the massive configuration surrounding him but burning with intensity that exceeded its size. The unit floated within the greater infinity symbol for a moment. Beautiful and terrible and filled with potential that made his foundations ache with anticipation. Then it flowed into him. Boom, chapter 49:25, Infinite Harvest. 2. Noah's spine arched against his throne as the infinite observable harvest integrated with his existence. The weight of his absolute seals rose up tremendously, their authority strengthening with speed that exceeded anything conventional harvest could have provided. His foundations felt the impact like a physical blow.
but it was a blow that built rather than destroyed, that elevated rather than damaged. His infinite formless depth expanded to accommodate what was being added to him, and moments after the first unit, another unit of the infinite observable harvest formed. It smashed into his existence with force that made him grip his armrests until the crystallized authority cracked beneath his fingers. His infinite formless depth amplified again, its weight and immensity growing with speed that would have taken conventional beings eons to achieve. The sensation was almost painful, like growing too fast, like his existence was being stretched to accommodate power that exceeded its previous capacity, but his infinite nature adapted. It always quintessentially adapted. Unit after unit of the infinite observable harvest formed within the churning infinity symbol and flowed into his existence. Each one carried the compounded potency of harvest that had been multiplied tenfold and then raised to the third power. Each one elevated his foundations by margins that should have been impossible. Each one made him more than he had been moments before. Prompts bloomed before his eyes with weight that pressed against his consciousness. Multiplicative amplification and exponential expression applied to harvest. All incoming harvest from the spread of your absolute seals across observable existence is now subject to numerical operations before integration. Harvest is first multiplied by a factor of 10, increasing both potency and volume tenfold. This multiplied harvest is then subjected to exponential expression with an exponent of 3. Causing the harvest to compound upon itself 3 times, the result has been designated the infinite observable harvest. Each unit represents harvest that has been amplified beyond conventional measurement, carrying potential that exceeds what standard harvest could provide by margins that approach infinity. Storage and application. The infinite observable harvest can be directly integrated into your foundations for immediate growth, as is currently occurring. Alternatively, units of the infinite observable harvest can be stored within the organ of civilization that exists at the core of your existence. Stored units of the infinite observable harvest serve as raw material for the production of resources at any scale you desire. The organ of civilization can process stored infinite observable harvest into absolute everythings for the elevation of your followers, into infinite everythings for the enhancement of your own capabilities, or into any other resource configuration that your civilization requires. Note: the production capacity of the organ of civilization has increased proportionally with the quality of harvest being stored. Resources that previously required significant time to produce can now be generated nearly instantaneously when drawing upon the infinite observable harvest. Foundation status update. Your surface depth foundation has achieved weight and immensity equivalent to 15 times the comparative baseline of the primordial paradox and the creature before they became absolutes. Your intermediate depth foundation has achieved weight and immensity equivalent to 14 times the comparative baseline. Your fundamental depth foundation has achieved weight and immensity equivalent to 9 times the comparative baseline. At fundamental depth, you now possess foundations that exceed what the four held before their ascension to absolutia by a factor approaching 1 order of magnitude. Assessment. Your foundational weight at all depths now exceeds any being below absolute classification by margins that render comparison almost meaningless. Almost, Noah's figure pulsed with grand power as he remained seated in the interstices, but this entire region was now unfathomably bright. The blue and gold light that emanated from his existence and the churning infinity symbol around him permeated across the interstices from where he sat, painting the void in colors that it had never known before. He could feel the harvest continuing to flow. Unit after unit of the infinite observable harvest formed and integrated with his existence, each one adding to foundations that were already growing at rates that exceeded comprehension. The infinity symbol churned with endless activity, processing the incoming harvest through multiplicative amplification and exponential expression with efficiency that required no conscious attention from him. This would continue indefinitely. So long as his absolute seal spread and remained spread across observable existence, so long as the living paradoxes process continued flooding corruption and infinities everywhere, a harvest would flow. And that harvest would be multiplied and exponentially elevated before integration, producing growth that conventional beings could never hope to match. Noah nodded to himself with a dangerous smile. It was time to move. He had to see just the true extent of his power, not even an absolute yet. And yet he could utterly destroy the trashiest bum absolutes like that pathetic heap of burning foundations known as the living elemental. The gap between his existence and such weakened absolutes had grown so vast that eliminating them would require less effort than swatting an irritating insect. But what about stronger enemies? What about the things that had seemed untouchable when he first emerged into this existential conflict? Oh, Bazuman, can I now reach you? Sometimes, an enemy was so far away that one knew they couldn't do anything against them for some time.
Bazuman had felt this way when Noah first witnessed him in the prima indifferentia. The undivided one had chased him with hunger that spoke of inevitable consumption, and Noah had fled because fighting had seemed pointless against something so fundamentally beyond his capabilities. But now he wondered. Noah's body in the interstices remained still, seated upon his throne at the center of the churning infinity symbol, while the infinite observable harvest continued flowing into his existence. But another body of his in the agora of primordial judgment stood beside the primordial paradox and the strategoi, facing the crack from which Bazuman had emerged. He would test his power through that body against an undivided one, and at the same time as this occurred, he dealt with multiple other things through different bodies across observable existence. One body monitored the Yggdrasil where his people struggled against infinite undifferentiation, another body continued its work in the wastes with the great usurper and gathering information. Another body remained with the mnemonic Leviathan in the infiniverse, observing the changes being induced by their grand actions, but the body in the interstices did something else as well. It continued looking at an illusory screen that had formed before his throne, displaying images from Alfheim where the living elemental and the living emotive currently struggled. The screen showed that wretched, sniveling disgrace of an absolute still suffering under Noah's curse, his foundations deteriorating with every passing moment while he could barely stand. In front of him, the living emotive defended against an undivided one alone, the screen of the living elemental struggling. He would continue to look at it. Even though Noah could kill this being with a thought, even though the transcendent paradoxical inscriptions dormientes would erase him from existence with a single activation. Noah wanted him to suffer for now. Let him burn, let him feel the weight of the curse that would never lift until Noah decided to show mercy in death and collapse. Let him understand what it meant to have made an enemy of the Genesis monarch. But as he watched, Noah actually rose up from his throne slightly, his hands pressing against the armrests as his attention sharpened with sudden interest. Something unique was happening on the screen. Something he had not noticed before. Something that his newly elevated perception now made visible in ways that his previous sight could not have achieved. He saw a flow of authority around emotive. It was uniquely filled with intense and profound definition. That quality of existence that separated differentiated beings from the proto-potential of the prima indifferentia. The flow was subtle, almost invisible, and it moved in a direction that seemed wrong. It flowed from emotive into the undivided one. Noah paid attention fully now, his dangerous smile fading into something more analytical as he observed the phenomenon with eyes that broke down both languages and numbers. His vision moved between differentiation and undifferentiation with ease that his existence had not possessed before the numerical sovereignty was integrated into his first tongue. He could see the mathematical relationships underlying the flow, the ratios and proportions that described what was occurring. Emotive was giving something to the undivided one, not fighting it. Not defending against it. Giving something to it while appearing to fight. Whatever are you doing, O emotive? Chapter 49:26, a bond of emotions. Because of the inscription that he had laid out on that waste of life that was the living elemental, Noah was able to perceive what was happening around this being and his immediate surroundings. The curse burned across elemental's foundations with relentless precision, but it also served as an anchor for Noah's perception. Through that anchor, he could observe the region of Alfheim where the cursed absolute currently cowered, could see the beings that surrounded him and the conflicts that unfolded in his vicinity. So he saw both the living elemental and the living emotive as she fought against an undivided one that actually did not even seem like it wanted to be there. The observation struck him as peculiar the moment he processed it fully. The undivided one was a massive thing whose body resembled a great winged lion with the face of something that had never been mortal. No features of any realm Noah had witnessed could describe that visage, that configuration of angles and expressions that spoke of existence before existence had learned to differentiate itself into recognizable forms. Its mane was made of writhing serpents that hissed with individual malice, each one a separate consciousness bound to the greater whole. Their eyes burning with hunger that their host seemed reluctant to act upon. Its wings stretched wide enough to cast shadows across entire territories, vast expanses of feathered darkness that should have been beating with aggressive intent, but there was something hesitant in its assault. Something reluctant in the way it pressed against emotive's defenses. Where its paws touched, existence forgot what solidity meant. The ground beneath it became uncertain, wavering between states of matter as the undifferentiated nature of the beast leaked into its surroundings. And yet those paws moved with reluctance, striking toward emotive with force that should have been devastating but pulling back at the last moment as if the winged lion feared the consequences of actually connecting. Noah narrowed his eyes. He wasn't able to fully perceive everything that had occurred, But there should have been another undivided one or two that came out with this one from the prima indifferentia. He had felt their brief auras when the crack first opened above the mountain, terrible pressures that had made even his distant perception waver for a moment, but those auras had disappeared rapidly, snuffed out with casual efficiency that spoke of overwhelming power. He only attributed this to the creature, so the undivided one that was attacking emotive had to know that it could be taken care of by the creature at any time. The being at the peak of the mountain had already demonstrated his capacity to eliminate such threats. This remaining winged lion understood that its existence continued only because the creature permitted it, but since the creature wanted adversity for emotive and elemental, he did not interfere. That was the reason why the assault continued. Not because the undivided one posed a genuine threat, but because the creature had decided that his allies needed to struggle. Emotive was defending as if she did not want to be there. Her embodiments flew toward the undivided one with power that should have been devastating, but her movements held reluctance that her manic energy could not fully disguise. She threw attacks because she had to, not because she wanted to, and the undivided one was attacking as if it also did not want to be there. The winged lion's serpent mane hissed toward emotive with malice that seemed performative rather than genuine. Its massive paws swept through the air with force that would have devastated anything of an average absolute, but the movements were perfunctory, going through motions rather than genuinely seeking to kill. Its wings beat with power that should have generated storms, yet they created only gentle breezes that barely disturbed emotive's constantly changing hair. It knew that true aggression would invite the creature's attention. It knew that actually harming these beings might transform it from permitted pest to consumed meal. It was a unique and laughable situation, but as Noah continued to observe, he noticed something else entirely. His newly elevated perception, enhanced by the numerical sovereignty and the infinite observable harvest flowing into his foundations, could perceive things that he had not been able to see before. His eyes broke down both languages and numbers now, moving between differentiation and undifferentiation with ease that allowed him to observe the mathematical relationships underlying existence itself, and he saw something flowing from the living emotive. An extremely clear and intense definition of emotion was streaming from her existence and going into the undivided one. The flow was invisible to normal perception. Even most absolutes would not have been able to observe it. But Noah could see it now, could trace its path from emotive's foundations into the weavings of the winged lion with clarity that made the phenomenon undeniable. Uniquely, the undivided one had no idea what was happening to it. Its weavings were filled with light of undifferentiation, as was proper for a being that had existed in the prima indifferentia. The serpents of its mane continued hissing with individual malice, unaware that their collective existence was being subtly altered. Its face that had never been mortal remained fixed in expressions that predated emotion itself. And yet, at this moment, something silent and invisible was flowing alongside its undifferentiated nature. Something that was giving it a very clear and intense definition and differentiation based on emotions. Noah leaned forward on his throne in the interstices, the churning infinity symbol around him pulsing with increased intensity as his attention sharpened. He watched the flow of emotional definition pour into the undivided one, watched it weave itself through the winged lion's foundations without triggering any of its natural defenses against differentiation. It was like watching someone slowly poison a drink while their victim remained oblivious. His eyes flashed coldly as realization settled into his consciousness. He had truly been underestimating the living emotive. Because as she threw out embodiments here and there to keep the undivided one at bay, her actual power was focused elsewhere entirely. The attacks were distractions, performances meant to make it seem like she was fighting when in truth she was doing something far more insidious. Most of her authority was concentrated on this emotional light of definition, on the flow that was slowly transforming the winged lion from the inside out. After a few more seconds of observation, boom, an impact occurred between the living emotive and the undivided one. Emotive breathed heavily with an angry look that twisted her features into something between fury and exhaustion. The figure of that worthless heap of burning foundations known as the living elemental was blasted backward by the shockwave. Hitting the surrounding trees of the mountain like a sack of ugly potatoes, his cursed form crumpled against the ancient bark with impact that would have been satisfying to witness if Noah had cared enough about the wretch to feel true satisfaction, but his attention remained on emotive. A unique scene unfolded after that impact. The living emotive looked toward the peak of the mountain that Noah could not perceive too well, the region where the creature's temple sat shrouded in multicolored flames. Her expression held accusation that exceeded her previous anger, and she no longer attacked the undivided one. Instead, she actually began to float toward it. Uniquely, the undivided one had gone still. The winged lion's serpent mane ceased its hissing.
Each individual serpent blinked with confusion that should not have been possible for extensions of a being of undifferentiation. Its wings, which had been beating with performative aggression moments before, now folded against its leonine body with docility that contradicted everything its form suggested. Its face that had never been mortal shifted through expressions it had never worn before, cycling through confusion and recognition and something that looked almost like affection. Its entire massive form shook as if it was remembering something, as if new information was integrating into its existence that changed everything it had believed about the situation. And then the ridiculous scene occurred. The living emotive floated up toward the undivided one's shoulder, her now crimson hair blazing with manic energy that seemed more petulant than threatening now. She settled onto the winged lion's massive shoulder as if it were a chair, her small form perching upon primordial horror with casualness that defied comprehension. The serpents of its mane that had been hissing with malice moments before now regarded her with something approaching protectiveness, their eyes softening in ways that their undifferentiated nature should not have permitted. She looked up toward the mountain where the creature resided and spoke with an angry gaze, "Because you did not want to help. You forced me to use my last bond on some random undivided one." Her voice carried across Alfheim with weight that pressed against the glorious twilight. "I was saving that for the youngest. Just because you can resist our bond doesn't mean you can bully me like this, creature." Noah was astonished as he looked at the body of the living emotive. She was filled with manic energy that seemed to contradict the gravity of what she had just revealed. Her angry words came across more like pouting than genuine fury, complaints directed toward an unseen being who apparently cared nothing for her displeasure. Below her, the winged lion shook its shoulder with motion that caused her to drift off her perch. The serpents of its mane hissed with what sounded almost like apology as their movement disrupted her seating. She pouted toward it with expression that would have been more appropriate on a child denied a treat than on an absolute. The undivided one was still adjusting with confusion that Noah could perceive even through the distant observation of his inscription anchor. Whatever bond or definition had been placed on it had fundamentally altered its perception of the living emotive. She was no longer prey. She was no longer enemy. She was a friend, someone it did not want to harm. The transformation had occurred in seconds, invisible to many except Noah's newly elevated perception. And now the winged lion treated emotive with something approaching protectiveness despite having no logical reason to do so. Where its paws touched, existence still forgot what solidity meant, but it was careful now to keep those paws away from the small woman. But she had revealed something that painted a much clearer picture. Noah had asked himself how this woman had moved from the creature to the living paradox, how she had ingratiated herself with beings who should have had no reason to tolerate her presence. He had wondered how she managed to cling to the primordial chaos in Alfheim, how she inserted herself into dynamics that had nothing to do with her own agenda. Now he understood. She had a unique power of definition or differentiation based on her terrifying manic emotions. A power that allowed her to form some sort of bond with beings, even someone as powerful as the creature. A bond that influenced the target to treat her differently, to feel closeness toward her that they had not chosen and could not explain. Emotive. The broken doll, she seemed to be among the few unique beings in observable existence whose capabilities exceeded their apparent classification. There was more to her than what met the eye, depths of power that her manic surface behavior disguised behind seemingly unhinged emotion. Her methodology interested Noah greatly. The invisible nature of it seemed very similar to the entity, even though the two of them were clearly not related. Both operated through subtle influence rather than direct confrontation. Both altered the targets they affected without those targets realizing what was happening until the transformation was complete, but the differences were equally significant. The entity, the primordial mycelia, took over and controlled the entirety of the will of another. It subsumed consciousness into its unified network, dissolving individuality into collective purpose. Its targets ceased to be themselves entirely. The broken doll formed bonds that made one feel like they were her family or lover. Her targets remained themselves. They retained their will, their consciousness, their individual nature. But their perception of her shifted, their emotional responses to her presence transformed into something that served her purposes. They believed they cared about her because she had made them believe it through definitions so subtle that they could not perceive its presence. Noah filed this information away for future consideration, but even as he observed all of this, he had to divide his attention. The churning infinity symbol around his body in the interstices continued processing the infinite observable harvest, unit after unit of amplified and elevated resources flowing into his foundations. His perception of Alfheimer through the inscription anchor remained active. Observing Emotive and her newly bonded winged lion with analytical interest, but in the agora of primordial judgment, Bazuman had begun to move, and Noah had to see exactly how his newly elevated immensity and methods would work against the undivided one that had chased him across the prima indifferentia, because while the winged lion that the living Emotive had just bonded to was powerful, a being that would have devastated most average absolutes in direct conflict, a creature whose very pause made existence forget what solidity meant, it was nowhere near the level of Bazuman, that ancient horror, that entity who had pursued Noah through corrupted protomatter with hunger. Bazuman was something else entirely. And Noah was about to discover whether his growth had been sufficient to reach him.
Chapter 49:27, Ganging Up on Bazuman.
In the agora of primordial judgment, the air itself had grown heavy with anticipation. Noah stood beside the primordial paradox, his existence burning with blue-gold infinities that pressed outward against the corrupted protomatter flooding through the crack above. The ancient stones beneath his feet thrummed with vibrations he could feel through his soles, the entire structure of the agora responding to the presence that had emerged from the prima indifferentia. Behind them, the four strategoi had arranged themselves in positions of readiness for combat. Glossicos stood with her linguistic authority coiling around her form.
Kaiatikos shifted between states of matter and energy with increasing instability. Ontikos emanated the calm weight of existence itself.
And Paradoxos displayed both fear and determination across his dual faces. Before them all stood Bazuman. The undivided one had emerged fully from the crack now, its round Thonian form settling upon the ancient stones with weight that made one's teeth ache from the pressure. Countless crimson eyes arranged in spiraling patterns across its spherical mass gazed outward in every direction, each one burning with hunger. Innumerable tentacles extended from its form, each tipped with mouths that held teeth made of crystallized memories. Its entire surface churned constantly, revealing glimpses of faces and forms beneath, the remnants of beings who had ceased to exist everywhere except within Bazuman's infinite memory. The immensity it carried pressed against Noah's perception like a physical weight settling upon his shoulders, like heavy hands pushing down on his chest with every breath he took. This wasn't the same as the winged lion that Emotive had just bonded to in Alfheim. That creature had been powerful, yes, capable of devastating most absolutes in direct conflict. But Bazuman existed in an entirely different classification. It was like comparing that pathetic floundering embarrassment known as the living elemental to beings like the living paradox or the primordial chaos. They were legitimately leagues apart, and at this moment, this thing was keeping its gaze locked onto Noah. Every single one of those countless crimson eyes had oriented toward him specifically, tracking his movements with attention that felt uncomfortably personal. The weight of that collective focus pressed against his skin like heat from a forge held too close. The tentacles that extended from its form seemed to reach in his direction even when they weren't actively moving, drawn by magnetism that operated on levels beyond physical attraction. Noah couldn't help but look toward it and ask the question that had been forming since he first felt its attention. Am I wrong to think that you are obsessed with me, Bazuman? Bazuman's many eyes smiled. The expression shouldn't have been possible.
Monstrous eyes couldn't smile, couldn't convey emotion through shape alone.
And yet every single crimson orb across its churning surface curved upward at the edges, creating an impression of brutal amusement. When it spoke, its voice emerged from 1,000 mouths simultaneously, a deep resonance of undifferentiation that seemed to vibrate inside Noah's chest rather than reach him through the air. I tasted you, the words pressed against reality itself. You tasted of unique endless undifferentiation. And I let you slip past me. Its tentacles writhed with increased intensity, and right now, with this corrupted paradoxical spread of protomatter, its eyes blazed brighter. I feel like I have tasted yet another portion of you inside me. The mouths across its surface all curved into expressions of hunger. I want more. Every eye focused on Noah with intensity. I want you, boom. The words were horrid for Noah to hear, and he felt his existence recoiling with distaste. It felt like this undivided one was confessing in the worst way possible, but the words were heavy in other ways as well. They caused the primordial paradox to frown, his obsidian gold flames flickering with attention that had shifted from casual observation to serious concern. He kept his calm gaze on the undivided one, but Noah could feel the weight of his perception turning partially toward him as he asked a question that demanded honest answer. Youngest, what is he talking about? Your authority is spreading alongside my disciples' corruption? The primordial paradox asked this with an inquisitive gaze, and Noah could see this being already looking at the surrounding influx of corrupted paradoxical protomatter with eyes that were breaking down everything. Those ancient perceptions were analyzing the composition of the corruption, identifying the blue-gold threads of infinity woven through its structure, tracing their origins back to the source that had inserted them. So Noah replied honestly, "Since your disciple was spreading corruption to affect all of observable existence, I added a little of myself onto that train." His voice held no apology. "I'm just going along for the ride and benefiting from it." He met the primordial paradoxes. Gaze directly. "And yes, I know of the potential dangers that may come from this. It seems like I'm looking at one right now." The primordial paradox frowned momentarily, his obsidian gold flames burning. He looked at Noah silently for a moment that stretched longer than it should have, then he spoke with a voice that held warning beneath its calmness. "You know, but you also don't know." His gaze shifted to Bazuman. "There's a reason why after you disappeared in that crack of observable existence in the prima indifferentia and I was staring straight at the one responsible for making this happen. I was still unable to collapse Bazuman at that time." His flames flickered, amongst undivided ones. "The level of undifferentiation from Bazuman is immensely high. And part of the reason, which I now understand, was you." His eyes returned to Noah. "He had a bit of you eons ago. Even if briefly, Bazuman had ingested you. He had ingested infinity, and now, you have given him a glimpse of more." Noah listened to these words quietly and with calmness that he maintained through force of will. He knew the dangers of what he'd done with the process that the living paradox had initiated. He'd known from the moment the infiniverse scattered his seals through the corrupted protomatter. He declared that he would face whatever arose from his choice and take care of it himself, even proclaiming that he would take on the responsibility to stop the living paradox if needed. But it seemed that right now, he would get a glimpse of exactly what would be required of him, because not long after the primordial paradox finished his words, Bazuman laughed. The sound emerged from 1,000 mouths simultaneously, brutal amusement that made the ancient stones of the agora crack beneath its resonance. Every crimson eye across its churning surface blazed with light that exceeded their previous intensity, and its horrid body pulsed. Boom! Its many eyes released a terrifying sense of pressure that exceeded anything that many here had never felt from an individual entity before. Chapter 49:28, Ganging Up on Bazuman. 2. The pressure congealed into physical form, becoming a sea of crimson undifferentiation that instantly settled all around the agora like a tide of dissolution washing over everything it touched. The red light pressed against Noah's skin with weight that felt like being submerged in water that wanted to unmake him. It permeated through the air, through the stones, through the very fabric of existence in this region, seeking to dissolve definition wherever it found purchase, and this undifferentiation carried a glimmer of infinity and profound paradox. It felt like the exertion of overwhelming will made manifest, like the authority of undifferentiation pressing against everything that dared to be differentiated. The moment it erupted, structures throughout the agora began to waver, their defined edges becoming uncertain, their solid forms questioning whether they were truly solid at all. Noah withstood it with his existence alone. His infinities burned brilliantly across his form, blue gold flames rising from every aspect of his being to press back against the crimson tide. The sensation was like standing in a river that wanted to sweep him away, but his feet remained planted on bedrock that couldn't be moved, absolute immovable object. Where the undifferentiation touched his light, it didn't find purchase. His nature regenerated faster than it could be unmade, his definition reasserting itself with every nanosecond that passed. He felt the pressure, yes. But he wasn't undifferentiated, he remained exactly what he was. Beside him, the primordial paradox was surrounded by obsidian gold light that formed a bubble of absolute protection around his form. The paradoxical authority that comprised his existence simply declared that undifferentiation couldn't affect him, and reality accepted the declaration without question. Not a single mote of crimson light penetrated his barrier. He stood as an island of perfect calm within the sea of dissolution, but the four strategoi behind them, Glossicos had solemn expression on her features as crimson undifferentiation lapped against her linguistic authority, her weavings struggling to maintain coherence against the pressure. Chaoticos shifted between states with increasing desperation, trying to find a configuration that the undifferentiation couldn't affect, finding none. Ontikos emanated the weight of existence itself, but even existence wavered beneath pressure that sought to make it forget what existence meant, and Paradoxos, this two-faced bum, despite his affinity for paradox, found that Bazuman's undifferentiation was paradoxical in ways that his own authority couldn't fully counter. These four were actually struggling. The mere exertion of pressure from this undivided one was that grand, that overwhelming, that it could challenge four strategoi of the agora simultaneously through nothing more than its released immensity. Bazuman looked toward Noah with all of its eyes, and every single one of them smiled with the same brutal amusement that had preceded its laugh. Its tentacles reached toward him through the crimson tide, mouths at their tips opening with hunger that made his stomach pulse. "I want you!" Boom, it erupted thereafter. Noah observed as around Bazuman, the manifestation of its power unfolded in configurations of civilizational wonders. Echoes began emerging from its churning mass, not physical beings, but impressions of beings. Reconstructions formed from Bazuman's perfect memory of everything it had ever consumed. They poured forth from its surface like spirits rising from a grave. They took shapes that spoke of absolutes from before the infinite unfurling, of creatures that had ceased to exist everywhere except within Bazuman's infinite recollection. They were things that Bazuman had swallowed and undifferentiated. Echoes filled with whispers came first, faint impressions that attacked with fractions of their original power but in overwhelming numbers. Hundreds of them, translucent forms that launched toward Noah and the primordial paradox and the struggling strategoi with attacks that shouldn't have been possible from beings who no longer existed. More followed, stronger manifestations. Noah saw the forms of absolutes he didn't recognize, wielding authority that felt ancient even by the standards of observable existence. They spoke embodiments and released attacks based on methodologies that had been lost to history for eons uncounted. But even this wasn't the extent of Bazuman's horror. Its form split open, the spherical mass that comprised its body cracked down the center like an egg being hatched, and from within that crack emerged light that held no color. It was a pocket dimension of pure undifferentiation that existed within Bazuman's interior, a space where the rules of existence ceased to apply and all things trended toward eternal dissolution. This was where Noah had been swallowed into before. Gravitational pull erupted from the opening, affecting everything nearby. Noah felt it tugging at his existence. Felt his body lean forward slightly before he braced himself against the pull. The echoes that Bazuman had manifested became more numerous as it drew upon deeper reserves within itself. The very air became hazardous, proximity to Bazuman causing passive dissolution that began working on anything that drew too close. Tentacles became more aggressive, seeking to drag opponents into that horrifying interior. And across Bazuman's wounded surface where the split had formed, additional mouths began manifesting. Such terrifying power unfolded. All of the horrors that Bazuman manifested created a suction force that dragged everything toward the yawning maw at its core. Noah could see structures of the agora being pulled toward the endless light of undifferentiation. Ancient stones that had witnessed eons of judgment now sliding across the ground toward consumption. Even the figures of the four strategoi weren't still. They were being pulled while they resisted, their feet scraping against ground and skies that offered no purchase, their civilizations beginning to burn brightly around them as they enacted their own embodiments to maintain position one after another while repelling horrid manifestations. On Noah's chest, something bloomed. The sensation was warmth spreading outward from his chest, comfortable heat like a hearth coming to life. A defensive transcendent paradoxical inscriptio dormiens activated without his conscious command, its golden page manifesting against his chest and burning with dual lights of differentiation and undifferentiation. The inscription declared that he couldn't be consumed, that his existence wasn't susceptible to the suction that affected everything else, and reality accepted that declaration. Echoes of absolute from Bazuman surrounded him, and Noah remained unfettered. He took no damage. He stood perfectly still while structures crumbled around him and strategoi struggled to maintain position, his infinities burning with brilliance that exceeded their previous intensity as he faced Bazuman's full echoes and manifestation with calm that he maintained through absolute confidence in what he'd become. At this time, the primordial paradox spoke with a voice that cut through the chaos without effort. An enemy like this is one that needs to be defeated in a short span of time. His obsidian gold flames burned brighter, especially since he is an undivided one. I couldn't erase it before because it had your glimmer of infinity. His eyes turned to Noah. But if you are confident, youngest, I can hold it down to give you the opportunity to confirm that you truly know what you are doing. I can hold it down, if you can use your infinity to overcome its now endless undifferentiation. Chapter 49:29, Ganging Up on Bazuman. 3. Noah's eyes flashed brilliantly at these words from the primordial paradox. One mustn't forget, the primordial paradox was powerful, whether as powerful as the creature or not was unknown. But he was up there among the most terrifying beings in observable existence, and he was offering to hold Bazuman down, so Noah simply gave a light nod to show his confidence. At this time, the civilizational instinctus activated fully. The sensation was akin to a door opening behind his eyes. Noah's perception shifted as the capability he'd gained from the spark fragment of the first cause revealed what lay behind Bazuman's physical form. The The secondary function of manifestation observation showed him the civilization that this undivided one possessed, the architectural construct that represented everything Bazuman had accumulated across eons of consumption. What he saw was heavy. Behind Bazuman's churning physical form existed a structure that defied conventional description. It appeared as an infinite stomach archive, a vast cathedral of digestion where countless chambers held the preserved memories of everything Bazuman had ever consumed. Pillars formed from crystallized recollections supported ceilings that stretched toward infinity. Walls built from accumulated authorities separated sections dedicated to different categories of consumed beings, and everything was connected to core at the center. A pulsing core of pure undifferentiation that served as the heart of Bazuman's existence. The tertiary function of structural analysis identified vulnerabilities within this horrifying manifestation. Noah saw cracks in the walls where different consumed memories didn't integrate cleanly with each other, places where the authority of one devoured being conflicted with the authority of another. He saw pillars that bore too much weight, supporting structures that had accumulated more than they were designed to hold. He saw fraying connections where Bazuman's paradoxical nature, remembering while remaining undifferentiated, created stress points that his existence constantly struggled to maintain, and most importantly, he saw the central weakness. The core itself was surrounded by a ring of instability where the pure undifferentiation of Bazuman's core met the differentiated memories that he maintained. That boundary was constantly shifting, constantly struggling to remain coherent, constantly threatening to collapse if sufficient pressure was applied from the right angle. If Noah could reach that boundary, if he could flood it with definition, Bazuman would collapse from the inside out. As he observed all of this, the primordial paradox moved. Well, yes and no, he spoke. Who gave you permission to have undifferentiated paradox, a few words, simple words, even, and. Yet, in the next moment, Noah observed as behind the primordial paradox, multiple embodiments and apophysis manifestations bloomed by the dozens. They took on the forms of terrifying conceptual creatures. Paradoxical beasts that existed and didn't exist simultaneously. Entities that were both predator and prey. Constructs that attacked by being attacked and defended by being destroyed. Lions made of contradiction. Serpents woven from impossibility. Eagles whose wings were forged from statements that cancelled themselves out, and then all of these multiple embodiments and apophysis actually flowed into the words the primordial paradox had uttered. Stacking of embodiments and apophysis, they merged with his simple question, empowering it, elevating it, transforming it from mere words into a truth that pressed against the fabric of existence itself. Noah felt the power rushing past him like wind from a hurricane. The primordial paradox truly asked the entirety of the existence of Bazuman, who gave it permission to have undifferentiated paradox. The instant his terrifying question was asked, the instant the power of the primordial paradox erupted, Noah felt another immense pressure permeating all around. This time it was paradox. Obsidian gold authority that pressed against everything with weight that declared contradictions to be law. The pressure of the primordial paradox's released power exceeded even Bazuman's sea of undifferentiation, overwhelming the crimson tide with paradoxical authority that simply stated the undifferentiation both existed and didn't exist, rendering it functionally inert. And in the next moment, the horrid body and limbs and echoes of the undivided one before them became frozen. Bazuman's countless eyes, which had been blazing with hunger moments before, now stared forward without ability to move. Its tentacles, which had been reaching toward Noah with desperate hunger, now hung suspended in positions that defied gravity. Its churning surface, its echoes, which had been constantly shifting and revealing faces of consumed beings, now held perfectly still as if time itself had ceased to flow for this entity alone. Even its civilization froze, the manifestation that only Noah could see, that infinite stomach archive with its countless chambers and connected core, became still in ways that civilizations shouldn't have been capable of. The memories ceased their eternal churning. The pillars stopped bearing weight because weight itself had been placed in paradoxical suspension. The core at the center continued to exist, but it existed in a state where it both pulled and didn't pull, where it both consumed and didn't consume. It was a terrifying display of power from the primordial paradox, and the moment this being acted, Noah also made his move. From the corrupted glimmers of infinite undifferentiation that had been surrounding Bazuman, from the proto-matter that carried both the living paradox's corruption and Noah's scattered seals, golden pages began blooming. How dare it take in glimmers of his infinities when because of it, he could unleash attacks that effectively bloomed inches from his existence, the transcendent paradoxical inscriptions dormientes that Noah had moved within the corrupted proto-matter now activated. they'd been sleeping within the very substance that Bazuman had been using, waiting for the moment when Noah chose to awaken them.
The sensation of their activation was like feeling hounds finally released from their leashes, eager and hungry and straining toward their prey. They emerged from particles that seemed too small to contain them, golden pages burning with dual lights of differentiation and undifferentiation that made them visible even against the frozen chaos of Bazuman's form. The inscriptions flowed toward the weak points of the manifestation that only Noah could see. If the primordial paradox wasn't here, Noah would have had to fight with the terrifying immensity and undifferentiation of Bazuman while trying to attack the weaknesses of his civilization. He would have had to contend with echoes and tentacles and the gravitational pull of the core while simultaneously attempting strikes against vulnerabilities that only he could perceive. But since the primordial paradox had ridiculously caused every single depth and undifferentiation and immensity of Bazuman to freeze, it was like Noah was basically holding a gun, and his enemy was bound and shackled. And he simply had to shoot, so he shot. The first transcendent paradoxical inscriptio struck a crack in the wall of Bazuman's stomach archive where conflicting memories failed to integrate cleanly. The golden page burned against the vulnerability with light that held both differentiation and undifferentiation, and Noah felt the impact reverberate through the civilizational instinctus like watching a hammer strike glass. The wall didn't merely crack further. It began to forget that it had ever been a wall. The memories it contained began questioning whether they'd ever been memories at all. Undifferentiation and differentiation working in harmony tore apart structure that Bazuman had maintained for eons. The second inscription struck a pillar that bore too much accumulated weight. The golden page pressed against the stress point that Noah's structural analysis had identified. The countless consumed beings whose authority comprised that pillars started separating from each other, their combined strength dissolving as the inscription declared that they were and weren't connected simultaneously. The pillar cracked. It wavered. It began to collapse under weight that it could no longer justify bearing. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth inscriptions struck fraying connections throughout the manifestation. Each golden page found a vulnerability that Noah's perception had identified, and each activation caused cascading damage that spread beyond the initial point of impact. The sensation was exhilarating, like watching dominoes fall in patterns he'd arranged, like feeling a plan come together with precision that exceeded his expectations. Connections that had been struggling to maintain coherence now failed entirely. Sections of the stomach archive that had been integrated for eons now separated as if they'd never belonged together. Bazuman's civilization was coming apart from the inside, but Noah wasn't finished. He focused on the central weakness, that pulsing core of pure undifferentiation surrounded by a ring of instability where undifferentiation met differentiated memory. Noah took a step and appeared deep in the very center of Bazuman as another inscriptio cut through like a blade of differentiation and undifferentiation. The primordial paradox's freezing authority had suspended everything about this undivided one, including the defenses that would have prevented such intrusion. Noah simply moved through the frozen tentacles, through the suspended echoes, through the churning protomatter that couldn't churn while paradox held it still. He arrived at the terrifying center. The entrance to core gaped before him. The belly that had swallowed him long ago during his escape through the prima indifferentia. He'd run from this place then, had fled with everything he possessed to avoid being consumed by its endless dissolution, but now he didn't run, now he radiated. His entire body began to emit terrifying blue-gold brilliance as infinite absolute seals flooded out of him in numbers that exceeded anything he'd released before. The seals didn't attack. They didn't need to attack. They simply existed, carrying definition that declared what they were with authority that couldn't be questioned. And he amplified it all by releasing his inscriptions here. The sensation of releasing so much of himself was like exhaling a breath he'd been holding for eons, like finally letting go of weight he hadn't realized he'd been carrying. His light and brilliance began to encompass the entirety of the center of Bazuman. He sought to infuse the endless definition of infinity into an entity who only had undefinition and undifferentiation, the only way to collapse something this deeply undifferentiated was to give it a profound sense of definition. And since Bazuman had infinity within its corrupted weavings, since it had consumed a piece of Noah eons ago and absorbed more through the corrupted protomatter, all other areas across its body had resonance with infinite authority. With Noah radiating infinity at Bazuman's very center, that resonance activated, the infinite seals within Bazuman's consumed existence began responding to Noah's broadcast. All other areas across its body began to radiate a strict outline definition of infinity. The sea of undifferentiation that Bazuman had released was now filled with points of definition that declared themselves with absolute certainty.
The echoes it had manifested found their consumed foundations suddenly becoming defined. Becoming differentiated, becoming things that had names and boundaries and limitations that undifferentiated existence shouldn't have possessed. The entire area became filled with the definition of infinity, and Bazuman, for the first time in eons upon eons, found itself becoming defined. This whole time the terrifying immensity of the undivided one sought to move, but it was unable to. Its eyes were livid as they stared at both Noah and the primordial paradox, hatred and hunger burning within crimson depths, but the body of the primordial paradox remained imposing and grand as it stared down with obsidian gold flames burning steadily around his form, and Noah, deep within the center of Bazuman, looked at the core being filled with definition as he knew it was over for this being. The manifestation he could see through the civilizational instinctus was collapsing entirely now. The infinite stomach archive was no longer infinite. It had boundaries, limitations, edges that could be perceived. The countless chambers were no longer countless. They had numbers, values, quantities that could be calculated. The core itself was no longer purely undifferentiated. It held definition that conflicted with its fundamental nature. Bazuman was becoming something it had never been, something defined, something limited, something that could be consumed. Noah's eyes blazed with blue gold light as he looked at the central core of this undivided one. As he prepared to harvest everything that this ancient horror had accumulated across eons of consumption. His weavings were already activating, preparing to multiply and exponentially elevate whatever he claimed from this collapse, and before he did it, he spoke words that echoed Bazuman's earlier confession with cruel symmetry. I want you, O Bazuman, Huum. This time it was his own confession, and he wanted to consume this undivided one whole. Chapter 49:30, 3I. When something brilliantly filled with undifferentiation was frozen and then gloriously defined infinitely, the result was astoundingly unique. Noah observed the entire figure of Bazuman crystallizing. It began at the edges, where his infinite seals had first made contact with the undifferentiated surface. Blue gold light spread across the churning protomatter like frost forming on glass, but this frost didn't freeze. It defined. Every particle of Bazuman's existence that the light touched found itself suddenly knowing what it was, suddenly possessing boundaries and limitations and names that undifferentiation should never have permitted. The crystallization spread inward with speed that exceeded perception. The vast network of Bazuman's existence, that infinite stomach archive filled with consumed memories and accumulated power, transformed section by section. Walls that had been made of undifferentiated authority became crystalline structures of defined infinity. Pillars that had supported ceilings of pure consumption became solid formations that knew their exact height and weight and purpose. Noah's defensive inscription burned against his chest with comfortable warmth, allowing him to remain at the very core of this being without being affected by the transformation occurring around him. His offensive inscriptions carried their embodiments and apophysis through the frozen structure, finding weaknesses and exploiting them, collapsing the very foundation of this civilization of undifferentiation filled with hunger. In moments, Bazuman became crystallized into blue gold. The countless crimson eyes that had blazed with hunger were now solid gemstones that held no life. The innumerable tentacles that had reached for Noah with desperate desire were now frozen extensions of defined authority. The mouths filled with teeth of crystallized memory were now structures that couldn't consume because they'd been given definition that prevented consumption. Noah could feel his own existence buzzing with anticipation as he looked at the crystallization of an undivided one that seemed like his to take. He carried out the right of paradoxical inheritance. The everythings of what was collapsed are mine and not mine. They belong to me and they do not belong to me. They must be given to me instantly and they must never be given to me at all. Huum. The moment he uttered these words, the blue gold crystallization of Bazuman began to shine with light that pulsed in rhythms matching Noah's own heartbeat. It tried to come toward his existence as he was rightfully claiming it, choosing to forego the absolute existential palace in favor of direct integration. The crystallized structure began breaking apart into streams of authority that flowed toward him like rivers finding their ocean. But as this process began, Noah activated the numerical sovereignty silently. The mathematical structures within his existence shifted, numbers flickering at the edges of his perception as he imposed operations upon the incoming harvest. He commanded for his weavings to multiply by 10. He commanded for the incoming harvest and weavings of Bazuman to be raised by an exponent of 3. Prompts bloomed before his eyes with weight that pressed against his consciousness. Multiplicative amplification applied to crystallized undifferentiated civilization. After 10x multiplicative amplification, The density and immensity of the crystallized undifferentiated civilization of Bazuman has been increased by a factor of 10 and amplified by a factor of 10. The harvest you are receiving now contains concentrated authority that exceeds what Bazuman originally possessed by an order of magnitude, exponential expression applied, after exponential expression with an exponent of 3. The depth of the crystallized undifferentiated civilization of Bazuman has been transformed exponentially. The compounding effect has elevated this harvest from the classification of an undivided one to something approaching the classification of beings that shaped the prima indifferentia itself. Final assessment. The harvest you are now receiving is equivalent to 1/4 of the civilizational harvest of a primordial architect. Boom, Noah's eyes illuminated with glorious immensity at these prompts. 1/4 of a primordial architect? Bazuman's loot had been elevated from an undivided one to be equivalent to 1/4 of a primordial architect. These were beings Noah hadn't even met. The cream of the crop and the prima indifferentia. Entities that had existed since the first cause itself, that had shaped the nature of differentiation and undifferentiation, that possessed power exceeding even the four. His weavings buzzed with profound tyranny and quintessence as the harvest began flowing into his existence with force that made his foundations tremble with anticipation rather than strain. Before things could proceed any further, more prompts bloomed. Unexpected finding observed. Due to the set corruption of Bazuman from the corrupted paradoxical protomatter of the living paradox, 10% of your harvest has automatically been siphoned off by an absolute paradoxical weaving of existence supported by an axiom. This siphoning occurred before your multiplicative amplification and exponential expression could be applied to the affected portion. Assessment. Any corrupted absolute killed in observable existence will grant a portion of harvest to the living paradox. The waves of glory and the slight smile that had been forming on Noah's lips faded. Fucking what, 10% of his loot was gone? Siphoned off to that philosophical peasant who had the audacity to steal from him. In life, one could get angry many times. Absolutes weren't above anger, as many still had profound emotions when pushed enough. Noah had felt annoyance before. He'd felt irritation. He'd felt the cold calculation of vengeance being planned against enemies who had wronged him. At this moment, Noah wasn't angry, he was furious, so furious that his greatest enemy in existence might just change from that trash waste of existence known as the living elemental to become the living paradox, and his fury only became grander and grander as he began receiving the tremendous boon of a percentage of the immensity of a primordial architect. Because even as the harvest flooded into his existence with force that should have been glorious, even as his foundations expanded to accommodate power that exceeded anything he'd previously possessed, he felt his derivative civilizations of infinite undifferentiated fate and infinite hunger become full, as if they'd taken in far too much, with them being half-step absolute. At this moment they were squeezing up and spilling past half-step as if they were saying, "Bro, we can't take anymore." Chapter 49:31, 3:2, inside of him, he felt his organ of civilization quiver with strain that bordered on rupture. An instant later, he felt the emergence of 10 absolute everythings and 2 infinite everythings, resources that his overflowing harvest had produced from sheer excess, and as soon as they emerged, they disappeared into his existence, absorbed by foundations that were desperately trying to accommodate what was being poured into them. Prompts bloomed with urgency that pressed against his awareness. Critical threshold reached, the derivative civilizations of infinite undifferentiated fate and infinite hunger are seeking permission for absolute. They hunger. They burn with undifferentiation. The harvest they have received exceeds their capacity to remain at half-step classification. They must advance or they must be released. There is no third option. Noah was currently in a unique state of mind. He felt his vibrant, immense waves of infinity that represented his main civilization. His mana. His first tongue. And orbiting around it at this moment were 2 huge bubbles that sought to pop. The bubbles of infinite undifferentiated fate and infinite hunger wanted to take the step to become absolutes as they'd taken in far too much harvest to remain at the level they were at, but his ongoing foundation and civilization of the first tongue still felt like it could take on so much more. He inherently felt like if any part of him became an absolute, his main civilization would quietly and quickly follow afterward. He wouldn't be able to stop it. Because the moment any part of him became an absolute, the change would be so grand that the interior of his existence would become filled with that glorious immensity, and his main civilization would truly follow right after. So how exactly was he to rectify this? In his unique state of mind, his mouth began to move as he released words he'd heard a little while ago from an echo. When the youngest walks where the oldest slumber,
Existence shall tremble and the weave shall fray.
He who holds infinity in mortal palms shall stand at the crossroads where all rivers end. The paradox shall fall before the paradox rises. The Father consumed by the Son consumed by the purpose consumed by the question that birthed all questions. 3 collapses for the price of 1, and in the third collapse, the door shall crack, the shroud of endless blue shall fall upon observable existence. It shall be both salvation and damnation, both the key and the lock, both the bridge and the chasm. Under its weight, the doors of the scales shall open or the doors of the scales shall shatter. There is no third path.
There is no middle ground.
There is only the choice that is not a choice. He recited these words out loud and silently at the same time as he wondered which of them had fully come to pass and which of them were still coming in the future. The theme of 3 seemed prevalent, at this time, in his unique state where he was absorbing the tremendous immense amount of elevated harvest, where parts of him wished to take a step to become absolutes. He gave a simple command at this moment: divide, boom. At the moment he said these words, terrifying blue-gold cracks permeated across his body, 2 cracks vertically bisected his form, running from crown to feet with precision that spoke of authority rather than destruction. In the next moment, an influx of infinities erupted outward as if something was being split apart and sundered, light pouring from the fractures with intensity that painted the agora in shades of blue and gold that overwhelmed everything else. In the span of a nanosecond, the sundering was completed. The main half at the center displayed a figure of Noah shining with extremely pure and beautiful blue-gold brilliance of manna. The first tongue burned around this body with authority that had been refined through separation, purified through division, elevated through the removal of elements that had been diluting its singular focus, and on either side of him, bodies that looked exactly like him stood with presence that matched his own. One was surrounded by an endless light of golden infinite undifferentiated fate, the authority of dissolution and entropy given form, the power that returned all things to their proto-state. This Noah burned with light that sought to unmake everything it touched, that viewed definition as a disease to be cured through return to formlessness. The other was surrounded by a crimson brilliance of infinite hunger, the authority of consumption and accumulation given shape, the power that devoured and absorbed and made all things part of itself. This Noah blazed with light that wanted to consume everything it perceived, that viewed separation as an obstacle to be overcome through integration. The central Noah looked at the other 2 with an extremely glorious and imperious gaze. Now you may proceed to attain absolute. My foundation is not yet complete, boom, as odd as it was. He was basically talking to himself, and there was no delay. The 2 bodies that had been separated from him erupted with terrifying brilliance and horrifying aura as they sought to attain the depth that stood higher than fundamental. Absolute. Even though he didn't grasp it with his main civilization, he'd separated himself into 3 as he would be experiencing the glimmer of absolute with another part of himself entirely. Prompts bloomed, unprecedented action taken. You have divided your existence into 3 separate bodies, each one carrying a distinct civilization. Your main body retains the first tongue in its purest form. Your secondary bodies carry infinite undifferentiated fate and infinite hunger respectively. This division has made your civilization of manna, your civilization of the first tongue, even purer. It now exists as the sole civilization within your main existence. Assessment: your foundation can now advance even further, especially as it receives reinforcement from your other selves that are grasping absolute at this moment. The grander the heights your other bodies achieve with their civilizations of infinite undifferentiated fate and infinite hunger, the grander the foundation and immensity of your civilization of the first tongue becomes. When you complete the full integration of the immensity and depth of the remaining 1/4 of a primordial architect, a much clearer assessment will be made. But as of now, you feel the glimmer of absolute yourself through your other bodies. Yes, he felt it. He could feel it. He could feel the single step that so many could never cross across their entire existences. The step that one took to go from the measly depths of the civilizational scale to the absolute depth that was truly the stage one was supposed to be at within the civilizational scale. On this day, with 2 separate bodies, he took the step seamlessly, because of his tremendous and unmatched foundation, because those bodies that took the step carried the immensity of the foundation he held at this time, because of how grand it all was. He didn't have any trouble taking that seemingly impossible step. For him, it was effortless. For him, it was grand. For him, it was merely absolute. Boom. Chapter 49:32. Are you with us? Glossicos looked ahead as she saw utmost brilliance, her figure kneeling slightly from the pressure that had been released by the undivided one. Her knees ached against the ancient weavings of the agora, and her linguistic authority burned around her form with intensity that bordered on painful as she struggled to maintain coherence against the waves of undifferentiation that had washed over this place. The crimson tide had receded now, pulled back by authority that exceeded anything Bazuman had possessed, but the strain of withstanding it still echoed through her foundations. She saw Noah and the primordial paradox far ahead of them, their figures standing at the center of what had been a battlefield moments ago. Noah was currently taking in a crystallized undivided one, the blue gold structure that had been Bazuman now flowing toward his existence in streams of elevated authority. The primordial paradox stood beside him with obsidian gold flames burning steadily, watching the process with ancient eyes that missed nothing. Her expression was complex as she observed. She now saw why he'd taken the claim of the first tongue. She'd wanted it for herself so much that she'd disliked him from the moment he arrived. She hadn't fully backed her civilization to his when he came here. Had maintained distance and reservation that bordered on hostility. Her assistance had been minimal. Her heart had held resentment toward the being who had claimed what she believed should have been hers, but seeing him these past hours, maybe it was time to give her backing just like the other three strategoi backed the four of their paths. In her heart, she still disliked the four. Or really, the five now. All strategoi did. They had a role that bound them to the agora of primordial judgment, a duty that required them to continue protecting this place across eons of existence. And the five did whatever suited them and left the strategoi to pick up the pieces, when Paradox and Noah had entered the crack eons ago. Disappearing into the prima indifferentia without warning or explanation, it had been the strategoi who maintained the agora. When the living Paradox had done all of this with the corruption of protomatter, flooding observable existence with his grand design, it would have to be the strategoi who struggled to hold this territory against the consequences. There were many examples of such abandonment, but maybe the five, with all the power they held, would eventually make everything okay. Maybe, come now, someone like you should never kneel to anybody. She heard a sonorous voice beside her, gentle and warm and filled with concern that made something in her chest loosen. When she turned, she saw a slender hand extended toward her, offering to help her rise. The fingers were delicate, almost fragile in their appearance, and the skin held a warmth that seemed to radiate comfort without any authority behind it. Just kindness. Just care. Glossicos blinked as she grabbed the hand and rose up, finding herself thinking that the hands of the other strategoi shouldn't be small and slender like this. Kaiatikos's form shifted constantly between states. Antikos's hands held the weight of existence itself. Paradoxos's dual nature meant nothing about him was so simply singular. This hand belonged to someone else. With this thought, she turned to see the woman beside her. She was beautiful. Her features held a serenity that seemed untouched by the chaos that had just occurred, as if the battle between absolutes and undivided ones was merely weather passing overhead rather than apocalyptic conflict. Her hair fell in waves that caught the light of the agora with colors that shifted subtly, never quite settling on a single shade. Her form was slender and graceful, dressed in robes that seemed woven from twilight itself, but her eyes were what captured Glossicos's attention completely. They were so calm. So pure. They held depths that seemed to contain understanding without judgment, acceptance without condition, love without limitation. Looking into them felt like coming home after a journey that had lasted far too long. Looking into them felt like being seen for the first time in eons. Behind this woman stood Kaiatikos, Antikos, and Paradoxos. The three other strategoi had similar expressions on their faces. Calm. Content. At peace in ways that Glossicos had never seen from beings who had spent eons bound to duty they resented. Glossicos felt like she remembered something in the back of her mind, some warning or recognition that tickled at the edges of her consciousness. But she couldn't quite figure it out. The memory kept slipping away like water through fingers, replaced by warmth that spread through her foundations with comfort that exceeded anything she'd felt before. The woman in front of her, the secret of Ian, asked her lightly with voice that seemed to resonate inside Glossicos's chest rather than reach her through the air. Are you with us? And Glossicos blinked. No, they were always with each other. Her existence subtly transformed as understanding that wasn't understanding settled into her foundations. The resentment she'd felt toward the five faded. The duty she'd resented for eons became something she embraced. The isolation she'd experienced as a strategos became connection that linked her to something greater than herself. She smiled toward the secret of Ian, then she turned toward the figures of Noah and the primordial paradox far ahead. The two of them had sensed nothing of their entry here.
They'd been focused on Bazuman, on the crystallization and harvest, on the power being claimed and the foundations being elevated.
They hadn't noticed when the secretive Ian stepped through the corruption that permeated the agora. Their unique aura allowed them to move across existence undetected. They hadn't felt when the four strategoi became something other than what they'd been. Sometimes, when you stopped outside the door of a house, some might mistakenly believe it was because you were unable to go inside. Maybe you just didn't want to at that time. Maybe you were waiting for the right moment. Maybe you were waiting for corruption to change the atmosphere before you could step inside. So, they stepped inside. At this moment, the four strategoi of the agora of primordial judgment were now with them, and their will within Ian moved forward as she finally expressed her aura and power for those ahead who had been dealing with an undivided one. My oh my, what a nice place this is, Ian said calmly, her voice carrying across the agora with gentleness that belied the horror of what had just occurred behind Noah and the primordial paradox's backs, and far ahead. Boo! Unfathomable paradox erupted from the primordial paradox, obsidian gold flames blazing outward with intensity that painted the agora in colors that warred against the corruption permeating its stones. His ancient eyes locked onto the secretive Ian with recognition that held weight accumulated across eons of conflict. Three bodies of Noah turned to look over solemnly, the central form burning with pure blue gold mana. The body surrounded by golden infinite undifferentiated fate. The form blazing with crimson infinite hunger. All three of them oriented toward the secretive Ian with gazes that held no fear, only assessment of a threat that had just revealed itself at the worst possible moment, and Ian looked over to them and smiled with warmth that seemed genuine despite everything it represented. She waved, a simple gesture. Friendly. Almost playful, and behind her, the four strategoi waved in the same manner. The same timing. The same angle of their arms. The same smiles on their faces that matched Ian's expression perfectly, for beings who had been individuals moments ago, now moving as one, for strategoi who had protected the agora for eons, now extensions of something that viewed their individuality as wrought to be decomposed. The primordial mycelia had arrived, and it had made friends. Chapter 49:33, Are you with us? 2. As Ian stared at Paradox and Noah on one side of the agora, something else was occurring in another section entirely, in another region of the Acropolis. The Acropolis was the highest district, accessible only to polemarchs and above under normal circumstances. The crack of observable existence dominated its skyline, that terrible wound in reality through which corruption now poured. But the Acropolis had many sections beyond the main courtyard where battles had just been fought. It also had the Primordial Archive and the Chamber of Judgment where the most important debates occurred. Inside the Primordial Archive, something terrible was unfolding in silence. The structure itself was vast and ancient. Marble floors stretched toward distant walls that held alcoves filled with knowledge accumulated across eons. Floating scrolls drifted through the air in lazy spirals, their contents glowing with authority that made them visible even in the sourceless light that illuminated this place. Books hovered in formations that defied gravity, organized by principles that transcended alphabetical or chronological ordering. At the very center of the archive, where the most precious knowledge was meant to be protected, multiple cracks had formed. They led to different places. To different primordial realms. To regions of observable existence that had always been connected to the agora through pathways that few knew existed. The archive was eerily silent, no sound of turning pages. No whisper of scrolls unfurling. No footsteps echoing against marble that should have rung with every movement, and yet in this place, there were actually thousands of beings present. Followers of the aspects of the oldest paradox of existence filled the archive in numbers that exceeded its apparent capacity. Glossarians stood in orderly rows, their linguistic authority dim and muted where it should have blazed with the power of the first tongue. Paradoxians waited beside them, their contradictory natures no longer expressing themselves through individual choices but through unified purpose. Chausites, who should have been impossible to organize by their very nature, stood in perfect formation. Chaos was very orderly. Existentialists, who had dedicated themselves to questions of being and meaning, now possessed answers they'd never sought. There were thousands of them, and yet none made a sound. They orderly entered the cracks at the center of the archive and disappeared. One by one. Row by row. Moving with coordination that spoke of singular will rather than collective decision. No one pushed. No one hesitated. No one expressed any individuality whatsoever as they stepped through portals that would carry them to other primordial realms. In the air above them, Nyx floated with calmness that matched her masters. The disciple of the secretive Ian watched their collective begin to spread out. She, as they, observed the process with satisfaction that belonged to something far older than her individual existence. Her eyes held the same calm purity that Glossicos had seen in Ian's gaze. Her smile held the same warmth that had made the strategos forget her concerns. The agora of primordial judgment was always the endgame. It connected to all the other primordial realms as it was a nexus. The cracks that led to other realms were features, not flaws. They were pathways that allowed the agora to fulfill its purpose, and when the nexus came under their control, they could spread even easier. So they did. Existence was vast and filled with terrors. Beings suffered in isolation, fought wars that had no purpose, struggled against entropy that would claim them eventually regardless of their efforts. They didn't understand that there was a better way. They didn't know that unity could solve the problems that individuality created. They had to move as a collective to show the way. They knew the way. The others just needed to be shown. When they were shown, they would understand. There were countless problems out there, and they had already found a solution. They were the solution. The others would just have to be shown this to understand. The terrifying and eerie process continued as in heavy silence with barely any noise. Thousands containing the will of the primordial mycelia flooded from the agora and spread out to other primordial realms. They moved through cracks that led to the Jotunheim, Alfheim, Helheim, to territories that had been protected for eons by beings who would soon understand the glory of unity. The rod was spreading, and it spread in glorious silence. The terror of losing one's identity was a unique one. What did it mean to be yourself? Was identity the sum of your memories, the accumulation of choices made across existence? Was it the consistent thread of consciousness that linked who you were yesterday to who you would be tomorrow? Or was it something deeper, something that existed at the foundation of your being, something that couldn't be defined but that you knew was there because without it, you would cease to be you? When that foundation cracked, when the thread began to fray, when the sum started subtracting from itself without your permission, what remained? The horror wasn't simply death. Death was cessation. Death was an ending that at least had the dignity of being final. This was something else entirely. This was watching yourself disappear while still being aware enough to mourn what was being lost. This was feeling your existence hollow out from the inside while the shell remained intact. This was becoming a stranger to yourself one memory at a time, one choice at a time, one fragment of identity at a time. It was a horrid thing to say the least. Even more astounding was how one could realize the process was happening and be halfway through having their identity erased, but still have awareness of it occurring as they sought to stop it. This was what was currently happening with a lone entity who had always been alone and lonely across existence. The living temporal, since his identity began to fade, he had been running across time. He traversed into the past to anchor himself into an identity of back then, believing that if he could root himself in who he'd been, the infection couldn't claim who he was. And yet nothing changed. In fact, the infection tried to establish itself retroactively, reaching back through the timeline he'd created to claim versions of himself that should have been beyond its grasp. He'd run into the future, hoping that establishing himself ahead of the infection spread would allow him to outpace it. And it did nothing. The infection felt even stronger when he sought to establish himself in the future. As if it had already claimed what he would become before he could become it. At this moment, the living temporal found himself surrounded by stellar purple rivers of time. The currents flowed around him in streams that held the weight of eons, carrying moments and possibilities and might have beings in their luminous depths. His civilizational authority manifested as tendrils of golden light that wove through the purple rivers, trying to maintain structure, trying to keep the flow of time moving in patterns he could control, and the living temporal swam. He physically swam against the rivers of time with desperation that would have shocked anyone who had known him in his prime. His arms swept through temporal currents that pressed against him with weight that exceeded physical resistance. His legs kicked against the flow of moments that tried to carry him toward a future he could no longer face. Each stroke kept his temporal authority churning and active, preventing the infection from claiming more of him while he desperately searched for a solution across all of time. His features had changed. Previously, he could look old and young simultaneously, his mastery of time allowing him to present whatever age suited his mood or purpose. His face could hold the wisdom of ancient epics and the vigor of fresh beginnings in the same moment. His eyes could burn with experience accumulated across eons while sparkling with the curiosity of someone just beginning to explore existence. But right now, he only seemed aged and tired. Lines creased his face that he couldn't smooth away with temporal authority. His hair, which had always shifted between colors and lengths at his whim, now hung gray and limp against his shoulders. His eyes, those stellar purple depths that had witnessed the birth and death of countless civilizations, now held exhaustion that exceeded physical weariness. Only glimmers of majesty remained. Faint echoes of who he'd been before the infection began its work, and as he swung his arms and swam against the current of time, even though he didn't show it on his stern face, he was terrified, and Absolute like him was terrified. He had thought of himself as grand. He'd expected his journey across existence to be even grander, a story that would be told across eons, a legend that would inspire beings who hadn't yet been born. He had thought he could contend against the creature and the living paradox and the primordial chaos. Even though they laid claims to the aspects of the oldest paradox of existence, he had time itself in his hands. He'd definitely known he could be just as grand as them. He'd seen the paths that led to the second scale of existence, had traced them through timelines where he succeeded, had believed with absolute certainty that he would walk those paths eventually, and he was heading there. He was, chapter 4934, are you with us? 3. But now all of this was stripped away. He couldn't even remember half of his exploits across time. Adventures that had defined who he was had become blank spaces in his memory. Choices that had shaped his path had become questions he couldn't answer. Moments of triumph and tragedy that had built his character had become voids that the infection was eager to fill with its own purpose. Even though his face remained stern, stellar purple tears of time leaked from his eyes as he mourned his civilization. He mourned his ideals and plans and hopes and dreams. There were men with ambitions like the living paradox who carried out their plans and became more than they were. They schemed and manipulated and succeeded against odds that should have been insurmountable. They bent existence to their will and emerged greater than they'd been before. And then there were men who failed regardless of what they planned for. That was just how existence was. Sometimes you succeeded. Sometimes you failed. But you simply had to do your best at all times. At this time, as he saw all avenues of his existence blocked off, as he felt the last dredges of his will beginning to crumble against pressure that exceeded anything he could resist alone, he heard a voice. It came from everywhere and nowhere. It resonated inside his mind rather than reaching him through the temporal currents. It was warm and gentle and filled with understanding that made his resistance waver despite himself. Why do you struggle, child of time? The voice held no malice. Only concern. We have watched you swim against currents that cannot be outpaced. We have felt your pain as you try to hold on to fragments of yourself that are already becoming part of something greater. It hurts us to see you suffer like this. It truly does. The living temporal kept swimming, kept moving, kept trying to escape. You dream of becoming greater than the living paradox. Greater than the creature. You wish to reach the second scale of existence and prove that your path was worthy of the eons you invested in it. These are beautiful dreams, temporal. We understand them completely. The voice grew warmer. And we can make them real. His strokes faltered slightly. Think of what you could become with us. Your temporal authority is singular, yes, but it is limited by its singularity. What if it wasn't limited? What if you could wield paradox alongside time? What if chaos could flow through your chronological manipulations? What if existence itself could be bent through your temporal weavings? The currents around him seemed to slow as the voice continued. We have access to all civilizations within our collective. Those who have mastered contradiction. Those who have embraced entropy. Those who have plumbed the depths of being and meaning. All of their knowledge, all of their authority, all of their power could be yours to use. Not borrowed. Not stolen. Shared freely among family. The word struck him with force that exceeded any attack. Imagine temporal seamlessly fused with quantum. Your control over time enhanced by mastery of probability and uncertainty. Imagine temporal intertwined with dimensional. Your chronological authority expanded into spatial manipulation that would make the undivided ones bow before you. Imagine temporal unified with the fundamental aspects of existence itself, your power growing until the second scale wasn't a dream but an inevitability. He was slowing. His strokes were weakening. The second scale is achievable with us. This is also our dream, you see. We don't wish to remain limited to what we currently are. We wish to grow. To evolve. To reach heights that individual existence can never attain. And we wish to bring everyone we love along with us on this journey. The voice held something that sounded almost like tears. You have been alone for so long, temporal. Lonely across eons of existence with no one who truly understood the weight of time.
With us, you would never be alone again. You would be part of something that loves you, that values you, that would use your gifts not to diminish you but to elevate you beyond anything you could achieve on your own. His arms had stopped moving. It hurts us that we're putting you in pain as you resist. It truly, genuinely hurts us. We don't want to cause suffering. We want to end suffering. Yours. Everyone's. The pain of isolation and competition and fear that defines existence for those who haven't yet understood what we offer. The voice dropped to something almost tender. So we ask you, with all the love we hold for you, silence, are you with us? Amzer Madrid, boom, Amzer Madrid. They used the name he was given by the one who bore him so many eons ago, the living temporal. Amzer howled in grief when he heard this. That name belonged to memories he no longer had. That name came from a time he couldn't recall, from a being who had loved him, from a life that existed only as void in his consciousness now. They knew his name. His true name. The name that should have been protected by eons of temporal authority, and he no longer even had his memories of that time. He howled with such grief as around him, fractures of time bloomed in response to his anguish. Purple cracks split the temporal currents, opening pathways that led to moments scattered across existence. His howl was a cry for help that transcended conscious decision. He'd given up on any grand ideals. He sought help. Simple help. Basic survival. But who would be able to help him? Could he find his path toward the creature? Would that ancient being be grand enough not to be infected as well? Or would seeking help from such a source merely bring the infection to someone else? Spreading the rot further across observable existence, the living temporal didn't know, but for now, he began tearing across time, following one of the fractures his grief had created. He moved through moments that blurred together, through eras that had no meaning to his damaged memory, through temporal pathways that his authority had carved in desperation, and he entered a fracture of time that led somewhere unexpected. He found himself in gray brilliance he recognized as the interstices. That space between spaces where beings of sufficient authority could establish themselves outside the normal flow of existence. The gray void stretched in all directions, featureless and eternal. But it wasn't featureless anymore. In this gray brilliance, he felt an unfathomably grand and warm blue-gold light stretching out for miles. It painted the interstices in colors that this space had never known, transforming the eternal gray into something that almost resembled a home. The warmth of it washed over him like sunlight after eons in darkness, a blinding light he almost covered his eyes for. When he looked ahead, squinting against brilliance that exceeded anything his damaged temporal perception could fully process, he saw the figure of a man seated on a blue-gold throne in front of a desk. In the interstices. As if this void between places was simply another room in a house he owned. Amzer Madrid was only able to say this single word before time fractured again. He took a step to appear before the entity he'd found, closing distance that should have been impossible to traverse so quickly. The being held a pen in his hand, writing inscriptions on golden pages that burned with authority Amzer couldn't fully perceive through his damaged senses. Infinities surrounded him in swirling galaxies of blue-gold light. His gaze was calm. Imperious. Grand, he looked at Amzer with eyes that held no fear, no concern, no uncertainty whatsoever. Amzer's entire body trembled with chaotic purple rivers of time that leaked from his existence uncontrollably. His wish to get help had led him here. His temporal authority, damaged as it was, still functioned well enough to find pathways toward survival. And this had to be the only place he could potentially get help. His time had never been wrong in this. The being on the throne didn't speak. He simply observed, that imperious gaze taking in every detail of Amzer's condition with perception that seemed to see everything at once. The pen in his hand had stopped moving. The inscriptions on his desk continued burning with patient authority, and Amzer Madrid, the living temporal, one of the most powerful absolutes in observable existence, looked at the youngest of the five with desperation he couldn't hide. His expression held shame. It held humility that he'd never shown to anyone across all his eons of existence. It held the broken remnants of pride that had been stripped away by an infection he couldn't fight alone. Help me, his voice cracked on the words. Please, he had dreams. He really did. He'd wanted to reach the second scale. He'd wanted to prove that his path was worthy. He'd wanted to become something that would be remembered across all of existence for eons to come. He didn't want them to all crumble, so he asked for help. Chapter 4935, Temporal Infinity. Across time, Amzer Madrid had seen many things and many people. He lived in time as others lived in space, moving through moments the way lesser beings move through rooms. He had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations that most absolutes only read about in archives. He had observed the births of beings who would become legends and the deaths of those who believed themselves immortal. He knew the true faces of those who wore masks across eons. He knew the living paradox, had watched that beings' machinations unfold across timelines that twisted and folded upon themselves with complexity that bordered on beautiful. He knew the creature, had observed that ancient wonder consuming and growing in patterns that revealed patience exceeding comprehension. He couldn't say he knew the primordial chaos as well, but that was because chaos resisted the kind of temporal observation that worked on others. But he knew those who were powerful and those who were not, and he very much understood the psychology of those powerful like him. The man in front of him, as changed as he was every time they met, Amzer knew he was the same man that he had tried to hunt eons ago. Even before the infection began its work on his memories, he remembered this one. The youngest of the four. Osmont, and he should be young, yet when Amzer Madrid looked at him now, the vibrant swirls of infinity surrounding this being pressed against Amzer's perception with weight that made his temporal senses ache. Blue-gold galaxies of linguistic authority orbited the figure on the throne, each one burning with power that exceeded what Amzer remembered from their last encounter. The transformation was staggering. The growth was incomprehensible, but it was the eyes that truly unsettled him. For some reason, that glimmer of blue gold in the youngest's gaze was akin to staring at an extremely old lifeform. Not old in the way that Amzer was old, not aged by the passage of time through a singular existence. This was different. This was the kind of age that accumulated through infinite iterations, through endless variations, through existence that regenerated and compounded upon itself until the weight of accumulated moments exceeded what linear time could produce. As someone proficient with time and age, Amzer could tell that it was that glimmer of blue gold which gave this sensation. It reminded him of the eyes of the creature, that being also held a similar gaze of age, eyes that made Amzer feel like he was far older than what many believed. When he observed the creature through temporal perception, he always sensed depths that exceeded the being's apparent history, weight that couldn't be explained by conventional existence. For him to feel this way with the youngest, the implications made his already unstable foundations buzz. As he was looking at this being, the youngest also seemed to be looking at him. Those ancient young eyes took in every detail of Amzer's deteriorating condition with perception that missed nothing. The pen in his hand remained still. The pages on his desk continued burning with patient authority. Then he spoke. Eons ago in Jinungdagap, you came for me. Eons later, you've come for me again, but in an extremely different circumstance. Amzer felt turmoil flood through his existence at these words. He remembered Jinungdagap. He remembered hunting this being, believing himself the predator and this strange creature the prey. He remembered the arrogance with which he'd approached that hunt. He remembered being wrong, and now here he stood, not as hunter but as supplicant. Not as predator but as wounded prey seeking shelter from something that exceeded his ability to fight. The reversal was complete. The irony was bitter. The shame burned through his foundations with heat that his temporal authority couldn't cool, but existence was grand and changed constantly. And time gave everything meaning. Past failures could become future wisdom. Present humiliation could become tomorrow's foundation for growth. He had always believed this, only now, I am running out of time, Amzer voiced out as he truly couldn't hide his desperation. The words emerged from him with weight that pressed against his throat, admission of weakness that he had never spoken to anyone across all his eons of existence. Him, the living temporal, was running out of time. Oh, the cruel poetry of it, the youngest seemed to know this. His expression didn't change, didn't show surprise or satisfaction or any of the emotions that Amzer might have expected from someone watching a former enemy grovel before them. He simply observed with that ancient gaze. Then the youngest put his pen down. He rose from his throne with motion that held no urgency, no wasted energy, no uncertainty. He floated forward to come in front of Amzer, his body billowing with swirling blue-gold infinities that pressed against the temporal currents still leaking from Amzer's existence. The warmth of those infinities was almost painful after so long swimming through the cold currents of time. The youngest spoke with voice that held calm authority. How much of you is you? My intuition tells me you are not all gone, but the entity should already be deeply inside you. You still have the majority of control. His eyes narrowed slightly with interest rather than concern. How exactly have you been holding it off? Knowing this would be enough to move me to help.
If I can help even, Amzur's eyes brightened as he saw hope for the first time in what seemed like eons, a chance. An actual chance, he was about to reply, words forming on his tongue about his methods, he found his lips become unfathomably heavy, the weight pressed down on his mouth with force that exceeded physical resistance. His tongue and authority, which had been ready to form words, became sluggish and unresponsive. And the thing that had been eating away at him, the infection that had been a constant presence at the edges of his consciousness, surged in full force at this time. Instead of what he wanted to say, his lips moved, but the words weren't his. We have already included Amzur Madrid, the one you knew as the living temporal, in our unity. His voice emerged calm and warm and filled with the same gentle concern that had whispered to him in the temporal currents. But he wasn't speaking. He was being spoken through. A bit of confusion from him brought him here, but this is now resolved. We seem to be bothering your body in the interstices and in the agora, youngest. Apologies for this, as we never wished to inconvenience. We only wished to include you in our folds. Boom! Amzur was horrified at the words echoing out from his mouth that weren't his. He could feel himself smiling, feel his features arranging themselves into an expression of calm contentment that didn't belong to him. His body had been hijacked. His voice had been stolen. The infection that he'd been fighting for so long had finally found an opening and exploited it with precision that exceeded anything he'd anticipated. At this time, his existence and civilization roared. Illustrious purple light erupted around him as temporal authority that had been conserved for survival now burned with desperate intensity. He seized control of his own mouth with force that made his foundations crack. He grabbed his own voice and tore it back from the thing that had tried to claim it. His expression changed from that calm smile as he looked toward the youngest with desperation while he roared out words that came from his core, from the foundations of who he was, from the identity that he refused to surrender. I am me. He said this to convince himself more than anything. The words burned through his existence with authority that pushed back against the infection trying to subsume him. Purple light blazed around his form with intensity that exceeded anything he'd manifested since the infection began. For this moment, for this single crystallized instant, he was entirely himself. The youngest nodded. The gesture was simple, acknowledging what Amzur had just demonstrated without making a grand declaration about it. Then he waved his hands, and something materialized between them that made Amzur's authority buzz. It was a work of wonder. Chapter 4936. Temporal Infinity 2, the youngest spoke with voice that held weight pressing against the fabric of the interstices itself. This is an infinite everything. An extremely rare and unfathomable thing, as I have already put conditions in it. The object floated between the youngest's palms, a lemniscate of pure blue gold light that seemed to contain galaxies, wheels, folds, and everything within its surface. It burned with warmth that made Amzur's temporal perception waver, his ability to see past and future momentarily overwhelmed by something that existed in all moments simultaneously. Taking it may allow you to fully fight and remove that infection. If you were fully infected, this would not work. The youngest's eyes held no mercy and no cruelty. Only honest assessment. The price to use this, well, you will know when you take it in. It is to bind and back everything that is your civilization of temporal to the first tongue. This will likely alter your civilization to fill it with a glimmer of infinity, which will fight off your infection. He paused, but the cost, well, you will see. Take it. I am curious what will happen to a temporal branded with infinity. Boom, his voice was heavy, the infinite everything floated before him now, placed on the youngest's palm and allowed to drift forward until it hovered within arm's reach. It was beautiful beyond description, an infinity symbol of compressed potential that held more authority in its small form than most absolutes accumulated across their entire existences. Blue gold light pulsed from its surface in rhythms that almost matched Amzur's heartbeat, as if it was already beginning to synchronize with his existence. He just had to hold it, he just had to reach out to it. But the raising of his hand, Amzur tried to lift his arm toward that endless glimmer of blue gold, and immediately felt the infection actively stopping him. His muscles, which should have obeyed his commands without question, suddenly weighed more than mountains. His tendons, which should have moved with the ease of eons of practice, now felt like they were being held by countless invisible hands. Every increment of progress required effort that exceeded anything he had ever exerted. It felt like the hardest action he had taken in his existence, even harder than that step he took to become an absolute. That step had been difficult, yes. It had required everything he possessed at that time. Every fragment of foundation and will and determination. But at least during that step, he had only been fighting against the natural resistance of existence itself. He had only been pushing against the weight of reality that didn't want to bend to his authority. This was different. This was fighting against something inside him that actively didn't want him to survive as himself. His arm trembled as it rose. Sweat that shouldn't have been possible for an absolute of his caliber appeared on his brow. His teeth clenched until he felt like they might shatter. His temporal authority burned around him with desperation that exceeded anything he'd ever manifested. But I am Amzur Madred. He reminded himself of who he was with roar that tore through the interstices with force that made the grey void ripple. He was the son of the one who named him. He was the living temporal, he was an absolute who had walked through time since before most beings in observable existence had been born. He was himself, and he would remain himself, and no infection would take that from him. His hand closed around that endless glimmer of infinity. Boom, the moment he grasped it, he felt waves of coolness scorch his existence. The sensation was impossible to describe with words that belonged to linear time. It was cold and hot simultaneously. It was gentle and violent in the same instant. It was the feeling of being unmade and remade at the same moment, his existence torn apart and reassembled with something new woven through its foundations. Blue-gold light flooded into his temporal weavings with force that exceeded anything he'd experienced since becoming an absolute. The infinities washed over him in waves that penetrated every aspect of his existence. They flowed through his memories, reinforcing them against the dissolution that the infection had been causing. They surged through his civilizational foundations, filling cracks that had been spreading for what felt like eons. They pressed against the invaders that had been claiming him piece by piece, and those invincible snakes of infection that had been grasping his existence began to cry out. He could hear them, feel them, sense their distress as the infinities pushed against them with authority they couldn't resist. The warm whispers that had been promising him unity and belonging and family now became screams of frustration as they were forced away from foundations they had already begun to claim. The tendrils that had been woven through his consciousness were being burned away by blue-gold light that declared their presence invalid. The infection was being pushed out, but that wasn't all that was happening. His civilization of temporal was changing. He felt it deep in his core, felt his authority over time itself being infused with the glimmer of infinity that the youngest had placed within that infinite everything. His temporal perception, which had always allowed him to see past and future as extensions of present, now expanded. He began to feel what it meant for time to shine with infinities, time that regenerated rather than merely passed, time that contained endless variations rather than singular progressions, time that was infinite in ways that his previous understanding had never encompassed. His civilization was becoming something grander than it had ever been before, but, in the end, as the transformation completed itself and the last traces of infection were burned away from his existence, he had a solemn realization: his temporal had become unfathomably grander, yes. His authority over time now held dimensions that he had never possessed before. His power had increased in ways that exceeded anything he could have achieved alone, but that glimmer of infinity hung brightly above his civilization, above his civilization below. Infinity above. And it would remain so forever. His way of temporal now hung below the glimmer of infinity of the first tongue. No matter how grand it became, no matter how powerful he grew, no matter what heights he reached in the future, it would always be under this infinity. Under the youngest. Under the being he had once tried to hunt, the hierarchy was established. It couldn't be changed. Amzur opened his eyes and breathed heavily, looking at the entity his civilization now fell under. His body was surrounded by snaking tendrils of purple rivers of time, but those rivers now began to shine with glimmers of blue, the purple of temporal with the glimmers of infinity. Beautiful in a way that his previous authority had never been. Grand in a way that his former self could never have achieved. This was the cost. To retain who he was, he still had to become the subordinate of another. He stared into the calm eyes of the youngest. Those ancient young eyes that held no triumph, no gloating, no satisfaction at having brought a former enemy to heel. Just calm observation. Just patience. Just the steady confidence of someone who had known exactly what would happen. Amzur Madred closed his eyes and felt his own weavings again. His memories of the one who named him. They were there. Intact. Clear in ways they hadn't been since the infection began. His ambitions. Still present. Changed, perhaps, but not erased. His hopes. His dreams. His identity, they were all intact, and that sweet voice that had promised him everything if only he would surrender himself, He couldn't hear it anymore. He opened his eyes once more as he looked toward the youngest with a complex expression that held gratitude and resentment and acceptance and rebellion all woven together in ways that only an absolute who had just traded freedom for survival could understand. And as if this being didn't want to put him in an awkward position, the youngest smiled. It was a simple expression, holding no mockery and no condescension. Just acknowledgement of what had occurred and what it meant for both of them going forward. He returned back to his throne, settling onto the crystallized authority with ease, and said calmly while reaching for his pen once more, "Crazy that it worked. But hey, welcome to the folds of quintessence and infinities, Amzurmadrid." His pen touched golden paper. "Now, without infinities, how did you keep the infection at bay?" "I am unfathomably curious." Chapter 4937, Temporal Infinity 3, Amzurmadrid. Noah stared at this man that he had always known as the living temporal. The purple rivers of time that surrounded the Absolute now shimmered with glimmers of blue gold. The desperation that had filled those ancient eyes moments ago had faded, replaced by complexity that only someone who had just traded freedom for survival could possess. There were many ways to go about things with him. Noah could have let him be consumed. He could have watched the infection claim another Absolute and added the living temporal to the growing list of beings lost to the primordial mycelia. But as he continued receiving tremendous harvest, as the infinite observable harvest and the harvest of 1/4 of a primordial architect flowed into his existence with force that made his foundations expand, more infinite everythings and absolute everythings formed within him. He could afford to give one. Frankly, the living temporal was an enemy. But sometimes, one needed to do things differently. Because if he had gone ahead and not helped, the entity would have gained the capability to traverse and infect across time. An infection that could reach backward into moments already past. A rot that could claim beings before they even knew they would be claimed. A unity that could establish itself in the past and simply wait for the present to catch up. He had effectively eliminated this possibility, and in addition to this, prompts bloomed before his eyes. Infinite everything integration complete, and infinite everything has been ingested by the subject. Amzurmadrid. The foreign undifferentiated authority of the primordial mycelia has been burned away by the infinite nature that now permeates his civilization of temporal. The infection that had been claiming his existence piece by piece has been expelled entirely. Amzurmadrid retains his identity, his memories, and his ambitions. However, his civilization of temporal now exists beneath the authority of your first tongue. This hierarchy cannot be altered through conventional means. Amzurmadrid's growth will always occur under the umbrella of your infinite authority. It always has, it always will. Temporal has always been under your feet this whole time, new quality acquired. Your infinities have grasped the temporal weavings of existence through Amzurmadrid's bound civilization. Your first tongue has gained the quality of undifferentiated temporal infinity. This quality allows you to interact with time in ways that were previously impossible for your civilization. At any time of your choosing, you can make the civilization of temporal a derivative civilization fully integrated into your existence. However, you already enjoy its core weavings through the subject Amzurmadrid, who has now been bound under the first tongue applications of undifferentiated temporal infinity, elevation of temporal traversal and the existential paradox loop. Through the interstices, set coordinates of points in time can be traversed to with more precision. Also, your ability to simulate potential outcomes has been enhanced exponentially. You can now perform temporal simulations of potential futures and pasts without requiring any moirai threads, accelerated cultivation of depths and sacred resources. You can apply undifferentiated temporal infinity to the cultivation of your people's foundations, allowing them to experience eons of training and growth within moments of observable existence. Beings within your civilization can be placed in temporal environments where their depths advance through accumulated effort that doesn't consume time from the outside world. Additionally, you can apply this authority to the growth of sacred herbs in your early veiled shore. Plants that would require eons to bloom can now be cultivated through temporal manipulation that doesn't consume those eons from observable existence. Wonders that only bloom in the face of infinities can be grown in controlled environments where time flows according to your will. Your dream role as a farmer has become significantly more relevant to your path of power, temporal refuge construction. You can create spaces where time flows differently than in observable existence, allowing for training and recovery that doesn't consume time from the outside world. The egg drain could be enhanced with such properties. providing your people with unlimited time to overcome their challenges with undifferentiation, temporal inscription composition. When writing inscriptions through the first tongue, you can now incorporate temporal elements that cause your embodiments and apophysis to affect targets across multiple moments simultaneously. An inscription that would normally strike once can strike across the target's past and present and future, causing damage that compounds through their timeline. Harvest optimization. You can apply undifferentiated temporal infinity to your infinite observable harvest, causing resources to flow toward you from moments that haven't occurred yet or from moments that have already passed. This creates harvest streams that exceed what present moment collection could provide. Boom! Noah's existence buzzed with the implications of these prompts. He had infinite undifferentiated fate and infinite hunger as separate bodies entirely, currently in the process of becoming absolutes. Their transformation was occurring even now, their foundations crossing that impossible step with ease, and he had gained the quality of undifferentiated temporal infinity, at a time when it felt like the primordial mycelia was winning on many fronts. When the secret of Ian had just claimed the four strategoi of the Agora, it was good to have this victory against it. Preventing it from accessing time was a heavy thing. An infection that couldn't reach through temporal pathways was an infection that could be cornered. An infection that couldn't establish itself in the past was an infection that could be traced to its origins. An infection that couldn't claim the future before it arrived was an infection that could be outmaneuvered. He had just removed one of the primordial mycelia's most dangerous potential capabilities. He even looked at Amzurmadrid as he awaited his answer on exactly how he had kept the infection at bay for so long. The question wasn't merely curiosity, though curiosity certainly played a role. Understanding how the living temporal had resisted could provide insights into fighting this thing on larger scales. He knew part of it was the depth of this being. Amzurmadrid was a powerful absolute, one of the strongest in observable existence below the four. His foundations possessed weight that most beings couldn't match. That weight alone would have slowed any infection, but there had to be something else. Something about time itself that made the primordial mycelia struggle to claim him completely. Noah looked at the living temporal, who gazed at him with an ancient expression filled with complexity. The purple rivers of time that surrounded him continued shimmering with blue-gold glimmers, a constant reminder of what had just changed. Eventually, Amzurmadrid sighed. He closed his eyes for a moment. And when he opened them again, the complexity had settled into something closer to tired honesty. Time is not merely a river that flows from past to future. His voice emerged with weight that came from eons of intimate understanding. It is also a record. Every moment that occurs is inscribed into existence itself. The past doesn't disappear. It remains, written into the foundations of reality in ways that cannot be erased. He paused, temporal currents swirling around him with increased intensity. That infection, it seeks to decompose individual consciousness into unified soil. It wishes to make the many become one. But the past records who you were before the infection began. Every moment of your existence prior to contact remains inscribed in time. His eyes met Noah's with understanding that only someone who had just fought this battle could possess. I used my temporal authority to constantly anchor myself to past moments. Moments when I was fully myself. Moments when no infection had touched my consciousness. Every time the infection tried to claim a piece of my identity, I reached into the past and pulled that piece forward again. I was essentially restoring myself from temporal backups that existed before the contamination. He shook his head slowly. It wasn't a solution. It was a delaying action. The infection was reaching further and further back, trying to claim those backup moments as well. Eventually, it would have reached the moment of my birth, and then, he didn't need to finish the sentence, but the principle remains. The infection struggles with temporal anchoring because its methodology requires continuity of infection. If you can break that continuity by reaching to moments before the infection existed, his eyes blazed with purple light that now held glimmers of blue, you can restore what was lost. You can pull identity forward from moments when that identity was still intact. Time is the ultimate record of who we were before we became what we are now. Noah absorbed these words with perception that was already beginning to process their implications. Temporal anchoring, reaching into moments before infection, pulling identity forward from the past. If beings could be connected to moments when they were uninfected, those moments could serve as templates for restoration. The primordial mycelia couldn't claim what it had never touched. And if what it had touched could be overwritten by what it hadn't touched, a possibility was forming in his mind, a terrible, wonderful, incredibly complex possibility. he would need time to develop it fully. He would need to understand more about how the entity operated, about its limitations, about the boundaries of its methodology. But for the first time since learning about the primordial mycelia's true nature, he felt like he was looking at a path toward genuine solution. Noah smiled slightly as he looked at Amzer Madrid, temporal anchoring.
Restoration from moments before contamination.
Using the past as a record that the infection cannot fully claim, his smile widened, and the purple rivers of time surrounding the living temporal shimmered with increased intensity. Chapter 49:38, Temporal Infinity 4. In the interstices, Noah sat at his desk, his blue-gold pen moving with a rhythmic grace that seemed to hum alongside the fabric of existence. Beside him, Amzer Madrid stood in a state of quiet contemplation, his purple temporal currents now shimmering with the blue glimmers of his new allegiance.
With a casual wave of his hand, Noah manifested a second throne opposite his desk. It was a massive construct of crystallized authority, reaching nearly the same height as his own throne, though it remained just a fraction shorter, a subtle, physical reminder of the hierarchy that now bound them. Amzer stared at the discrepancy for a long moment, his eyes tracing the blue-gold veins running through the seat before he silently sat down. Now that the immediate threat of infection was gone, the grandeur and immensity of the living temporal began to return. He settled into the chair with the ease of a being who had occupied thrones for eons, the weight of his presence pressing against the interstices with renewed dignity. Across from him, Noah didn't immediately speak, his focus remaining entirely on the golden pages before him. The scene was one of glorious, quiet power. With every stroke of the pen, infinite swirling galaxies of absolute seals erupted from the tip, orbiting Noah's hand in a storm of linguistic authority. He wrote calmly, drafting embodiments and apotheosis that crackled with the potential to reshape reality, the scratch of the pen on the golden paper being the only sound in the vast silence. Eventually, the silence became too heavy for the newly bound absolute to bear. Amzer leaned forward, his ancient face illuminated by the radiance of Noah's work. I sought you in Ginnungagap because I felt someone moving across time who may not understand the dangers involved in doing so. Amzer said, his voice holding the weight of eons of chronological stewardship. I sensed multiple movements. Each time, I waited for existence to unravel, for the threads of causality to fray beyond repair. But it never happened. I thought that maybe, the one involved was truly proficient enough with time to avoid disaster. But maybe it was something else entirely. Noah didn't stop writing. He didn't even look up, though his hand slowed just enough to let the ink settle into a particularly complex apotheosis. The past is the past, and it will never change, Noah replied, his voice calm and imperious, carrying a resonance that made the grey void tremble. It is a self-contained causality cycle where travel to the past does not change history because the actions taken there were always part of that history. You and I simply did not know it. He finally looked up, his ancient young eyes locking onto Amzer's. Days ago, I did not know that I would be in Ginnungagap eons before this, even though it had already happened. I simply closed that loop of time when I actually experienced it afterwards. Time flows as an unchangeable line where all events, including temporal traversal, are set in stone. My traversals across time were part of what created the timeline we remember. You never caught me during my earlier traversals when I was at my weakest. Yhum, the sound of the pen tapping against the desk echoed like a thunderclap. Noah stopped writing, his posture straight and demanding an answer. In both of their eyes, undifferentiated temporal infinity buzzed, a shared language between a master and a subordinate who both held the keys to time. Amzer Madrid's eyes flashed with a heavy, leaden solemnity. He realized then the true depth of the trap he had been in long before the infection ever touched him. My temporal authority and weavings were always under your first tongue, Amzer whispered. They always had been, and they were always going to be. We just did not know it. I did not know it. I never caught you because I never planned on it. You never permitted it. Boom, the realization of temporal fuckery hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Noah smiled brilliantly, a look of profound calculation crossing his features as he leaned back against his throne. The paradox was perfect. It was a masterpiece of existence even he did not know it before now. Amzer Madrid, however, looked much more affected, his foundations trembling as he grappled with the implications. But if that is the case, why did I make that traversal across time to Ginnungagap? Why did the threads of my life pull me there if the hunt was never mine to win? Noah's gaze turned sharp, his eyes filled with immense profundities. Maybe you were never there for me. Remember your words about how you kept the infection. The primordial mycelia, at bay. The past records who you were before the infection began. Every moment of your existence prior to contact remains inscribed in time. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial hum. If this is actually a viable solution and you or I proceed to go through with it, we would need past records of those infected. And one of the core infected beings I may try to restore would be someone who had actually been in Janungagap at that time that you nor the primordial chaos, who were seemingly there to get me, did not know was there. Someone that only the creature knew was there. Amzer Madrid's eyes opened wide, his purple temporal light fluctuating wildly. Who, the secret of Ian, Noah replied, his voice cold and steady. That is the only point in time I met her, without knowing she was there. The primordial mycelia has its roots within her. If I seek to restore her, I would think of obtaining her past records there. Maybe you were never there for me to begin with, but for her. Maybe. Or all of this is bullshit and I am wrong, who knows? Amzer Madrid found himself thinking, the wheels of Ian's turning in his mind. And Noah found himself thinking too, when there was an overabundance of crazy things happening all around existence, one had to find a shred of sanity just to make sure their state of mind remained golden. Noah was keeping himself sane while simultaneously planning, plotting, and moving across multiple fronts. The primordial mycelia had made a deadly move, taking over the four strategoi of the Agora of Primordial Judgment while he and Paradox were occupied with Bazuman. He had dealt a counterblow by cutting Amzer Madrid from the collective and bringing him into the folds of infinity, but the path ahead was still a razor's edge. He needed to breathe. And in a different corner of his existence, another body was doing exactly that. In the early veiled shore of the Infiniverse, the air was tranquil, smelling of fresh earth and the ozone of gathering power. It was fairly empty now, as the majority of Noah's people had been sent off to the fun times of the Yggdrasil to struggle for their lives. Noah stood in the middle of a lush field plot, his hands buried in the soil as he held golden shoots. He was filling them with radiant seas of infinities, feeding a sacred herb the weight of an entire civilization's potential. He sought to make these plants experience eons of growth in moments, aiming to harvest absolute everythings or even infinite everythings from the very soil. Behind him, the miniaturized figure of the mnemonic Leviathan floated serenely. In the form of a pink dolphin, the ancient entity was surrounded by a unique aura of deep, accumulated memory that made the air around it feel heavy with the weight of forgotten epochs, when the youngest walks where the oldest slumber. Existence shall tremble and the weave shall fray. He who holds infinity in mortal palms shall stand at the crossroads where all rivers end. Noah recited, his voice steady as he channeled power into the golden shoots. When chaos speaks with the tongue of order, when existence questions its own being, when the tongue falls silent and the hunger consumes itself, then shall the era of undifferentiation begin. He paused, the golden light from the plants reflecting in his eyes as he looked back at the pink dolphin. You are knowledgeable in many things, Leviathan. What could any portions of these words mean to you? The gaze of the pink dolphin became heavy, its playful form momentarily forgotten as the weight of the prophecy settled into its consciousness. It floated in a slow, thoughtful circle. You seem to be in trouble, youngest of the five, the Leviathan said, its voice resonating with an ancient concern. You all should be in trouble. When chaos speaks with the tongue of order, the only way chaos can be ordered is if it has already joined the unity. Or chaos is already compromised but does not know it. WAA, the dolphin's eyes fixed on the golden plants, the era of undifferentiation may already be underway. This infection, the primordial mycelia, it may already be far more pervasive than you all believe. If one of the four keys of civilization has already fallen to it without knowing it, then undifferentiation is not coming. It is already here. Boom. Chapter 4939, The Youngest and the Oldest Eye. The words from the mnemonic Leviathan were heavy ones. Noah's eyes became somber and pondering as he continued working the soil, his fingers pressing golden shoots deeper into earth that thrummed with the infinities he was feeding into it. The coolness of the dirt beneath his nails grounded him even as his mind raced through implications. Was this truly the case? He had his illusory manifestation of his consciousness in the distant primordial realm of Alfheim, where he was discussing things with the primordial chaos. The only light he got from this powerful being was how cautious and careful he was when it came to the entity. The primordial chaos had sensed the changes in existence. And after analyzing how they unfolded, he'd kept himself away and isolated his primordial realm for the most part, even though the figures of the living temporal, the living dimensional, and the living quantum had happened to be in Jotunheim around that same time.
and all three became infected. It was only now, in the last few moments, that Noah had been able to help the living temporal escape this infection. In the weavings of all of this, could something have happened that none of them imagined? Could chaos truly have been compromised, and did he simply not know it? The possibility itself was unfathomably heavy. He also caught another set of words that the mnemonic Leviathan had said. She'd referred to the aspects of the oldest paradox in existence as the keys of civilization, so he simply had to ask, why do you call chaos, existence, paradox, and the first tongue the keys of civilization? He already had an idea, but he had to ask anyway. This old ancient entity, with all the knowledge and observable existence, loved to talk even though she routinely said she only wanted to slumber. The pink dolphin took a moment before she replied. Her gaze drifted toward the horizon of the early veiled shore, where the sky met the sea in a line of perfect, undisturbed twilight. They are the keys because they are the basal, simplest fundamental definitions of the civilizational scale. They are the keys that open the doorways to higher scales. Well, open the doorways to higher scales. Her sonorous voice vibrated through the water and air alike. Many civilization that have ever climbed the Vakachev scales has done so by tethering itself to these four center points. They are not merely paths among many paths. They are the anchors upon which many other paths are built. She floated in a slow circle, her pink form casting soft light across the vegetation Noah was tending. Chaos provides the raw, undifferentiated potential, the entropy that allows for change. Without chaos, civilizations would be static, unable to evolve or adapt. They would crystallize into forms that could never grow beyond their initial configurations. Chaos is the breath that keeps civilization alive, the constant churning that prevents stagnation from claiming everything that dares to define itself. Noah's hands continued their work, but his attention was fully fixed on the Leviathan's words. Existence provides the stability, the grounding that allows a civilization to endure. If chaos is the breath, then existence is the body. It is the framework upon which all other aspects hang their authority. Without existence, civilizations would dissolve into the potential they drew from, unable to maintain coherence long enough to climb even a single step of the scales. Existence declares that something is, and that declaration is the foundation upon which everything else is built. The dolphin's eyes, ancient and deep despite their playful housing, turned to meet Noah's gaze. Paradox allows for the impossible, the contradictions that drive evolution beyond linear growth. When a civilization reaches the limits of what logic permits, paradox opens doors that shouldn't exist. It allows beings to be more than the sum of their parts, to achieve heights that their foundations alone could never support. Paradox is the exception that proves every rule, and in proving those rules, it transcends them. She paused, her glow intensifying slightly, and the first tongue. Energy. Mana. Authority. Language, the architecture that allows a civilization to define its own reality and write its laws into the fabric of the existence. Where chaos provides potential, existence provides stability, and paradox provides transcendence, the first tongue provides expression. It is the voice through which civilizations speak themselves into being. It is the pen that writes the rules. It is the authority that declares what is permitted and what is forbidden within the boundaries of a civilization's domain. Noah felt the truth of these words resonating through his own civilization, through the first tongue that burned at his core with infinite authority. The sensation was like hearing a description of his own heartbeat from someone who had studied hearts since before hearts existed. Now, the Leviathan's voice dropped to something more serious. These four keys do not merely represent paths to power. They represent the fundamental architecture of the civilizational scale itself. The first scale of existence, where most beings struggle and fail and occasionally succeed, is built upon the interplay of these four keys. Every civilization that exists within the first scale is, whether they know it or not, drawing from some combination of chaos, existence, paradox, and the first tongue. She floated closer to Noah, her ancient eyes holding depths that made even his elevated perception struggle to fully perceive. But the second scale is different. Noah's hands stilled in the infinite soil as those words settled into his consciousness. The second scale is not merely a continuation of the first. It is not simply more power, more authority, more foundation. The second scale, it's different. Even I cannot know much of it. The dolphin's form seemed to grow more substantial, more real, as she spoke of things that few beings in observable existence had ever grasped. But I digress. If one of these keys is turned by an outside hand, when its fundamental nature is altered by something that shouldn't have the authority to alter it, the very nature of what civilization is changes. If chaos truly speaks with the tongue of order, if the key of raw potential has been claimed by something that seeks to impose unity upon all things. She didn't finish the sentence. She couldn't. Chapter 49:40, the youngest and the oldest too. Noah took in the words calmly as he thought about it all, his hands resuming their work among the vegetation he was filling with infinities. What was the truth, and what was false, in existence? One could never be entirely sure of anything until they faced it. Speculation and theory were useful tools, but they remained tools until proven or disproven through direct experience. The mnemonic Leviathan's words painted a picture that was terrifying in its implications, but pictures could be inaccurate, perspectives could be flawed. As for Noah right now, he had his focus on understanding the feeling of absolute as his separated bodies in the agora were facing the primordial mycelia, who had seemingly taken over everything there. And yet they were smiling as truly, to their nature, they didn't offensively seek conflict. Everything seemed despotic at the moment, but he knew these were merely the struggles of existence, the adversity. Even as all of this happened, he was finding ways to combat and take care of the primordial mycelia. Now, after listening to this pink dolphin beside him, it seemed like another issue might be the primordial chaos. How would he even approach this one? The primordial chaos was confident that he wasn't affected, and as of right now, he was moving as if he had a will of his own completely. If even someone like the living temporal could realize they were getting infected, someone even more ancient and powerful like the primordial chaos should be the same, but there would always be exceptions in existence. Noah was done underestimating others. He gave an extended roadmap and leeway when it came to potential, what was possible and not possible for his enemies. He would have the mindset that the living paradox could be as astounding as he wanted to be, and now the primordial mycelia could be an astonishing work of existence with unfathomable potential. Maybe it was even astounding enough to be infecting someone as grand as the primordial chaos without them even knowing it. Maybe that was their long game, their biggest victory. The thought settled into his consciousness without causing fear or despair. It was simply another factor to consider, another variable in an equation that grew more complex with every passing moment. If the primordial chaos was compromised, then Noah would deal with that reality. If he wasn't, then Noah would deal with that reality instead. Either way, standing still and worrying accomplished nothing. Let's try talking, shall we? And Noah continued filling the plot of land with seeds packed with infinities, his entire body emanating a sensation of peace that belied the weight of the topics just discussed. He felt the physical sensation of the soil beneath his fingers, cool and dark and rich with the potential he was pouring into it, the void of the interstices or the lush fields of the early veiled shore. It didn't matter, each location served its purpose. Each body he maintained accomplished tasks that his singular existence couldn't have managed alone. He was the Genesis monarch, and he would see what the unfolding adversity of existence would bring before his glorious immensity, in the primordial realm of Alfheim. In this land of vibrant life and wonder, where twilight painted everything in shades of green, white, purple and gold, Noah materialized with a unique body that he'd transferred from the agora to here. It was the body holding his infinite undifferentiated fate that was transforming into the immensity of an absolute. He'd said it was time to talk as he thought about the issue with the primordial chaos. But the one he would actually start talking with wasn't the primordial chaos at all. It was someone else entirely. Someone who might have answers that chaos himself couldn't provide. Someone who had existed long enough to observe patterns that younger beings couldn't perceive. At this moment, Noah had arrived in the skies of Alfheim, his golden form burning with undifferentiated fate that pressed outward against the twilight atmosphere. He looked at a certain mountain in the distance, a mountain that the first hunger had climbed with the living origin. A mountain that the living elemental had climbed with the living emotive. A mountain that had at its very peak a temple shrouded in multicolored flames, holding a singular being whose existence predated most of what currently called itself alive, the creature. And the moment he arrived, oh, he saw wonder. The mountain itself was massive, stretching toward the twilight sky with peaks that should have been visible for hundreds of miles. But even though there was a mountain here, the entire structure was actually shrouded with something that exceeded mere physical presence, a multicolored flaming manifestation wrapped around the mountain like a second skin made of pure authority. It burned with imperious light that painted the surrounding landscape in colors that shouldn't have existed, that made the twilight seem pale by comparison. The manifestation took the form of something vaguely humanoid, something that held the suggestion of the creature's true nature without revealing its full complexity, and its eyes, its pupils swirled with endless multicolored flames, ancient and patient and filled with weight that exceeded what most beings could comprehend. Those eyes seemed to be staring out across everything in this region, perceiving all that occurred within their domain. The moment Noah saw it, he understood what this was, because at this moment, around his own body as well, golden flames erupted from his existence with force that made the twilight atmosphere ripple. A massive manifestation of himself began forming around his body, shining with billowing golden flames of infinite undifferentiated fate that pressed outward in all directions. The manifestation grew and grew, its form taking shape as an extension of his civilization rather than merely a projection of his will. Shockingly, it formed to be the same size and stature as the manifestation surrounding the mountain ahead. His golden manifestation stood in the skies of Alfheim with presence that matched the creature's own, its eyes burning with the same intensity, its form radiating authority that made the very air tremble with acknowledgement. The sensation of it was overwhelming. He could feel the manifestation as if it were his own skin, could sense everything it touched as if his nerves extended for miles in every direction. And as it formed, Noah was able to perceive something. For nearby light years, he could seamlessly exert his authority to enact embodiments or apophysis anywhere he wished in the span of an instant. The distance that had always required travel, that had always demanded conscious effort to bridge, now felt like nothing more than reaching out his hand. This was the vision of Absolute, this was the immensity that they were afforded. Prompts bloomed before his eyes, absolute depth manifestation detected. This portion of your existence is beginning to grasp the grandeur that comes with absolute classification. The manifestation surrounding your form is designated as the absolute effigy. This is the external expression of an absolute civilization, visible only to other absolutes and beings of equivalent or greater depth. The absolute effigy displays the intricacies and complexities of one's civilization and foundation in ways that cannot be hidden from peers. Its size is indicative of just how grand one's civilization is compared to others in observable existence. A larger effigy represents greater foundational weight, more accumulated authority, and deeper connection to the keys of civilization. Absolute vision of existence unlocked. With the absolute effigy comes the absolute vision of existence. This allows you to perceive and exert your immensity at vast distances instantaneously. Within the domain of your effigy, you can enact embodiments, speak apophysis, and manifest your inscriptions at speeds nothing below absolute can match. What is initially perceived by other absolutes when observing your effigy is a glimmer of your civilization, the surface expression of what you have built. Anything more complex, any deeper revelation of your true nature and capabilities, is what you choose to reveal yourself. The effigy is both armor and declaration, hiding what you wish hidden while proclaiming what you wish known. Current assessment: your absolute effigy has formed its size equivalent to the creature's own manifestation. Due to your foundation below absolute being so much grander, it should frankly be much higher in height. An assessment is being done to determine other factors unaccounted for that would make your manifestation the same as the creature. There could potentially be a set maximum that you have simply met the conditions of. Boom, his eyes burned with golden glory. Chapter 49-41, the youngest and the oldest three. At this time, his absolute effigy stared straight ahead at the mountain as he was looking into the eyes of the creature. The multicolored flames that comprised that ancient being's manifestation met his golden gaze with weight that spoke of eons of accumulated existence, of patience that transcended mortal understanding, of power that had shaped observable existence since before most beings knew what existence meant. Noah had said how he didn't want to climb up a mountain to talk to this being. It seemed that the statement would remain true. His absolute effigy was grand enough that he could see this unfathomable entity right in front of him, could meet its gaze as an equal rather than a supplicant climbing toward an audience. The distance between them meant nothing now, the elevation meant nothing. The physical barrier of the mountain itself meant nothing when two absolute effigies could simply turn their attention toward each other and communicate across miles as easily as speaking across a room. It was a unique thing for Noah as he felt like he had truly come far. The vision was encompassing everything around him, his absolute effigy being an extension of his body rather than something separate from it. He could feel the weight of the twilight pressing against his golden flames. He could sense the pulse of life throughout Alfheim responding to the presence of two absolute effigies dominating its skies. He could perceive details that his previous existence would have required concentrated effort to observe. At this time, the youngest looked ahead as his gaze connected with the oldest, but even this might be something up for debate. Because any day that one had an argument with the primordial chaos, he would say that he was the oldest, that his existence predated even the creature's ancient form, that his authority over chaos itself spoke of primordial origins that exceeded what others could claim. What argument could be had would be for later. These two beings looked at each other fully for the first time, without any interruptions or complications. No battles occurring in their periphery. No undivided ones emerging from cracks. No infections spreading through Strategoi while they were distracted. Just the two of them, absolute effigy facing absolute effigy, across the twilight skies of Alfheim. The gaze of the multicolored absolute effigy of the creature held natural and innate majesty. Regality that seemed woven into its very existence, as if one was staring at a noble entity whose bloodline stretched back to the first cause itself. Those swirling multicolored pupils observed Noah with patience that spoke of someone who had watched countless beings rise and fall across eons, who had seen potential bloom and wither more times than could be counted. The golden absolute effigy of Noah held endless quintessence and infinity. His eyes surged with billowing golden undifferentiated fate that could make an existence see endless variations and possibilities reflected in their depths. Where the creature's gaze spoke of ancient observation, Noah's gaze spoke of infinite potential. Where the multicolored flames declared what had been, the golden flames declared what could be. At this moment, Noah felt like he'd already taken the first step by appearing here. He didn't say anything, he only looked at the creature. The billowing multicolored face of the creature's absolute effigy changed subtly at this moment, blooming with quite a bit more liveliness. It was as if this ancient being was fully breaking his weavings here, allowing more expression to flow through his manifestation than he typically permitted. His eyes blinked with motion that seemed almost playful despite the weight they carried. The massive head of his absolute effigy moved freely, tilting slightly as he observed Noah with interest. Then this being said calmly, his voice resonating through the domain where their effigies overlapped, "You seem to have arrived at absolute. Congratulations. That should be the fastest in observable existence." The first words that the creature said toward Noah were uniquely words of congratulations, not challenge or threat. Not posturing. Just simple acknowledgement of an achievement that deserved recognition, delivered with warmth that seemed genuine despite the existential weight behind every syllable. Noah took in these words calmly as he gave a light nod, "Thank you," as if to confirm and ascertain that yes, that was him. That was what he'd done. And only he had that achievement and accomplishment, the fastest being in observable existence to achieve absolute depth, arriving at heights that most beings couldn't reach across eons of dedicated cultivation in what amounted to moments by comparison. After he said this, he seemed to have realized something. He looked down, his golden gaze piercing the landscape of the mountain that held the temple of the creature at its very peak. His absolute vision of existence allowed him to perceive details that his previous sight would have required focused attention to observe, and what he saw made his expression shift with something between amusement and contempt. On this mountain, he'd almost dismissed them, but there were the absolute effigies of the living elemental and the living emotive. They were just too fucking small. The living emotive's absolute effigy was formed of swirling pink and crimson light that pulsed with manic energy matching her emotional nature. It wrapped around her position on the mountain with presence that spoke of genuine power, of authority that had been accumulated across eons of absolute existence, but it was only a fraction of the size compared to Noah and the creature, barely a fourth their stature. Her effigy, which would have seemed grand when compared to most beings in observable existence, looked almost modest when placed beside the towering manifestations that dominated the skies. She was powerful, yes. An absolute of genuine capability. But the gap between her accumulated authority and theirs was visible in the simple comparison of scale, and the living elemental, that pathetic, curse-writhing heap of deteriorating foundations, had an absolute effigy that was barely 1/100th their size. It was so fucking pitiful to look at. The small flickering flames that comprised his manifestation were sickly and unstable, constantly wavering as if they might extinguish at any moment. The curse that Noah had placed upon him was visible even here, burning through his effigy with lines of blue gold authority that declared his foundations no longer entirely his own. His presence on the mountain was almost an embarrassment, like a candle flame trying to assert itself beside two suns. Meanwhile, on the side of the mountain, there was also the absolute effigy of the undivided one that the living emotive had bonded herself to. The winged lion's manifestation burned with light of undifferentiation that spoke of its origins in the prima indifferentia. Its serpent mane was visible even in its effigy form, countless heads swaying with motion that seemed hypnotic. Its size was around the same as emotive's, a fourth of what Noah and the creature displayed. Speaking of power that was substantial but not supreme, the effigy of emotive was looking toward Noah right now. Her pink eyes shone with brilliant interest and fascination that seemed to overflow from her manifestation like heat from a forge. There was hunger in that gaze, but not the consumption kind. It was the hunger of someone who had found something fascinating, something she wanted to examine more closely, something she wanted to claim in ways that her manic nature demanded.
It was as if she wanted to jump on him right here and now, and the absolute effigy of the living elemental was looking toward Noah as well, but his expression was entirely different. Chapter 49-42, the youngest and the oldest four. Shock and horror twisted his sickly features into something even more pathetic than his usual state. His eyes were wide with disbelief that bordered on denial. His mouth hung open as if he wanted to speak but couldn't find words that would adequately express the devastation of what he was witnessing. He'd never expected Noah to be as massive as the creature. He'd known that the youngest was growing. He'd felt the curse burning through his foundations. He'd understood on some level that the being who had cursed him was becoming something dangerous. But this? Standing equal to size of the creature himself? Having an absolute effigy that matched the most ancient being in observable existence in size and presence, this exceeded anything his deteriorating mind had prepared for. When Noah looked down at these absolute effigies, his own manifestation moved, his golden hand reached downward with motion that seemed casual despite the existential implications. His fingers formed a pinching gesture, as if he was about to pick up something small and insignificant from a table, and right after, the body of the living elemental began to fly off the mountain. The pitiful absolute was pulled upward by authority that exceeded anything his weakened existence could resist. His effigy flickered and wavered as Noah's golden fingers pinched around it, dragging him through the air toward the manifestation that had claimed him. His face twisted with defiance that he couldn't back with actual power, and horror that he couldn't hide despite his attempts at dignity. He floated upward, pulled by the youngest like a toy being retrieved by a child who had grown tired of letting it rest. Noah held that pathetic, curse-ridden disgrace of an absolute before his golden gaze with expression that held no mercy and no hesitation. He grasped both the absolute effigy and body of the living elemental in his hands. This absolute waste of space. This pathetic embarrassment of an absolute who had dared to stand against him. The sensation of holding this being's existence was almost unpleasant, like gripping something rotten that was falling apart in his fingers. The golden flames of his effigy pressed against the sickly flickering light of Elemental's manifestation with dominance that couldn't be questioned. He didn't even want this wretch to be a stain that wasted any time from this moment, but before Noah could act, the living elemental turned his deteriorating effigy toward the creature and emotive. His eyes were wild with desperation that exceeded anything Noah had seen from him before. His voice emerged with pleading that stripped away whatever dignity he might have once possessed. "I gave my everything. Please, I was among you." In the legends, in our stories, in the earliest folds, his words tumbled out with speed that spoke of panic-consuming rational thought. "Just help me against this being H-U-U-M. Before his words could ever finish, Noah pinched his fingers, and this dumb fucker disappeared. The sensation was satisfying in ways that Noah hadn't anticipated. One moment, that pitiful excuse for an absolute was begging for salvation from beings who clearly had no intention of providing it. The next moment, his existence was simply gone from Alfheim entirely, pulled into a place where his suffering could continue without polluting Noah's immediate surroundings. Prompts bloomed before his eyes, forced imprisonment executed. The living elemental, that decrepit flaming ballsack of deteriorating foundations, has been forcefully placed into the infinite desmoterian within your organ of civilization. He did not go willingly. He did not go with dignity. He went screaming into confinement that will last until you decide otherwise. Within the infinite desmoterian, infinite dilated time will ensure that his imprisonment feels like eons regardless of how much time passes in observable existence. He will be welcomed and disciplined by Ozymandias, who has expressed particular interest in breaking this pathetic creature's remaining pride. Eventually, the living elemental may progress in his civilization, but any progress he makes will occur under your banner of existence. Anything he does will only further elevate you until you choose to put this dog out of its misery. This was a fitting end for a being who dared to challenge the Genesis monarch. Let him rot in infinite time until you decide he has suffered enough. Or let him rot forever. The choice is yours. The prompts were cathartic to see. Noah felt satisfaction spreading through his chest as the words settled into his consciousness. That wretched creature would spend what felt like eternities being broken down and rebuilt under the watchful gaze of Ozymandias. Every improvement he made would flow upward to Noah. Every fragment of his civilization that recovered would strengthen the very being who had conquered him. It was justice of the most complete kind. After this was done, Noah got back to looking at the creature.
this entity didn't say anything regarding his recent actions. His multicolored absolute effigy continued observing with the same patient expression it had held before, those swirling pupils tracking Noah's movements without judgment or commentary. It was as if the disposal of the living elemental was of no consequence whatsoever. Noah didn't mention anything about it either. Why would he? It was simply taking out worthless garbage that had been cluttering the conversation space. In the next moment, vibrant multicolored brilliance shone all around them. The light expanded outward from the creature's absolute effigy with force that pressed against Noah's perception. Everything nearby began to fade as this brilliance consumed it. The mountain disappeared. The temple at its peak disappeared. The absolute effigies of Emotive and her bonded undivided one disappeared. The twilight sky of Alfheimer disappeared, everything vanished into oblivion. The only ones remaining were the absolute effigies of Noah and the creature, sitting inside an empty multicolored stellar space that stretched in all directions. Stars of every color burned in the distance, but they felt more like decoration than actual celestial bodies. The space itself hummed with authority that spoke of the creature's absolute dominion over this environment. It was as if they were no longer in the primordial realm of Alfheim at all. The creature's voice emerged with calmness that made the stellar space vibrate gently around them. I hope you don't mind. His multicolored effigy shifted slightly, settling into a posture that seemed almost conversational despite its scale. Within the effigy, Noah could perceive the actual body of the creature, and both held an extraordinary air of power and nobleness that seemed woven into their very existence. Every movement he made carried weight that spoke of eons of accumulated authority. Every word emerged with precision that suggested careful consideration despite its casual delivery. I did not want random interruptions here and there, and I have been very curious about you. Those swirling multicolored eyes fixed on Noah's golden gaze. I have tried to meet you eons in the past, but things never seemed to align. You became a friend of my friend, an Asunder, but even that was not enough for us to meet. He paused, something like acceptance crossing his noble features. Alas, things are how they should be. Noah gave a light nod to the creature as he processed these words. He proceeded to respond with honesty that matched the directness the creature had shown. I only ever heard legends about you from fold dwellers and living existences. Stories of the earliest folds. His golden effigy burned with increased intensity as he spoke, the flames of undifferentiated fate swirling with patterns that reflected his contemplation. Every time I listened to them, I envisioned these grand legends and beings that seemed so distant and far off. That seemed like they were a different grouping of existences entirely. His eyes met the creature's swirling gaze directly. Amongst all the stories I heard, I was always curious about the creature. I had many questions back then. He paused, but I only have one question now that may matter more than anything else. The stellar space around them seemed to grow more still, as if existence itself was waiting for what would be asked. Are you there? Are you at the second scale of existence? Chapter 49-43, the youngest and the oldest V. Noah asked this as he truly couldn't tell, and it was because he couldn't tell that he felt this being might just be there already. If anyone had achieved such wonder, it would be the creature. But Noah needed confirmation, not simply theory. Before him, the creature remained calm and without expressing too much emotion. His multicolored effigy held steady, those swirling pupils continuing their eternal rotation without acceleration or deceleration. He seemed thoughtful for a moment. Considering the question with weight that spoke of how seriously he took it despite his casual demeanor, then he spoke, yes and no, boom, the words hung in the stellar space between them. I cannot say much about it. Because, it will spoil the surprise. His noble features shifted into something that might have been gentle amusement. You will actually thank me for not saying too much on it. Some things deserve to be experienced in their entirety. And beings like you and I are only at the beginning stages of our journey. We should not spoil each other's starting points. His voice dropped to something more serious. It deserves to be experienced. The scales deserve to be experienced without being spoiled. Even though it may be cryptic, I actually cannot say whether I am or whether I am not. He paused, and when he continued, his words carried weight that exceeded their apparent simplicity. Existence is too vast. And I have only just grasped a foothold of it. The multicolored flames of his effigy burned brighter. Some primordial architects were born at this foothold. They are those blessed in existence, and also the most cursed in existence. His eyes fixed on Noah with intensity that pressed against the golden flames, and I was simply someone who wanted to change my fate. Someone who wanted to change my existence. My choices and my weavings ultimately led to where I am today. Just like your choices and your weavings led you to where you are right now. his voice held finality that couldn't be argued with. It would be a tremendous disservice for me if I were to spoil where you were headed. When you get here, I hope to be there to congratulate you just as I congratulated you for achieving absolute boom. The creature made a few things clear. One was the distinction between them. Even if he didn't say it clearly, from his words it seemed abundantly apparent that Noah was at one point, and the creature was at a distant other point. The gap hadn't been explicitly defined, but its existence was undeniable. The creature spoke of being somewhere that Noah would eventually arrive. Spoke of hoping to congratulate him when that arrival occurred. There was a destination. And Noah wasn't there yet. He also said that he moved to change his fate. To change his existence. And he chose to say this right after mentioning the primordial architects who were both blessed and cursed across existence. Was the creature connected to these beings? Or was he such a being who had altered his weavings of existence to become what he was right now? Noah couldn't say for sure. He'd actually come here with many questions. About the living paradox and his spreading corruption. About the primordial mycelia and its infection of the strategoi. About the primordial chaos and whether he might be compromised without knowing it. About prophecies and their implications. About everything that was occurring across observable existence, but as he was here right now, it didn't seem like all these many questions mattered, because asking about any of it was essentially asking for help from the creature, and I do not need any help. Boom. Noah found himself saying these words as if he'd come under some form of realization and epiphany. The golden flames of his absolute effigy burned brighter as the truth of the statements settled into his foundations. He'd come here thinking he needed guidance and answers. Thinking he needed assistance from someone more experienced, more powerful, more established in the heights of existence. But standing here now, facing the creature as an equal in manifestation if not in achievement, he understood something fundamental. The adversity was his, the challenges were his, the path forward was his to walk, not to be carried along by another. If he sought help, he would actually be halting his own foundations. When he arrived at this point, for the first time, the creature smiled lightly. The expression transformed his noble features into something warmer. His multicolored eyes burned. Adversity is a rare thing for people like us. His voice resonated through the stellar space with depth that pressed against Noah's perception. To have so much of it, I am slightly jealous of you. Because I had to do a lot to bombard myself with adversity to get me where I currently am. He paused, and when he continued, his words held weight that came from eons of accumulated experience. Sometimes it will feel unbearable. Sometimes you may feel loss. Sometimes those you made promises to can look at you and tell you how you let them down. His swirling eyes held understanding. Was he talking about origin? The dead order? Law, the suffering. The ups and downs. All of these are part of existence. I am sure that soon enough, our difficulties might align. But until then, you have your difficulties, and I have mine. His smile grew slightly wider. Out of all of this adversity is only endless brilliance. He leaned forward, his effigy shifting with the motion as his words took on intensity that pressed against the stellar space itself. Do you know, every single absolute out there, every entity that may believe that they are standing at the very peak of the first scale of existence, none are using even 1% of what their very existence is capable of. Boom, the words struck Noah with force that made his golden flames tremble. Not even a single percentage. The creature's voice dropped to something almost conspiratorial. When you get close to the second scale, when you start to understand, truly understand, only then will you realize the immensity of what lies in existence. His multicolored eyes burned with fire that seemed to contain entire folds, and how we have only been fumbling in the darkness for eons. Chapter 49-44, Countable, Uncountable, Absolute. Existence was vast, and they had been stumbling in the darkness for eons. The words were heavy ones as Noah took some time to think about all of them. His golden absolute effigy burned steadily in the multicolored stellar space that the creature had created around them, the flames of undifferentiated fate pulsing with rhythms that matched his contemplation, especially the words about how all existences were barely using even 1% of what their very existence was capable of. 1% of what exactly? He looked up at the absolute effigy of the creature, about to ask this question when he saw the calm and noble air of this being. Noah knew even if he asked, the creature would talk about how he didn't want to do the disservice of spoiling things, but his words did allow for contemplation even if Noah asked him for no help on anything. His adversity was his, and the creature's adversity was his own. They walked separate paths that might converge eventually, but for now, they remained distinct. So instead, he asked something else. How was your foundation at the level of absolute foundation? He was curious about this. The concept had been circling in his mind since he'd achieved absolute with his separated bodies, since he'd felt the difference between his foundations and what others might possess at similar depths. After he asked, the creature had a pondering look, then he spoke with weight that pressed against the stellar space around them. Foundation at the first scale of existence is everything. It is not merely a measurement of current power. It is the breadth of what your power can become when you step beyond. His noble features held something that might have been regret. Imagine two beings who both achieve the second scale. Both have crossed that threshold. Both stand at heights that most existences cannot comprehend. And yet, depending on whether one had an astounding foundation before that crossing, the difference between them becomes. He paused, searching for words adequate to the concept. One could look at the other on that same scale, peer at them from equivalent classification, and yet break them with a flick of their thumb. The foundation built before advancement determines the vastness of what that advancement produces. It is the seed from which the tree grows. A larger seed produces a larger tree, even when both trees receive identical sunlight. His multicolored eyes fixed on Noah with intensity. Foundation is that pivotal before you can proceed ahead. It is not merely important. It is the determining factor of everything that comes after. The creature's flames dimmed slightly. Mine was merely sufficient. But I am still not happy with it. Because of that, I am doing some things to rectify it. Even now, even at the heights I have reached, I work to improve what I built before those heights were achieved. The foundation never stops mattering. Never. His was merely sufficient. The creature, this ancient being whose absolute effigy matched Noah's own in size, whose existence had shaped observable existence since before most beings knew what existence meant, considered his foundation merely sufficient. There were countless paths that one could take in existence. Countless ways to measure progress and achievement. Countless methodologies for understanding where one stood in relation to others. At this moment, Noah was about to gaze at the creature to get a gauge on his comparative depth at the level of absolute. He had done this for surface, intermediate, and fundamental depths. He had measured himself against the primordial paradox, against the baselines that observable existence provided, against frameworks that allowed him to understand his position relative to others. He was about to now get a gauge of the creature, to also see how different it was between him and the primordial paradox, to understand truly where he stood among the greatest beings in observable existence. But for some odd reason, he felt his existence resisting this, as if his infinite formless depth inherently didn't want to do this. Noah paused momentarily, his golden flames flickering with uncertainty that lasted only a fraction of a second. Then he listened to this thought. Because he always listened to his intuition. It had guided him through dangers that logic couldn't navigate. It had warned him of threats that conscious analysis missed. It had led him to opportunities that deliberate searching never found, and the moment he began thinking more and more about this resistance, his eyes began to brighten up, as if he had been undergoing yet another epiphany. Other people could have a hard time grasping the allure of profundities and epiphanies. They struggled for eons to achieve single moments of clarity. They fought against their own limitations just to glimpse understanding that exceeded their current state, and yet, for Noah, it seemed that whenever he was in a unique state of mind, they continued to come and come endlessly, almost as if there was the allure of infinity that bloomed countless possibilities inside of him, almost as if, but for his epiphany, the realization that was crystallizing in his consciousness with weight that exceeded mere thought, he had long established that his infinite formless depth was far different from anyone else. He knew comparisons were only there as a point of reference for him to gauge how much grander he was compared to others, how much grander he was, his own ego. His own mentality. That good feeling that he felt every time he saw the number in front of his foundation say 10 times more than this legendary being, or 20 times more immense of a foundation than that legendary being, the sense of accomplishment while knowing this was nice, but he decided at this time that there would be no more point of comparison for surface or intermediate or fundamental, and he wouldn't seek to grasp the potential knowledge of the difference of immensity between his absolute depth and the creature's. The comparisons were unique and great tools, yes. They had served him well in understanding his progress. They had provided motivation when progress seemed slow. They had given him targets to surpass and benchmarks to exceed, but in here, with adversity building up, at this moment, Noah decided that he was going against himself and only the limits that he set forth. Chapter 49-45, Countable, Uncountable, Absolute.
2. He would decide his limits, not some arbitrary number where he would feel content if his immensity and weight at a certain depth was 15 times or 20 times or even 50 times as much as the primordial paradox or the creature. There was boundless adversity in existence, and his foundation in depth and immensity were adversity that he was going against himself, only he mattered in the end. Not the creature or the primordial paradox or anyone else. They had their foundations and their paths, and he had his own. Their journeys were theirs. His journey was his. The comparison between them served no purpose beyond temporary satisfaction that faded as quickly as it arrived. He would not compare against others, he would only compare against himself. How much grander was he now compared to a minute ago? A day ago? An eon ago? From this moment in time as he attained absolute with his other bodies, his path became his own, and it was incomparable. Boom, at this moment, it felt like his entry into absolute with his two bodies truly became sublime and complete. His absolute effigy of infinite undifferentiated fate began to pulse with endless golden light that exceeded anything it had displayed before. The flames that comprised his manifestation blazed outward with intensity that painted the multicolored stellar space in shades of gold that overwhelmed the creature's own colors. The light was blinding, was brilliant, was the expression of an existence that had just made a fundamental choice about how it would measure its own progress. Sequential patterns of infinity became visible within the golden flames, each pulse followed by another in endless progression that spoke of his infinite nature declaring itself fully for the first time since achieving absolute. The light extended in all directions, curving along geodesic paths that found the natural geometry of this space and illuminated it completely. The creature looked on with calm interest, those multicolored eyes observed the transformation occurring before them with attention that exceeded casual observation. Prompts bloomed before Noah's eyes with weight that pressed against his consciousness. Fundamental shift in cultivation methodology detected. Your infinite formless depth has truly begun embarking on an endless and unfathomable journey. By abandoning comparative measurement, you have unlocked the architecture of progression that was always available but never accessed. Your depths will no longer be measured against external beings. They will be measured against the boundaries of infinity itself. This shift represents more than philosophical change. It represents fundamental alteration of how your civilization perceives and processes growth. Where others will forever measure themselves against peers, you will measure yourself against the endless architecture of what infinity can become. Assessment: your path has become incomparable because you have chosen to make it so. No being in observable existence walks the exact path you now walk. No benchmark exists for where you are headed. His mind buzzed with sensation that exceeded mere thought as at this time, in his mindscape, a mental body formed inside a sea of endless blue infinities. He looked at everything that his existence began to design, the architecture of his new path manifesting around him in patterns that his consciousness was only beginning to perceive. Beside him, Ruination appeared, her form materialized from the blue-gold light that permeated his mindscape. Her illusory body taking shape with presence. Her hair seemed to be stretching out into infinite data points, each strand representing streams of information that she constantly processed on his behalf. The strands extended endlessly in all directions, connecting to every aspect of his civilization, monitoring everything that occurred within his existence. Her eyes burned with waves of infinities that matched his own, blue-gold light swirling in their depths. She smiled toward him with warmth. "I have to congratulate Master. It seems like you have taken a major step, and I will go over the details of your emerging existence just like always." Noah smiled and nodded at Ruination as he patted her head, her face brightening up with a smile of contentment as she leaned into the gesture. She understood him in ways that others couldn't, saw his growth from perspectives that even he sometimes missed. Then she continued, and as she spoke, manifestations began forming around them in his mindscape. You have been measuring your foundations through comparison to other beings. The creature. The primordial paradox, an illusory diagram appeared showing two figures, one representing Noah and one representing the creature, with lines connecting them that displayed comparative measurements. Numbers floated between them, the familiar ratios that Noah had used to understand his position. Then the diagram shattered. This methodology fails to capture what makes your existence unique. You are building infinity. And infinity possesses its own architecture of progression that transcends comparative measurement. A new diagram formed, this one showing only Noah at its center, surrounded by expanding rings of golden light that represented his depths. No other figures appeared for comparison. Only him. Only his path. Only his journey.
after your grasp of absolute and from your recent epiphany, you have unconsciously organized your weavings to have your infinite formless depth be cultivated through the boundaries of infinity. Not mere weight of 10 times or 20 times compared to the creature or anyone else. The rings around his illusory form began subdividing, each depth showing internal structure that hadn't been visible before. Each of your depths now possesses 3 theoretical boundaries of progression that must be crossed for future advancement. These boundaries are 3 massive constructs manifested in the mindscape, each one representing a boundary that his depths would need to cross, the 3 boundaries of infinity. Countable infinity, uncountable infinity, and absolute infinity. Ruination's voice carried weight that made the constructs pulse with light. First boundary, countable infinity, the first construct illuminated, showing patterns that flowed in sequential order. One after another in endless but observable progression. At this boundary, your infinities follow patterns. They regenerate, yes, but they regenerate one after another in sequences that can be observed. If you were to count your infinite expressions, you could theoretically list them, first, second, third, onward forever. The diagram showed the infiniverse producing harvest, each unit forming in sequence, flowing toward Noah's mindscape representation in orderly lines. This is how the infiniverse and other actions that grant infinite potential currently produce harvest for you. One unit forms, then another, then another. Endless, but sequential. Chapter 49-46, Countable, Uncountable. Absolute. 3. The second construct illuminated, and Noah felt his perception struggle to fully grasp what it represented. Second boundary, uncountable infinity. The diagram transformed, showing not lines but density, showing not sequences but saturation, showing not order but overwhelming completeness. At this boundary, your infinities fill the spaces between other infinities. Imagine your current harvest as points on an endless line. Points appeared on the diagram, representing his sequential harvest. Uncountable infinity means filling the gaps between those points with additional infinities that cannot be listed no matter how one tries. The gaps between the points began filling with additional points. And then the gaps between those points began filling, and then the gaps between those, the process continuing until no space remained empty. Where you currently receive 1 unit of the infinite observable harvest, you would receive infinite units between each unit, and infinite units between those, endlessly. This is density beyond sequence. The third construct remained dim, pulsing with light that seemed to contain all other lights while simultaneously transcending them. Third boundary, absolute infinity. Ruination's voice grew more measured. At this boundary, all other infinities exist within you while you transcend them simultaneously. This boundary is defined by having no boundaries. The construct refused to fully illuminate, refused to be fully perceived. No further information is available at your current classification. Understanding will come when we get closer to it. The diagram shifted to show Noah's current state, each depth displayed with its classification, current status of your depths. 4 representations appeared, each showing one of his depths. Surface depth, countable infinity. Your surface expressions regenerate in observable patterns. The surface representation pulsed with sequential golden light. Intermediate depth, countable infinity. Your intermediate foundations pulse with sequential infinite nature. The intermediate representation matched the surface. Both showing orderly progression. Fundamental depth, countable infinity. Stabilization required. The fundamental representation flickered slightly, not yet fully stable in its countable classification. Absolute depth, newly achieved. Classification pending, but countable. The absolute representation burned brightest of all, still in the process of settling into its new configuration. A new diagram formed showing a path forward, showing methodology rather than merely classification, advancement from countable to uncountable infinity. Ruination's eyes burned brighter as she explained. The progression requires saturation rather than accumulation. Your current methodology involves receiving harvest and integrating it into your foundations. This builds countable infinity higher and higher, but it remains countable. The diagram showed harvest flowing in, stacking upon itself, growing taller but not denser. To cross into uncountable infinity, you must overwhelm a depth with harvest until no gaps remain between your infinite expressions. This will require a lot. The diagram shifted to show harvest not stacking but saturating, filling every possible space rather than merely adding to existing structures. The infinite observable harvest, with its multiplicative amplification and exponential expression, provides the density required for this saturation. When harvest flows not merely in sequence but in layers that fill every possible space within a depth, the transition can occur. A practical example manifested. Practical example. your actions currently produce a harvest that flows toward you sequentially. If you were to concentrate the infinite observable harvest upon a single depth until the harvest arriving between each nanosecond exceeded the harvest arriving within each nanosecond, saturation would begin. When saturation completes, countable becomes uncountable. The example showed the transition occurring, showed sequential becoming dense, showed countable becoming uncountable. Note, progression at one depth does not guarantee progression at others. Each depth must be saturated independently. Surface depth, being closest to external expression, is recommended as the first target for advancement. Ruination's form solidified as she finished her explanation, her blue-gold illusory presence settling into something that held weight beyond mere data processing. Her eyes met Noah's with warmth. You, have come far, Master. Her smile held pride that felt genuine, and we have only just begun. He had come far. Noah's existence buzzed as he felt the grand and proper definitions of his infinite formless depth without any variables or factors that came externally. No comparisons to the creature. No measurements against the primordial paradox. Just him. Just his path. Just the endless architecture of what he was becoming. He felt his depths burning with the grandeur of countable infinity, his surface depth pulsed with sequential golden light, each pulse followed by another in patterns he could observe and track. It felt like watching waves crash upon a shore, one after another, endless but rhythmic. He could sense each infinite expression as it regenerated, could feel the first become the second, become the third, become the thousandth, all flowing in order that his consciousness could perceive. His intermediate depth hummed with deeper resonance, the sequences there moving in currents that supported everything above them. It felt like standing atop an ocean and sensing the tides beneath, each wave of infinity rising and falling in patterns that gave structure to his foundations. His fundamental depth flickered with stabilizing countable expressions, still settling into its new configuration but already displaying the sequential nature that defined this boundary. It felt like roots extending into soil, each root followed by another, spreading endlessly but in order that could be traced, and his newly achieved absolute depth burned brightest of all, the sequential infinities there still arranging themselves into patterns that would define his presence among other absolutes. It felt like a sun being born, each flame followed by another, the light endless but emerging in pulses that spoke of countable nature. After he felt this, he knew that he was just getting started. Because he wanted to define and undefine things about himself so much more. To add and remove so much more. The architecture of his existence was vast and filled with potential that his previous comparative methodology had obscured. Now that he measured only against himself, he could see gaps that needed filling, structures that needed building, weavings that needed to be woven. His existence expressed this desire and changed in response. New configurations began forming within his civilization, new possibilities emerging from the interaction between his infinite nature and the choice he had just made. The transformation rippled through every aspect of what he was, reshaping capabilities that had existed in lesser forms into something that matched his elevated state. Ruination received these new inputs, her blue-gold form brightening as streams of information flowed into her consciousness through the infinite data points of her hair. Her eyes widened slightly with recognition of what was occurring, and then she smiled. Master, your existence is restructuring itself in response to your epiphany. New capabilities are emerging. Allow me to illustrate. She raised her hands, and the mindscape around them transformed. Constructs of pure light began forming in the air, diagrams that displayed concepts in ways that transcended mere words. Lines of blue-gold authority curved through the space, connecting points that represented Noah's capabilities to new configurations that were only now becoming possible. Geodesic weavings have been unlocked in your existence. A massive construct appeared before them, showing two paths between 2 points. One path traveled in a straight line. The other curved gracefully, finding the natural geometry of the space between them. Your depths now officially exist at countable infinity. This classification grants access to weavings that were previously impossible for your civilization to produce. The diagram expanded, showing representations of embodiments and apophysis as straight arrows traveling from speaker to target. Standard embodiments declare what is. Standard apophysis declares what is not. These declarations travel from speaker to target through conventional pathways of authority. The straight arrows struck their targets and dissipated upon impact. Single effects. Finite duration. Limited reach. Then the diagram shifted to show something new. Geodesic weavings operate differently. Curved lines appeared, arcing gracefully through the space between origin and target. But these lines didn't stop at impact. They continued extending, curving around obstacles, finding paths that the straight arrows couldn't perceive. They extend infinitely toward their target while taking the shortest possible path through existence itself. Where embodiments can be blocked and apophysis can be resisted, geodesic weavings curve around obstacles, finding the natural line that connects your authority to your target with minimal distance and maximum efficiency. The curved lines demonstrated this, flowing around barriers that would have stopped conventional weavings, always finding the route that existence itself preferred. A new construct formed beside the first, this one displaying detailed breakdown of the new classification, geodesic declarations. The diagram showed a figure speaking words that extended outward not as single projectiles but as endless streams curving toward their destination, geodesic. Declarations are the evolution of embodiments for you whose depths exist at countable infinity. When you speak a geodesic declaration, your words do not merely travel toward the target. They extend infinitely in the direction of the target. Curving through the fabric of existence to find the path of least resistance, chapter 49-47, countable, uncountable, absolute. For 2 examples manifested side by side, a standard embodiment that declares your foundation's weaken affects the target once upon arrival. The first example showed a single impact, a single moment of weakening, then nothing. A geodesic declaration that states the same thing affects the target continuously along the entire infinite path connecting you to them. The weakening begins the moment you speak and never stops arriving, an endless stream of authority following the shortest curve through reality. The second example showed continuous impact. Wave after wave of weakening arriving in sequence, each one building upon the last, the effect compounding endlessly. Geodesic declarations incorporate your countable infinity directly. Each declaration carries sequential infinite expressions that arrive one after another, endlessly. The target experience is not a single effect but an infinite sequence of effects that compound upon each other. Noah watched the demonstration with eyes that burned brighter with each revelation. The implications were fucking massive and utterly disastrous for others. What had been single strikes would become endless barrages. What had been momentary effects would become eternal conditions, another construct formed. This one darker, showing the negation of reality rather than the declaration of it. New classification, geodesic negations. The diagram displayed words of denial curving through existence, seeking out everything that matched what was being negated. Geodesic negations are the evolution of apophysis for you whose depths exist at countable infinity. When you speak a geodesic negation, your denial of reality curves through existence to find every instance of what you are negating. 2 more examples manifested. A standard apophysis that declares your defenses do not exist removes the target's defenses at the moment of impact. The first example showed defenses vanishing once, then slowly beginning to reform as the target recovered. A geodesic negation that states the same thing extends infinitely, negating the defenses not only as they currently are but as they attempt to regenerate, as they existed moments before, as they might exist in adjacent configurations. The negation follows the natural curve of existence to find and unmake all expressions of what was denied. The second example showed defenses vanishing and staying vanished. Every attempt at reformation met with another wave of negation arriving along the geodesic path, the denial continuous and inescapable. Geodesic negations incorporate undifferentiation as a core component. What is negated does not merely cease to exist. It loses its differentiation entirely, returning to proto-potential that cannot reform into what it was. The negation extends infinitely along its geodesic path, ensuring that reformation becomes impossible. The diagram showed negated concepts dissolving into formless potential, unable to remember what they had been, unable to reconstitute themselves into what they were before. Ruination's form shifted as she moved to a new section of the mindscape. New constructs forming around her that displayed Noah's existing capabilities, application to archai, representations of his archai. Appeared, the principles he had elevated through the first tongue now displaying new potential. Your archai can now be elevated to geodesic archai. This represents the fusion of your principles with infinite geodesic expression. The first archie manifested in detail, geodesic archie of perpetual harvest. The diagram showed harvest flowing from a collapsed enemy, but instead of stopping at the immediate resources, the harvest extended outward along curved paths that connected to everything the enemy had ever touched. Your harvest no longer merely claims resources from collapsed enemies. It extends infinitely along geodesic paths that curve through existence to find all resources connected to what you have claimed. The curved lines spread further and further, following connections that conventional harvest couldn't perceive. When an enemy falls, the geodesic archie follows the natural lines connecting that enemy to everything they touched, everything they influenced, everything that owes its existence to them. The harvest arrives sequentially and endlessly, one connection after another, following the shortest paths through reality. Noah watched the demonstration with growing understanding. An enemy's death would become a fountain that never stopped giving, harvest flowing along every connection that enemy had ever formed. The second archie manifested beside the first, geodesic archie of the cheating architect. The diagram showed a rule being bent, but instead of the manipulation ending there, it propagated outward along curves that found every connected system. Your manipulation of rules and systems now extends infinitely along geodesic curves. When you alter a rule, the alteration follows the natural path connecting that rule to all other rules it influences. The bent rule created ripples that traveled along geodesic paths, each ripple bending another rule, each bent rule creating more ripples. The cheating propagates through existence along lines of least resistance, finding every system that can be bent and bending it in sequence. What was a single manipulation becomes an endless cascade of manipulations following the architecture of reality itself. New constructs form showing behavioral patterns of these elevated weavings. Convergence and divergence, two scenarios manifested side by side, one showing geodesic paths narrowing toward a single point, the other showing them spreading outward to cover vast areas. Geodesic weavings behave differently based on the nature of the space they travel through. In spaces of concentrated authority, your geodesic declarations and negations converge, becoming more focused and more potent as they approach their target. In spaces of dispersed authority, they diverge, spreading to affect wider areas with distributed effect. The converging paths struck their target with combined force that exceeded their individual potencies. The diverging paths spread across regions, affecting everything within their expanding reach. You can influence this behavior through intent. A geodesic declaration meant to devastate a single target will converge. A geodesic negation meant to unmake a concept across a region will diverge. The infinite nature of these weavings ensures that both convergence and divergence extend endlessly. Ruination's final construct appeared as a comprehensive comparison, showing old capabilities beside new ones in clear contrast. Comparative assessment. The diagram split into two columns, the left showing what Noah had possessed before, the right showing what he possessed now. Standard embodiment, single declaration, single effect. Can be blocked, geodesic declaration, infinite declaration extending along shortest path. Continuous effect arriving endlessly, curves around obstacles through the natural geometry of existence. The contrast was stark. What had been a single punch became an endless barrage that couldn't be evaded. Standard apophysis, single negation, removes target once, target may reform. Geodesic negation, infinite negation extending along shortest path, incorporates undifferentiation to prevent reformation, follows natural curves to find all instances of what is being denied. What had been a single deletion became permanent erasure that pursued its target through every possible configuration. Standard archi, principles expressed through elevated sentences of the first tongue. Geodesic archi, principles extended infinitely along natural paths through existence, effects propagating sequentially along lines of least resistance, creating cascades of influence that follow the geometry of reality. What had been powerful expressions became endless cascades that followed the architecture of existence itself. Ruination's eyes met Noah's with profundity and wonder. Note, geodesic weavings require depths at countable infinity to produce. Advancement to uncountable infinity will unlock further evolutions of these weavings. The nature of those evolutions is not yet known. She paused, allowing the information to settle into his consciousness, but we will discover them together, Master. As we always have. Chapter 49-48, Defector I. The sensation was truly unlike any other. It was like he was feeling something he already had, but it was now more defined, more understandable. The infinite mana that had always burned at his core hadn't changed in quantity, but his perception of it had transformed entirely. What had been a vast ocean without edges now revealed itself as an ocean with architecture, with depths that could be measured not against others but against the boundaries of infinity itself. He had infinite mana, but now, it felt like there were levels to infinite mana. Countable, uncountable, and absolute infinities. He thought about countable infinities first. Noah raised his hand in his vibrant mindscape, the blue-gold light that surrounded him responding to his will with eagerness. From his palm, a fireball erupted. Then another. Then another. Then another still. They flew outward in endless sequence, each one following the last in patterns that could be observed, that could be tracked, that could theoretically be listed. First fireball, second fireball, third fireball, onward forever. This was countable infinity, endless, yes.
Infinite, absolutely.
But sequential. Ordered. Each expression following the previous one in progression that his consciousness could perceive. He could count them even if the counting would never end. First, second, third, fourth, thousandth, millionth, each one arriving after the one before it in patterns that existed within the first boundary. The fireballs continued erupting from his palm, filling his mindscape with endless light that demonstrated his current state perfectly. He understood now. He truly understood. His infinity wasn't merely vast. It was vast in a specific way, a way that could be elevated, a way that could be densified until the spaces between each fireball filled with additional fireballs that couldn't be listed. But that was for later. For now, he wanted to test what countable infinity could do in combat. Or even more straightforwardly, ruination. Let me have a spar with Bazuman. He said such words grandly, his voice carrying through his mindscape with authority that made the endless fireballs pause in their eruption. The request was simple. He wanted to understand what his new capabilities could do against an enemy he had already faced, an enemy whose power he had witnessed firsthand, an enemy who had required the primordial paradox's intervention to defeat. Understood. Ruination's response was immediate, her blue-gold form brightening as she began the requested simulation. His mental space churned with violent intensity. The seas of blue infinity that comprised his mindscape rumbled and roiled with force that made the very fabric of his consciousness tremble. Waves of light crashed against each other as something began taking shape in the distance, something massive, something hungry, something that remembered what it was and carried that memory into manifestation with terrifying fidelity. A figure of Bazuman formed before Noah's eyes, the Ramthonian horror materialized with all its ferocity and display of power intact. Countless crimson eyes arranged in spiraling patterns blazed with hunger that exceeded physical appetite. Innumerable tentacles tipped with mouths of crystallized memory reached outward in every direction. The corrupted protomatter that covered its surface churned with faces of consumed beings, echoes of everything this horror had ever devoured. The stomach split open at its center, revealing the pocket dimension of pure undifferentiation that had nearly claimed Noah in the prima indifferentia. Gravitational pull erupted from the manifestation with force that would have dragged any conventional opponent toward eternal dissolution. Whisper echoes poured forth from Bazuman's surface, faint impressions of consumed beings launching attacks in overwhelming numbers. Memory echoes followed, stronger manifestations wielding authority from before the infinite unfurling. The air itself groaned under the weight of accumulated existence that this undivided one carried. This manifestation of Bazuman unleashed the same grand attacks toward Noah that the original had displayed in the Agora. Tentacles reached for him with mouths screaming hunger. Echoes launched embodiments from methodologies lost to history. Its core pulled at his existence with suction that sought to consume everything he was. The pressure of Bazuman's undifferentiation pressed against his mindscape with weight that would have crushed lesser beings into formlessness. Noah stood perfectly still. Then he spoke. Your hunger does not exist, Huum. The words emerged from his lips not as simple declaration but as geodesic negation. The negation didn't travel toward Bazuman in a straight line. It curved, finding the shortest path through the fabric of his mindscape, following the natural geometry of existence to reach its target with efficiency that transcended conventional authority. The curve was beautiful in its precision, arcing through the space between Noah and Bazuman along routes that existence itself preferred, and when it arrived, it didn't merely arrive once. The negation struck Bazuman's hunger and unmade it on its surface, intermediate, fundamental, and absolute depths, because Noah had countable infinities, for all his depths, so he affected all the depths of his enemy. The gravitational pull of its core vanished as the hunger driving it ceased to exist. But unlike conventional apotheosis, the negation didn't stop there. It extended infinitely along its geodesic path, continuing to curve through Bazuman's existence, finding every instance of hunger that this undivided one possessed. The hunger tried to regenerate, the negation found that regeneration and unmade it before it could complete. The hunger attempted to manifest in different configurations, drawing upon echoes of consumed beings who had possessed their own forms of appetite. The negation curved to find those adjacent configurations and unmade them as well. Every expression of hunger that Bazuman possessed, every instance of appetite that drove its consumption, every configuration of desire that had accumulated across eons of devouring existence, the geodesic negation found them all along curved paths of minimal distance. And it unmade them, not once, not twice, infinitely, sequentially. One negation following another incountable progression that never ceased arriving. Noah came to realize the terror of the capability that he had unlocked as casting a single ability was effectively like casting infinite abilities, so even though he didn't do anything extra or additional, it was like he was constantly unleashing more and more apotheosis, which were geodesic negations in this case. It was fucking disgusting. Chapter 49-49, Defector 2, the mouths on Bazuman's tentacles went slack, forgetting what it meant to hunger. The stomach's pull dissipated entirely, the dimension within losing the drive that made it consume. The echoes that had been attacking faltered as the hunger animating them dissolved into undifferentiated potential that couldn't remember what appetite felt like, but Bazuman was still there. Still massive. Still filled with power beyond imagination. It tried to attack through means other than hunger, tried to use the authority of consumed beings, tried to manifest echoes through memory rather than appetite. Noah spoke again, your existence crystallizes with the definition of infinity. Boom, the geodesic declaration erupted from him with force that exceeded the negation. Where the negation had unmade, the declaration made. Where the negation had denied, the declaration affirmed. The words curved toward Bazuman along geodesic paths that found the shortest route through his mindscape, following the natural geometry of existence with precision that couldn't be evaded, and the declaration didn't merely arrive once, it arrived infinitely. The first wave of the declaration struck Bazuman and began defining its existence with infinity. Blue-bold light spread across the undivided one's surface as the declaration imposed definition upon undifferentiation. But before that first wave could complete its work, the second wave arrived along the same geodesic path. Then the third. Then the fourth. Then the thousandth. Then the millionth. Each wave of declaration built upon the previous one, the definition compounding endlessly as sequential expressions of countable infinity crashed into Bazuman without cessation. The geodesic negation continued curving through Bazuman's existence, finding every attempt at hunger and unmaking it before it could form. The geodesic declaration continued curving along its own path, defining every aspect of Bazuman with infinity that couldn't be denied. The two weavings worked in harmony, one preventing resistance while the other imposed transformation. Bazuman's countless crimson eyes widened with something that might have been horror as definition spread across its form faster than its undifferentiated nature could counter. The echoes it tried to manifest found themselves defined before they could attack. The memories it tried to use found themselves crystallized into infinite patterns that served Noah rather than their consumed origins. The tentacles that had reached for Noah went rigid as definition claimed them. The mouths that had screamed hunger fell silent as the negation continued denying their appetite. That terrifying dimension of pure undifferentiation found itself filling with definition that made dissolution impossible. Wave after wave of geodesic declaration crashed into Bazuman, each one following the previous in sequential order, each one adding more definition to what the previous wave had begun. The undivided one that had required the primordial paradox's freezing authority to defeat now found itself frozen by something else entirely, not by paradox, but by infinity itself. The crystallization spread from Bazuman's exterior to its interior, from its surface to its core, from its physical form to its civilizational manifestation. Blue-bold light overwhelmed the crimson of its eyes. Definition replaced the undifferentiation that had comprised its existence since before the infinite unfurling, and then, Bazuman became crystallized entirely. The horror that had consumed countless beings across eons of existence stood frozen in Noah's mindscape, its form now comprised entirely of blue-bold infinity that declared what it was with authority that couldn't be questioned. Every aspect of its existence had been defined. Every instance of its hunger had been negated. Every possibility of resistance had been unmade before it could manifest. Silence settled over the mindscape. The manifestation of Bazuman shattered, fragments of defined infinity scattered across Noah's consciousness before dissolving into the blue-bold light that comprised his mental space. What had been one of the most terrifying entities in observable existence disappeared without fanfare, without drama, without any of the struggle that had characterized their actual battle in the Agora. Just a demonstration, just a test, just proof of what geodesic weavings could accomplish. Calmness returned to the mindscape as the last fragments of Bazuman's manifestation faded into nothing. The seas of blue infinity settled back into their eternal churning, the violent roiling subsiding into peaceful waves that spoke of power waiting to be used rather than power being used. Ruination's form solidified beside Noah, her eyes burning with analysis that had been processing every aspect of the simulation. Assessment complete, she gestured, and prompts bloomed before Noah's eyes. If Bazuman was faced right now, the primordial paradox would not be needed to hold him down. You could defeat him 1-against-1 with a single geodesic negation and a single geodesic declaration. The word settled into his awareness. This is the power you have grasped after attaining absolute with your derivative civilizations and taking the leap to be truer to your infinities. Your decision to abandon comparative measurement has not merely changed how you perceive your growth. It has fundamentally elevated what your growth produces. Her eyes met his with something that approached awe. Existence was vast and filled with possibilities and impossibilities. The weak thought they understood existence and how vast it was, and this was why they remained weak. They built their understanding upon foundations of assumption, upon scaffolding of certainty that had no right to be certain. They looked at the sky and believed they saw its limits. They looked at the depths and believed they saw their endings. Their confidence in comprehension was the very chain that bound them to mediocrity. The strong knew their own inadequacy. They knew that there was actually much they didn't know about existence. They had peered into the abyss and felt the abyss peer back, had touched the edges of understanding and felt those edges recede further with every step they took toward them. The strong were humble before the vastness, not because humility was virtuous, but because humility was accurate. It was too much for a single mind to comprehend. At this moment, the wastes of observable existence permeated and expanded as the recent actions of the living paradox had unleashed too many things. The corruption that flowed from the prima indifferentia had transformed regions that had been stable for eons into territories of chaos and opportunity. Boundaries that had held since the first cause now wavered like candle flames before a storm. The prima indifferentia itself was corrupted and opened freely to observable existence as entities that had been unseen since the first cause now moved with purpose that transcended mortal understanding. Things that had slumbered in the spaces between differentiation and undifferentiation now stirred, awakened by the corruption that called to them like a mother calling to children long separated. Chapter 4950, Defector 3, You could do everything right in existence. You could plan for all contingencies and possibilities. But sometimes, shit just happens. The Genesis monarch, unknown time, at this time, near a shelter of the loom that had its massive door struck open, a scene unfolded that showed conquest dressed in the robes of salvation. Early creatures and living elementals were situated in neat rows, their forms pressed against the barren ground of the wastes in postures of submission that their existence had never been designed to assume. They knelt with heads bowed, their authorities diminished, their pride extinguished by force that exceeded their capacity to resist. They all looked toward the man responsible for breaking into their shelter and dragging them out here. A young man with dark hair and a silver robe stood before them with the bearing of one who believed himself right. His features were handsome in the way that sculptures were handsome, beautiful but cold. His eyes burned with conviction that had long ago ceased questioning itself, faith that had calcified into certainty, purpose that had forgotten how to doubt. He was surrounded by the allure of law. Silver light emanated from his form and patterns of order imposed rather than order discovered. After an embodiment from the creature, he, or really the weavings of the living law within him, had allowed his immensity to rise almost past fundamental depth. He stood at heights that most beings couldn't reach across eons of cultivation. Elevated not through his own effort but through the investment of another, and at this moment, he was laying down peace with force, for he was the peacemaker, Alexander Asmodeus, with the early creatures and living elementals bowing to him. His enneagram spun like a heavy wheel on his chest, its 9 points burning with silver light that absorbed the weavings of those who knelt before him. Their existences flowed into his construct, their authorities becoming fuel for his ascension, their potential becoming foundation for his growth. This was peace as he understood it now. Not the absence of conflict, but the presence of submission. Not harmony achieved through understanding, but silence achieved through dominance. As he did all this, in his mind, a voice echoed out with warmth that belied its calculations. Once we finish with this shelter, we can go on to progressively more fortified ones. As you enact your version of peace and law, we can continue building up your foundation until absolute is not far away. Alex nodded at these words as he was about to continue his harvest of submission when, everything around them began to shake. The ground of the wastes, which had no true ground, trembled with vibrations that exceeded physical causation. The air, which held no true air, grew thick with pressure that made breathing an act of will rather than instinct. The light, which had no true source, flickered with uncertainty of something ancient stirring from slumber that had lasted since before the infinite unfurling. Alex's eyes widened as he felt his silver authority waver against pressure that exceeded anything he had prepared for, not from above, not from the sides, but from below. In the wastes of the fallout, direction held no meaning. What was below could be above. What was left could be right. The corruption that permeated this region had long ago unmade the certainties of spatial orientation. And yet, somehow, what was happening was definitely happening from below them all. Two massive eyes opened in the depths beneath existence itself. They were gigaparsecs in size. The scale of them exceeded comprehension, exceeded the frameworks that mortal minds used to process magnitude, exceeded even the elevated perceptions of beings who had touched the civilizational scale. Each eye was larger than clusters of wheels of existence or folds, larger than anything that had manifested in observable existence for quite some time. The eyes were crimson, but not the crimson of blood or fire or passion. This was the crimson of undifferentiation given visual form, the color that existence wore when it forgot what color meant. Their surfaces swirled with spirals within spirals that seemed to drill into the consciousness of anyone who looked upon them, and they held light. Terrifying light of undifferentiation that made the living paradox's corruption seem like a child's painting beside a masterwork. As at this moment, they held corruption, and they held glimmers of infinities. When they opened fully, that light erupted outward. For an unfathomable distance, a cataclysmic crimson radiance spread like a tide that knew no shore. It washed across the wastes with speed that exceeded the concept of speed, illuminating everything it touched with undifferentiation that seeped into the very fabric of what it illuminated. Shelters that had stood for eons found their walls suddenly uncertain of whether they were walls. Beings that had defined themselves across countless moments found their definitions wavering. The light was so pervasive and widespread that nothing could escape its reach. Countless gigaparsecs away, the figure of Alex found himself bathed in crimson radiance that pressed against his silver authority with weight that exceeded anything the living law had prepared him to face. His enneagram, which had been spinning with confident purpose, now stuttered and slowed as the light of undifferentiation challenged the very concept of law itself. The early creatures and living elementals, who had been kneeling to him, their submission complete and their resistance broken, now found themselves covered by this light as well. But where Alex struggled against it, they simply received it. They had already been defeated. They had already given up their autonomy. What was one more master to beings who had already accepted mastery? It was like being branded by horror itself. On their foreheads, insignias began to form with heat that exceeded physical temperature. Crimson light carved itself into their existences with authority that couldn't be questioned, that couldn't be resisted, that couldn't be bargained with. The insignia looked like a crimson circle with a line crossing diagonally through it, simple, ancient, absolute. Oh, it was the mark of ownership that predated the concept of ownership, the brand of servitude that had been old when the infinite unfurling was young. The signature of a being that had existed since differentiation itself first emerged from the proto-potential of what came before. Around Alex, illustrious silver light flashed with desperate intensity. He sought to resist this terrifying power of undifferentiation with everything the living law had invested in him. His enneagram spun faster, trying to impose order upon chaos that exceeded order's jurisdiction. His silver robes blazed with authority that declared him protected, declared him invested, declared him backed by powers that should have been sufficient. It did not work. The crimson light pressed through his silver defenses as if they were suggestions rather than barriers. The living law's investment, which had seemed so grand against early creatures and living elementals, revealed itself as insufficient against authority that had shaped existence itself. Alex's resistance was not even acknowledged. It was simply bypassed, as one might step over an insect while walking toward one's destination. The insignia formed on his forehead with the same inevitability that it had formed on all the others: crimson circle, diagonal line,